Welcome to day 4 of the Prismatic Poro. I forgot the name of the thing. Prismatic Poro Cup. I am Rare Adam. Alongside me today is Mario here. I hope you are having yourself a wonderful day. We are in finals here of the Diamond and Above tier here. And Mario, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm looking forward to how the upper elo bracket ends up playing this checkmate format. I think for a lot of these players, this will be their first time playing checkmate, and it will kind of change the way they're supposed to approach the game. So yeah, it will be interesting to see.
For sure. I'm super excited to be in here. Last minute substitution as always. But it is what it is. TFT, always a pleasure to cast as well. Of course, for those of you who don't understand how the checkmate format works, how it's going to work today is points are still going to remain the same. If you win the lobby, you get 8 points. Second place gets 7 points, so on and so forth. Eighth place will get 1 point. Once you get to 20 points, you have achieved checkmate status, I suppose. You must win the lobby in order to win from there. So we could have as few as 4 games today. We could have as many as, I don't know what the maximum, we can have like 8 or 9 games. It can go on for a really long time either way, but always fun to see how everything goes down. Of course, we do have to give some thank yous out before we start here. A massive thank you to Ohgawdevents for hosting the first ever Prismatic Poro Cup TFT charity tournament, featuring some of the top talent from gold all the way up to challenger of TFT players. The Prismatic Poro Cup is all about community competition and giving back. The Prismatic Poro Cup has teamed up with the ABS-CBN Foundation International to raise funds for the critical work they do in serving Filipinos everywhere and fostering global change in child welfare, education, disaster relief, environmental conservation, and community development. The ABS-CBN Foundation was specifically chosen for this tournament because of their ongoing efforts to support the current crisis in the Philippines to help provide on-ground relief, food distribution, and recovery support to victims of severe flooding and natural disasters across the Philippines. We just want to give them a huge shout out before we start here today. But Mario, who do we have in our final lobby here? Because yesterday, of course, a little bit of a shorter day, but still a lot of action that came through.
Yeah, today we have playing Pineco. I believe they were first place overall going into today. Yeah, today's final lobby. We also have Theist, Kiko, Bassi, PJ, Bensil, Yadarp, and Basea. And yeah, I missed some of the games yesterday, but I was looking at some of the matches, and I noticed that like yeah, so for the day, in order to actually win the entire tournament, you actually need to play first. You can't just play like 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 and score like have the highest points overall. And in terms of the comps that were going first, I saw a lot of Malzahar reroll. I saw a lot of Fast Nine Twisted Fates, and then I think there was a Yumi 3 at some point. So yeah, those are the players, and will be interesting to see what they pull out today.
Yeah, I think it's always really interesting to see how players decide to play in these tournaments because something that I've noticed from watching some tacticians cups and all that stuff is there always ends up being in tournament metas. It's not always the meta that develops across what you're used to in solo queue per se, but it can be what develops within the tournament as well. And if we are seeing a lot of Malzahars, then all of a sudden Malzahar is super highly contested. It does open the door for some of those other comps to potentially fill in the gaps. I know specifically for one of the more recent Tacticians Cup, it was just everyone played mech. And no matter what it was, there was like four
Yes.
mech players, and it was first or eighth with all of them. You tried to play Crystal Gambit, nope, you were going eighth. You tried to play, Malphite Hero Augment, nope, didn't work. You tried to play Kennen Hero Augment, nope, didn't work. You just had to play mech. And in those cases as well, like you do need to make sure that you are ready for whatever the day shows up for you. Because if there's 3 people going mech in your lobby, are you going to force that? Are you going to opt to go for one of the stronger comps that we've seen thus far? As you mentioned, that Malzahar is just a very strong comp overall. But if everyone's contesting it, then maybe you have that chance to go into one of those B tier comps that can cap a little bit higher if you're able to just get 3-star everything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think we were talking to Pineco a little bit of day one and day two of the lower elo brackets, and I know he was kind of talking about how he likes to play the game and he likes to play a lot of Volibear. But looking at the games yesterday, he actually didn't play any Volibear. He played 2 games of the Fast Nine Twisted Fate, and then also looks like a Kog'Maw reroll game. I expect the first few games of this checkmate format, people just kind of playing comfort, just doing what they know how to play and what the game gives them. But then going into game 4, game 5, game 6, where players might be in actual check, then it's going to be more of that first or eighth style, trying to get that first place and possibly denying the other players that are in check.
Exactly, because if you are the first person to get into check as well, you can go all in. You can go first or eighth, as you mentioned, because it really doesn't matter if you come second. It doesn't matter if you come 7th or whatever. You can go for something
Yeah.
like a crazy Crystal Gambit roll if you so desire, or you can go, you'll pick up the egg when you're at 20 health or something like that. There's a lot of different ways that it can get pretty exciting. I do want to talk about some of the less seen comps that we've seen thus far. Battle Academia has been something that did receive a couple of buffs, I believe, in recent patches and everything, but doesn't seem to be one of those things that a lot of people are picking up. Do you think that we're going to see a little bit more diversity today, as opposed to just everyone playing Malzahar, everyone going for these super high roll fast 9 comps?
I honestly, it's hard to say. I think, reroll Katarina has been really good in the meta, and then yeah, like Yumi Prodigies is pretty decent. It tends to not go first, but it's pretty decent. And again, like a lot of it depends on the portals, the augments you get. Some of these portals and augments can really make the difference between a B or C tier comp turning into an A or S tier comp and can actually go first.
It should be interesting to see. And of course, what I always like to see is the gambler in my heart and everything. Crystal Gambit. How many people are going to go Crystal Gambit in these lobbies today? Because I'm always interested to see if people are going to go for that feast or famine style. I mean, again, it doesn't matter if you finish 8th in some of these lobbies. You just need to get that first when you're on check. So I'll give you an over under here. Do you think we see 3.5 Crystal Gambit players today over all of the games?
Over all the games, I would say yes. I think Crystal Gambit I think tends to be well, it just depends on the spot, but I expect and I hope that there's at least one Crystal Gambit player every single game. Now that player might swap, depending on if they hit the early units or not, but I'm hoping for at least one every single game.
Yeah, definitely should be interesting to see what happens. I believe we should be getting into game shortly here. Very interested to see how this first a little bit goes, because of course, as it comes down to it, yesterday's results in the end don't really matter. You made it to this final lobby. You just have to get to your 20 points, and then you have to win that match after that. So leave it all on the line here. Should be getting in relatively shortly, I believe. And
Yeah.
then we'll be able to see what these players have in store for us.
Yeah, so I believe the portal that we're playing for this first game is just a fate. Everyone's starting off with 2 anvils on their bench, and tends to be really good for reroll comps. Just because reroll comps tend to play these earlier units that want to go get 3-star and actually best in slot items. Is oh my goodness gracious, we're looking at Tice's board right now, and they have Malzahar pair. That
Yeah,
is a crazy opener.
yeah, I'm pretty sure at that point you just take your
You,
Malzahar and you go from there. So we'll see what everyone else has for the time being. Of course, you can see as well they've got a little bit of a Battle Academia opener, but they also have 3 Prodigy already. So extremely early message being sent to the rest of the lobby. You pick up a Rod as well, and it's like, hey, I literally got Mort Dog's
oh
approval
my
to play this, and I think you just go for it from there.
Yeah, at this point, you're opening up all chat your site. You're taking me, Malzahar, and then slash Defen, and and letting everyone else play around you. But yeah, yeah, with like I was saying, with these early anvils, it's better for these reroll lines because best in slot items for rerolls for 3-stars is way more important than best in slot for like a 2-star 4 cost or a 2-star 5 cost. And with these early anvils, you're kind of able to just make an early slam that's incredibly good for any particular unit that you're trying to play around.
Yep. You can see another Malzahar picked up here. I think the other thing about anvils as well is you can basically decide whether you're going an AD or an AP comp right off the bat. You can say, hey, I've got a sword. If I get a tier, I'm going AP. If I get a glove, I'm going AD. Something along those lines. As we look through the augment choices here for Paneko, Silver Augment to start us off, I mean, should be a pretty easy choice on the Latent Forge there. But as we look across the rest of the lobby, curious to see what everyone else has been picking up here. Of course,
Let's say,
yeah,
deciding between possibly Pandora's Bench here. Okay, Pandora's
that
Bench,
makes sense.
interesting. This normally is better for lower cost rerolls or possibly going for a 3-star 4 cost. Now, 3-star 4 cost will for sure win the lobby, but we don't necessarily need to play for, a first or kind of like this gambling style early on. So we'll see what play style we end up going with for this Pandora's Bench.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of on the flip side of the anvil stuff that I was talking about, it's as you were mentioning or talking about Crystal Gambit. So Crystal Gambit or like Lost Streak openers in normal lobbies that tend to be pretty good. But in these anvil portals, what happens is that because everyone else has an extra item on you, if you're not slamming that item, if you're trying to go for full loss, you're actually going to take more damage than normally, and that could be the difference between you actually cashing out and going level 9 and hitting your entire board, or you dying before you can even do anything.
Yeah, and you can see Benzel here sort of just taking it on the chin, saying, hey, I'm going to take that loss streak from there going AFK. So Yeah, they're just gonna let it go. They're gonna get their extra stuff and move on from there. But the rest of the lobby, as you can see, Teist here just gonna opt to start off on that little bit of a loss streak as well. I'm curious to see who ends up win streaking through stage two because a lot of the time stage two in these formats, in these final lobbies and everything, matters a lot less. I want to say, yes, you can high roll, yes, you can sort of get for those higher echelons of anything, but you sort of just you don't really care as much. You want to go for those like stage four massive roll downs. You want to go for broke in these final lobbies. I feel like a lot of the time.
Yeah, now looking at PJ's board, they slammed the Titans, which is a very interesting slam. I very rarely see Titans being slammed early game. It could just be that they haven't upgraded gear and they're trying to win streak here and they're just slamming what makes the most sense in terms of board strength. But this can kind of be committal in terms of what comps you can play because there's very few units in the game that can actually play around this Titans. I'm expecting a Volibear line from PJ, possibly playing around Edgelords at some point, maybe moving this Titans to Yasuo. But outside of that, maybe if we can get to Fast 9 and get a Lee Sin on the board, that could be good. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we do with this Titans later on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, it is very one dimensional in terms of what you can go with Titans. But again, if you're confident enough at that point, you might as well just go for it. You might as well play to your strengths as much as possible. As you can see here, 3 Bastion just gonna be able to likely win out this next round, potentially lead to one of those win streaks. Granted, going up against this comp specifically against Pineko, I think Pineko also just doesn't mind losing this. So again, you sort of see those two styles where it is going to be you want to get that perfect loss streak in some way, shape, or form, or perfect win streak at that. Of course, a lot easier to go for the loss streaks, but at the very least, Pineko should be able to take out a couple of units. So, got to be staying as healthy as possible.
Yeah, we see Pineko has the Gunblade and this Kraken Slam on this Nara currently. We took List Latent Forge, hoping for maybe I believe a Flicker Blade could be a good backline item, and we have a Zaya on bench. So I'm kind of curious to see if we want to go to like a Zaya reroll type of board, or are we trying to turn this into like an Ash or maybe Twisted Fate at some point, depending on what we hit.
Definitely playing for the later stages. I mean, Pineko was the one who said everyone was going for these fast 9 comps. Sort of fitting that Pineko is also going to be the one to sort of lead that charge, saying, "Hey, listen, I'm sacking stage 2. I don't care about stage 2. We're playing for a spike in stage 3, potentially a level 7 spike to stabilize. Then you're just able to econ up from there." So, for the time being, nothing too crazy off the board, and I think that's important as well. Is we're not seeing anyone go for broke quite yet. It's the first game. They're sort of feeling each other's style out as well. Of course, half of these players, only had a couple of lobbies with each other, so now you're starting to build up from there. Of course, over here with Idar, Sorcerer Emblem getting picked up here is pretty interesting. Branching out always one of those sort of feast or famine things. It can lead to something crazy like those chase traits we were talking about. Getting a Sorcerer Emblem is kind of you're like okay. I don't. It's not
Yeah,
something that you really prioritize that much, especially since if you were going to go 6 sorcerer, you have options to get there without the emblem.
yeah, a few patches ago or earlier on in the set, Zorks was actually really, really strong, but yeah, it took a big hit at some point, and then now it's kind of slowly creeping back, but it's definitely not an S or A tier comp. That being said, though, it is a comp that can actually cap out really high if you can get to the Gwen too. That's really the key of having a good game or a bad game on the Sork line. Is if you can get to Gwen 2, you're feeling good, you can maybe go first, but if not, then you might end up bleeding out on stage 4.
Yeah. At the very least, they have Rising Chaos, so I mean, they're going to be feeling pretty good about this early game. At the very least, Bensel's still perfectly fine to just take the L's. Um, Again, not a whole lot of identity coming through in any of these comps. No one's really locked into anything yet, but that's usually how stage 2 goes. And then you pick up a Malzahar, and it's like, wow, now I have Sorcerer Malzahar. As much as we were saying Sorcerer emblems aren't that great, imagine giving Sorcerer to probably the best unit in the game right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if we end up swapping these items over to this Malzahar at some point during this game. Let's see. Can we take a look at either the first or last place players currently? I want to see if they can full 5 streak or full, yeah, like either win or loss. Okay, Vassy
This should
here.
be.
This is a Jenna 2. Really, really strong. We took, I believe that's Patience is a Virtue as our silver augment. This sometimes, like, normally I see people take this and then they go like a fast 8, fast 9 and have a lot of rerolls on stage 4. But I've also seen people take this and go for a reroll line. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we end up deciding to do in the side of Bassy here.
Yeah, it almost
And,
works out perfectly for both of them, and that
Yeah, yeah.
it's Bassi who's, you know, five streaking, and so is Bensil. So they're sort of happy at that. But as you mentioned, you know, there's not really you could go for sort of those late game fast 9 lines, but instead here they're just perfectly happy to take this Janna to sort of go with it. They already have 5 Jannas as well.
Yeah, they
Uh, it's
oh,
gonna
yeah.
be a good look for them.
Yeah, yeah, I was gonna say, like, they're just kinda naturally all these Jannas. Maybe even if their game plan wasn't to play around Janna reroll, now they're even more incentivized to do it, so we'll see. I guess, like, maybe depending on their next augment, or maybe they're already mentally committed, but, it'll be interesting to see what if they decide to commit to this or not. I mean, they already have the Kobuko as well. I feel like kind of a lot of the pieces to make this board work are already here.
Yeah, I think especially when you've got 5 of them already, you've sort of got all these traits on the board. You know, it's a bunch of bronze traits, but especially in stage 2, that's enough to get you across the finish line at that. Of course, still waiting to see what that second augment is. I feel like that's sort of the turning point for a lot of players in these lobbies is you got to see what's going to happen. That the second augment always feels like that's where you're committing to something, and just playing whatever you get for the first for stage 2 at the very least is quite important. But for the time being, Bassi seems quite comfortable here in their current state. Let's take a look at Pineko really quickly here as well, because I believe they also 5 streak down. Still no real direction, but I am curious to see what their next augment is, because one of those things that you can really high cap on is if you're offered an artifact anvil again here, then all of a sudden you've got 2 artifacts, you're the strongest player in the lobby, and you sort of are rewarded for going for this patient style of gameplay.
Yeah, Pineko versus Benzel here. Both of these players 5 lost. One of them is going to lose their streak here. Not sure who's better at that. But yeah, I
That shouldn't
think
be
based off of
tanky.
based off the units that Pineko has on their bench, I don't actually think they're going to try to reroll this Zaya. Benzel might actually be the player doing that, having a lot of bastions on their board already. But I think Pineko is going to try to play this fast line Juggernaut Twisted Fate with the units that they have on their bench. Golden Quest, that is so risky.
Yeah, they're not going for it. Kind of a low roll here, I want to say, from Pineko. Like, nothing too crazy. Yes, you can get thorn plated armor, which is always nice.
Mm-hmm.
But again, like I think they were looking for something a little bit more. Yes, they are still going to get their anvil relatively soon, and that can really change the game from there. But no real direction being found here, and you can see really sort of thinking over their options here, because there's not anything that can sort of push you across the line here. Okay, then you get an Ash. So then, whatever, man.
What
Just
the
high roll.
this guy hits an Ash. What is going on?
Yeah, whatever, man. Yeah, and bullet hell right off the bat. Okay, like, man, we were just talking about how, like, they needed some sort of direction. They found that direction immediately, picking up that Ash. But hey, 2% chances. Don't tell me the odds.
Yeah, I was thinking like taking this augment that they took on their second augment, the one getting I believe overheal on every third cat or every third auto and getting a little bit extra damage. I was thinking maybe they might turn this into a Volibear game, but yeah, with this Ash in the shop, it's probably gonna be 5 crystal gamut on stage 4. Possibly if we hit an early Twisted Fate, we could pivot to that. But Pineko's probably feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah, Pineko feeling a lot better despite the, I want to say, lackluster augment choices there. Overheal's still going to be very good, specifically if you get an Ash right after it, but it is what it is at that point. Looking around the rest of the lobby, though, yeah, okay, like,
this rigged #rigged in the chat, guys. What is going on? And then he hits the set. This cannot be happening.
whatever. You know what? This is lobby 1. Are we surprised that there's crazy RNG coming through? Something to point out, though, Bassi did take a loss here, so at the very least has the Senna 2 on board. Is Bassi going for Matt? What? Bassi's pivoting to mech here.
Yeah, well, let's see. They're level 6.
Oh my god.
Okay. Oh. All right, yeah, they took Hero Grab Bag, just guaranteeing the Janna 3, took Veteran, for sure committed to this line. This is kind of an interesting way to use Hero Grab Bag, I will say, because normally this comp needs Janna 3 and Kabuko 3, and normally to be the most gold efficient in terms of using this Hero Grab Bag, you want to use your dupes on the last few units that you're searching for. But now that we're opting to use the hero grab bag, the dupes right now in the Janna to have this early spike, but that could end up costing us a lot of econ searching for this Kabuka 3. If we end up chasing that, you could possibly just push levels for here and abandon the Kabuka 3, but that might end up losing some placements as well. So we'll see how Bassi ends up like balancing between those options, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point we'll have to check back in on the Malzahar players, but of course,
Yes.
you can see both 4-cost mechs are here. We see two people sort of looking towards mech. Adarp's going to steal it away from Kiko Soy Sauce, but nonetheless, I think this is starting to become really interesting because, as we mentioned, mech being a very popular comp, we see at least two people sort of pivoting towards that angle. Yes, Mentor Janna doesn't necessarily need to go mech, but very likely to go mech at some point just to get a little bit of extra frontline. On the flip side here, a little bit of Crystal Gambit action here. I don't think we can call this a full Crystal Gambit commit here from Bensil. But at the very least, they're just gonna keep holding on for now. They take a small little. Oh, they didn't take the cash out. No, they're just gonna keep holding on for a little bit. That Chen is quite tanky though, and they're doubling down. So this is where it gets a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, this is for sure also going to be type of Ash game or maybe an early Choose of Fate if they hit it. I did initially think that they might try to play this reroll Zaya, but yeah, they've already pumped a good amount of econ into their leveling. They're for sure committed to a level 8, level 9 board.
Yeah, and they're sacking this. You see the 3-item Shen just going right back on their bench. They don't mind taking the damage for now, but definitely someone we're going to have to keep checking in on here because being at 58 HP here, 3-5, you're going to take another couple losses. You're going to be at probably 30 health by the time you get to stage 4-2, and that's where things can get a little bit scary. 47 health already, so Bensil is definitely someone we have to keep an eye on, especially because Bensil did sort of lose their loss streak against Pineko there. We saw that on 3-1, and that extra little bit of econ could have been the difference maker here. I think that would have pushed them over the edge to potentially get level 7 a round earlier. You have a lot more agency at that point, just in terms of how you want to play it out, but still sort of deciding what they want to go here, and that's interesting to me.
Yeah, is there any chance we can take a look at Pineco's board again? I know they have Lightning Force. They probably just recently procced it. Okay, they got the Wit's End from it, so not the premier Flicker Blade, but still Wit's End, one of the better ones for Ash, and it's still very good on Just a Fate if we get to that point. Yeah, Pineco's feeling good. How are the other players doing? Oh, Kiko, I don't think we've seen their board in a minute. Oh, yeah, they took Pandora. I think, was there two players that took? Yeah, I think it's Kiko and Masaya with the Pandora's Bench. Kiko here going with the reroll Katarina. I mean, we have Edge and Knight, we have Hodge, good items on the Katarina. Going with over 9,000, we have Tankzilla on the Rakan. This Gunblade in the backline that wants to eventually go on the Yuumi. If we can hit this Katarina 3 pretty soon, especially with the fact that we have this Pandora's Bench, I think Kiko will also be in a good spot to possibly top 4 this game.
Yeah, and of note, they were able to pick up that Jarvan, so able to just roll a 4-cost for free. You can sort of wait until you get a Katarina, then you have your Poppy as a backup there. Not going to be able to get it on that roll, unfortunately, but still, you still have a lot of time here, I think, especially for Kiko. 60 HP, not in a terrible spot. If we take a look at Basaya as well, I want to see how her comp has sort of evolved. Yeah, I mean, she's looking for potentially a Gangplank 3. She's looking for those Kobakos as well. So it's going to be interesting because, as you mentioned, the Janna 3 that we saw coming through from Bassi, using those dupes early now might come back to bite them a little bit because there's so many other players going for this Kabuko line. So very interesting to see that is the decision. But if you're playing for tempo, potentially something that you can go from there. A lot of good items here for Basaya as well because you can sort of slam whatever tank item you so desire at this point.
Yeah, maybe let's hop over to Bensil. We'll see what their cash out was, and okay, so they're gonna cash out next turn. Okay,
yeah, we'll have to hold for this one. I did find a Rise as well, but not gonna pick it up. So sort of sticking to their guns, and that's interesting to me that they're still opting to sort of force down this Ash line. The roll down here is going to be really interesting because they get the cash out. They have basically all the items that they could need for an Ash, but it's still going to be really risky here because you need a decent cash out coming out here. The amount of times that you go Crystal Gambit and you just get a bunch of useless crap is, unfortunate.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy turn for Bensil. Something I'm worried about is, a lot of players slamming like this Rage Blade Kraken components. A lot of players are contesting the Ash and the Twisted Fate, so one of these players is probably not going to make it through and going to bot 4. We'll see how that turns out, but Let's see, getting 226 cash out, not quite 250. Hopefully this is decent.
Let's see. Okay. Forage as well.
Forge. Like that. Mana Stain could be okay if we knew we were gonna hit a Zyra, but I don't know if we can make that bet. Indomitable is solid, but we already have 3 tank items. We do end up taking the Indomitable. Okay, 1 Ash. That will stabilize us a little bit.
He's got to keep rolling.
Okay, this is decent. Seraphine. Hold this Janna, maybe. 15 seconds left. Okay, we're probably... Okay, we're just gonna slam our items. Not gonna roll deeper, I think. Just trying to make sure that we're not gonna make any other mistakes. Alright, just gonna sit for 1 turn, not use all our golds. We'll see how this turns out. It's hard to say if they're stable or not. I would assume they're not stable, but yeah, we'll see. Fighting against Basea on the other side. Basea, 3 items on the Kabuko 2. Interesting items here. And then 3 items on the Janna 1.
Yeah, swapped over to... I think it's veteran Janna back there as well, so...
Interesting.
2 players going for that.
Yeah, I wonder if Basea missed that another player already had the Janna 3. I mean, they're up on the Kabukos. And normally the Janna reroll comp is not like... It's not an S or A tier comp. It's one of those comps where it's like, okay, if you're uncontested and hit early, you can do well, but outside of that spot, it can kind of have a rough finish. So, yeah, a little bit of worry there.
So, of note, I think they rolled over an Ashe right at the beginning of their roll down here. So, ooh, 2 Akalis here. They've got to hit something. There's another Ashe, so they get Ashe 2. Are they going to get anything else here? This is sort of the decider. Okay, Seraphine and.
Okay, I think we really need to fruit the Ashe here. We need to... Okay, yes. Oh, wait, they're putting it back on the Seraphine here. Very interesting decision. Yeah, we're missing...
Mage off that, too.
Okay, Mage is good, but I think I would prefer the fruit on the upgraded Ashe with 3 items instead of the 2 items Seraphine. That being said, though, I think the biggest problem is that our lack of frontline. We're kind of stuck on the Shen 2, Garen 2 as our primary. Might not be enough at this point of the game. Although this is looking decent.
Still Janna 3 in the back. Lots of damage. Seraphine's down. They're able to get it. Just barely at that. So surviving another round is Bensil, but we're going to have to keep our eyes on them. Of note as well, Kiko Soy Sauce down to 21 HP. Don't think they're too much at risk here, but it just seems like they aren't able to get across the line here in terms of what they have. They're still rolling as well. They can't hold this Jace.
Yeah, they when you're playing a 2-cost reroll comp, you really need to have Katarina 3 and Rakan 3 at this point in the game. The fact that we have neither of them is really, really rough, and this could be game over for Kiko very, very soon here if we don't hit those units. Peneko getting this Zyra on the carousel, their side. Oh man, that's so rough for Bensil because both of those players really, really want the Zyra on their board. There's a Lee Sin on the carousel as well. I wonder who ends up taking that. That's going to Tice there.
Yeah, and of note, Basea's in a really strong spot now, you know, sort of quietly throughout this game thus far, but starting to come into her own here, and it's a good look coming through at the very least. But still got to keep our eyes on, well, the roll's just not coming through here for the side of Kiko, and this is going to be rough because, again, as you mentioned, yeah, they did take reinforcement, so they still have options to roll here, but still 2 off of the Katarina, 1 off of the Rakan. They're really struggling here, and I'm worried about their game state here. Although we should check back in on Bensil here because again, it's going to be down to the wire every single round here.
Yes, yeah.
You didn't hit anything really off of that last round either. They have an artifact on bench.
Yeah, it looks like they cashed out. Oh, they cashed out an anvil. Oh, okay, that's probably what their cash out was. We missed it, I think, but they cashed out another artifact.
Mage doing work though, and I think this should be enough for them.
Yeah, they're fighting against Tice here. Yeah.
Just barely keeping it above water, but Kiko actually goes down as well. So now Kiko's on the watch, but hits the Katarina 3. Is it enough? Is
it enough? Yeah, that is the question.
Yeah, and
okay.
Ooh, there they go. Okay, so this is their chance to sort of bring it back, but still, level 6 is really rough here because everyone's starting to get the level 7, level 8 point, and they're still so far behind the curve, and I do start to worry. It is Rise 2 though, so lots of different angles for this. They could go up against Bensil here, and if they face Bensil, someone will be getting eliminated this round.
They
Yes,
are.
exactly what it is. So here we go. This Katarina has to have sort of the round of her life. The Rakan, though, extremely tanky. Is this Seraphine going to be able to get enough damage out? Got to keep an eye on that Katarina. Over 9,000, of course, going to keep scaling up, but seems as if the Katarina has sort of done enough damage. The double cast coming through. The Rise is going to stay alive, but that Katarina's really low. Edge of Night
Oh
has already been
no.
procced. It's a lot of damage, but that's going to be it. Kiko Soy Sauce out in 8th in game 1 here, and now Bensil feels a lot better about themselves. They've got a little bit of a cushion behind them. Paneko is also on the bubble now.
Yeah, Paneko having to roll all their gold on 8. We did find one Twist of Fate and one Lee Sin that is decent. Set 2 as well. We use a lot of our fruits, and it looks like we did miss on Noxus Trap, which is preferred on our Twisted Fate. Soul Chipper should still be decent, but not what we want. And I think, kind of seeing how the rest of the lobby is shaking out, I don't know if this is actually going to be enough to like you really want to stabilize on just. Oh my goodness. Okay, never mind. Never mind. This
Everyone
might.
got that.
Everyone got that, yeah. But
So we gotta watch
maybe this
Paneko
is
roll down
enough
here.
to Kaneko thinking about possibly sitting here. Maybe they think they're strong enough, or maybe they're thinking that like, hey, even if we roll here, we're not gonna place, in the top 4. Might as well greed and try to risk for, a top 2 placement going 9. Kind of risky. We did get the Noxus Trap there. Very good. This is better now. But yeah, I there's some other strong boards in the lobby, so we'll see if this is gonna be good enough.
Yeah, I mean, not able to roll that round, and that's one where you might be biting yourself, especially considering Tyson's board pretty strong here. You've got to be a little bit concerned about what this can offer, but at the very least, the Twisted Fate's starting to do a lot of damage. But look at the Jace 3. Look at that Poppy. They're so tanky, and it's buying so much time for the Malzahar in the back, but the Malzahar taking lots of damage. Paneko will survive another day. Bensil as well. They should be able to keep it together. This Poppy it will take forever to go down. Bensil actually goes down. So Bensil, after taking out Kiko Soy Sauce, will go out in 7th. Paneko will stay alive for the time being. And now it's what do you do from here? They're going to go for 9 here, and this is risky because what can you find that really helps your comp at this stage? They find a Yone, but does that really help you here? Like,
Okay, Braum.
Braum is a lot better, yeah.
Okay, at least we hit something that meaningfully improved our board. That's a pretty good pickup on the Braum. Yeah, not a lot of gold to roll on 9. I think looking more at Paneko's board, I think the issue kind of here is the augments. These augments are they're like either average or like slightly below average. I don't think any of them are like really S tier augments. So depending on that might be the difference in a lot of these fights. But Seiya did get the Kabuko 3, but still looks like 2 Jannas away from the Janna 3. See how this fight goes.
It looks as if Paneko has sort of found some sort of fountain of youth here to get a little bit of stability. At the very least, I believe the first player to hit level 9, we'll have to check through the lobby in a little bit, but even the artifact that Basea got, not really making a huge difference. Tice now on their last life as well, and as you can see, Tice is 1 Malzahar, 1 Darius off. They're just right on the edge there of getting just across the line, and
yeah,
there's Darius at the very least.
Okay. Yes.
Ooh, there's no gold. They have no gold. Okay, there we go. Able to downgrade this. That's good timing there. So sort of able to get across the line with it, but still not ideal. You're in a rough position. Potentially you can make this happen, but it's still going to be tough.
Yeah, Malzahar, another unit that really wants to get Noxus Traps on. Not getting it with that fruit. Probably going to have to use another fruit remover. Oh, wait. No, we got it. We got it. Very good.
Yeah. But against Basea here.
Basea was able to find... Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, they were able to find the 3-star Janna. Kabuko going down pretty quickly here. I think Tice is going to stay alive. Frontline slowly dying, but the Malzahar is still ticking, and there we have it. Staying alive versus Basea. Paneko also staying alive. Let's see. How's the upper end of the lobby?
Yeah, we'll check in on Bastia and Adarp once we get off this carousel. Of note, Teist and Paneko still in their last lives here, but Paneko able to pick up another Braum that could get them across the line. Teist could have used that Malzahn a one round earlier, but at the very least gets QSS. So
Yeah,
they're
they're
gonna
on a
try and I think they're gonna try and fusion dance with their Jason, their Darius at some point if they're able to get enough space.
yeah. I think they only have one fruit remover left, so I don't know if they're gonna risk it right now or wait till neutrals to get double fruit remover to have higher odds. See a Darp here playing this Cirque line. We have Gwen pair. We are level 9. We have a good amount of HP. Honestly, I think we have enough HP to probably hit this Gwen too. We don't have the best items on her currently, but this is looking decent. This is looking good. I think Yardarp can feel good about their spot, possibly playing for a top 3, top 2, maybe a first if the stars align.
Yeah, we've got Stormbender as well, which is going to be helpful. Mage on the Karma as well, going to continue to provide a good line. And going up against Paneka here, so this could be trouble here. But Paneko, as we mentioned, very strong. Believe they still only have a Braum 1, but lots of damage coming through. The Karma is still alive. Keep that in mind. Here comes her cast. There's 1, there's 2, and that's going to knock out Paneko here. Got to check in on Teist as well. Is Teist going to stay alive? No, Teist actually goes out as well. So off to our top 4 we go. Basea, despite having a little bit of a scare last round there, still able to stabilize, and that Jenna is starting to pump out a lot of damage. And of note, look at all the rises that are getting taken off the board here. This is where it gets interesting, is that everyone has rises. Everyone is starting to hold these forecasts, and especially when you have Pandora's, you have that agency to just go for whatever forecast you get. There's a Karma 2 sitting there right now, but if you're able to pick up an Akali, if you're able to pick up a Jinx or something, you just pivot right over to that forecast.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a crazy game. I believe 2 of the players that are kind of playing these like fast 8, fast 9 boards going bot 4. Tice also uncontested Malzahar, but still going 6th as well. And is that 2 players with Janna 3 in the top 4?
I believe so, and we'll have to keep our eyes on what happens with Basea here, because I don't know if she has enough time to continue these rolls going. Definitely will survive this one. Actually, could come away with the win. This Kabuko's in the back line. So despite how strong we saw Idarp do against Paneko here, gonna take a little bit more damage. So Basea starting to stabilize quite well, and we have to see what these rolls are here. What you get out of the neutral as well. What you get out of good old Rek'Sai here. As we mentioned, there you go. More forecasts, and they're gonna roll the Akali. They're going for broke here, I think, and it could be Jarvan or Cassante. I think that's their goal.
Yeah, I think a 3-star forecast here is Basea's ticket to getting a better placement. This is a good board, and if the Kabuka's positioned properly, I think we can win a lot of fights, but it's a lot of positioning stuff, so it could go either way. I think we saw on the side of PJ, they just hit a Braum 2, also feeling very good. I think they were the player who slammed Titans early, so they were playing into that Volibear Braum line. We'll have to take a look at PJ and Bassie's spot. We haven't seen them in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like a very strong line here for PJ Mango Pie. Of note, they've still got this. Oh, I mean, might as well pick up more Brahms. They're just going for broke here. More Volibears as well.
I think we need to hold. Yep.
This is getting interesting here, especially as we get down to it. Bassi able to hit Cassante too. If we check it on Idarp as well, I think that's worthwhile. All of a sudden their comp doesn't look so strong, because still no Gwen 2 while everyone else is starting to cap out here. Bassi, of course, with that 3-star Janna, no Kabuko as we mentioned, but still going to be doing a lot of damage, and I'm more worried about Idarp here than anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, we did find this Zyra too with the Sork spat that should do pretty well, but honestly, now that I'm looking at this, like, props to Bassi. I was kind of questioning this early, using both of those heroic dupes on the Janna and skipping the Kabuko, but they're level 9 with 50 plus gold. They're trying to go with 10. I'm not sure if they're gonna actually go first, just due to the comp they're playing, but I think they played this game perfectly.
Oh, and unfortunately for Basea, nothing to show for it. Just too many. I feel like there's just too many cooks in her kitchen right now. There's just so much stuff going on with all of these forecasts, but unfortunately just not hitting the ones that are important. I don't know how much she's been able to scout things out. Of course, able to hit the rise there, which is good. But like reasonably, you can see the forecasts that are taken out of the pool right now. It's a lot of rises that are taken out. I believe there is a Jarvan 2 on the board. There is a Cassante 2 on the board. So it's a little hard to sort of play the game out from there. But hoping to stay alive versus Bassi. This is both the Janna players going up against each other. Kabuko 3 is going to sort of have to be the difference maker here. I think it might just be enough.
Yeah, if the Kabuko can end up knocking up the enemy Janna, ends up targeting the Rise, not quite what we want, but it's still a lot of HP on the Kabuko.
This Cassante's huge.
I mean, in theory, Basea should win this. Bassi has 50 plus gold on their bench. No, not enough, and Basea goes out in force. Still should feel really, really good about getting a top 4 with contested Janna.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's still a decent look coming through from Basea. Of course, one of the things that normally we wouldn't talk about, but does kind of come into play here, is how easy it is to scout. Basea's playing from not NA, so that
Yeah,
makes it a little harder to like. Yeah,
they're playing from
playing
all
from
the way
Russia.
from Russia.
Yeah, so it makes it harder to scout because you're playing on 200 Fang, you're trying to like look around and see what people are rolling. You're not able to do it as quickly. Yes, it's a slight intangible. Yes, it's a little bit of a disadvantage. Still going fourth in the first lobby, going to put you in a decent spot. So nonetheless, still going to be in good shape now. PJ Mango Pie though, this is where it gets interesting. You have 2 Yones on bench, but you don't really have a place to put them in. Where do you really slot this in unless you're going 10? But when you have 1 gold, that's not really a possibility. Going up, I believe, against Bassi's clone here. This is going to be a tough match still.
Yeah, Volibear is getting some good jumps in the backline. Let's see if we can... Oh, we're jumping back to the front line. Is that going to be good enough? I mean, this Volibear is staying alive.
Sante gets the revive.
Getting to the
Will
Janna.
Yeah.
Retargeting.
Bro, I'm just going to clean it up. So
Well done to
very
PJ
least
staying
able
alive
to
this
stay
fight.
alive.
Yeah.
Idarp is also on 1 now and still looking for that Gwen. Not going to be able to find it here either. Bassi, now level 10 as well, might just have this one in the bag because
I
once
think
you're
they
not
do.
playing up against the clone, you're going to be in good shape.
Yeah, really well done at Bassi. I can't give them enough props for this game. I think they identified their spot correctly. They took into consideration the rest of the lobby, and they played this game so well. Definitely a game worth VODing if you're trying to improve this game.
There they go. Finally getting that Gwen too. It might just be enough to get them across the line, but if we look over at PJ Mango Pie once again, who they are going up against, I believe this isn't going to be a clone battle or anything. One of them will go down here. These Yones have just been sitting on the bench and they can't do anything. They're just helpless bystanders at this point, hoping that something good comes out of it because you just don't have the slots for it.
Yeah, I think this fight's gonna be it's gonna come down to positioning. If the Karma can like kill the Volibear really quickly in the fight, no, the Volibear's opposite side. The Volibear's gonna probably stay alive very long. Braum, let's see if Braum can target a Prio unit. Getting on the other enemy 1-star Braum. Let's see, Jarvan getting a pretty good ult. Karma getting another cast off. This is looking good on the side of Yadarp.
Yep. We'll be able to close that one out. I think it was that last little tick of Gwen damage there before she went down that sort of made the difference, which pays dividends there. Of course, at this point, Bassi's just flexing on everyone with 2-star Lee Sin. You got the 2-star Rise at the back. You've got a lot of strength in here. I think the biggest thing is that Cassante though, and that's what I'm most worried about is how do you get through the Cassante, especially when they have is that rocket grab? So they're just going to be able to yoink someone out of the backline.
Yeah, they're gonna be resetting this HP shield over and over, trying to pull the next target in. Yeah, this is definitely Bassi's gonna lose. They have a lot of HP to work with. They are 0 gold, but they pretty much have every single upgrade they're looking for. I mean, we're the only unit that's not upgraded is this trait bot of the Ziggs with 0 items, so not too significant.
Ziggs just along for the ride here. But this is what it comes down to. What could be our final fight of game number 1. Bassi versus Idarp, and we were saying we were concerned about Idarp. I think you can be quite satisfied with yourself already coming through with a second here. Lots of damage coming through, but the Karma not going to be able to get as much value as they want, and Bassi going to take game 1 of this lobby. Back everyone to our final day of the Prismatic Poro Cup. My name is Rad. Alongside me is Hybrid Mario. Game 1, interesting stuff. Nothing too crazy, I want to say, but a very good cap game coming through from Bassi. And a nice little comeback, I want to say, from both Idarp and Abasea to make themselves in the top 4. Hybrid Mario, what did you think about that first game here? What sort of tone is it setting for the rest of this lobby?
Yeah, very interesting game. I think the things I want to really point out is that like the contested Janna three, both players getting top four there. Basti going first and Basea going fourth. And then some of the players that I was kind of hoping to do a little bit better, Paneko and Tice there. Tice, what I thought was a really good Malzahar spot. Um, yeah, unable to hit the Malzahar three early enough, and then that probably lost a few placements. And then Paneko and Bensel playing for this like fast 8, fast 9, playing around Ash, probably trying to play around Fate as well. These lines that are like kind of first or eighth, a little bit more contested in this type of format, can kind of shake the way the standings turn out. And then last but not least, Kiko. Something I want to see from them a little bit, I guess, is like more clear identity in terms of like what the game plan is. I think they took what was it? I think it was Pandora's Bench going for the reroll Katarina and Rakan, which I think is a good pickup. But then some of the stuff that they're rerolling, maybe some 4 and 3 costs, and not targeting the earlier 2 costs and trying to hit the 3 stars. Katarina could have lost some placements as well. So some improvement I can see for some of the players on the bot four, and then yeah, really well done to everyone in top four. Yadarp pulling out a crazy Sork game. Sork's really underplayed in the current meta, but able to go second there. Very, very good. And then PJ pulling out the Volibear, which I didn't see too much the previous few days. So well done to them.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the tone setting that uh, we've got coming through here. Malzahar can be as popular as you want as a comp, and it doesn't matter in these lobbies because, as we saw, the Malzahar players didn't really show up in the way that they wanted to. Yes, I think afterwards Tice was like, "Yeah, I'm the worst Malzahar player ever," but at the same time, it can be difficult to execute in these lobbies because there is going to be people who are going to be a little bit more diverse. They're going to be a little bit more flexible, and they're going to be able to sort of push for the end there. Of note there, I want to say the portal and the augments overall though weren't as transformative as we could see. And I don't know. Once again, the little gambler in my heart says, I want a prismatic portal. I want to get some crazy chaos going on. I want to see someone with hedge fund having like 50 gold at 2-1, something like that. There's still a lot of room to grow from here. And we should be getting into game shortly here. And it is Viego that we get for this one. So, going to start with a 3 cost. If you want to talk about Malzahar angles, whoever gets the Malzahar out of this is probably playing Malzahar.
Yes, this is one of those portals that can lead to more contested lines. So last game with Tice getting the uncontested Malzahar, but that might not be the same story this game around. And yeah, just to note that like yeah, last game whatever you place, it's just game one. You have the rest of the day. You have at least 2, 3 more games to show what's worth.
Yeah, Paneko gets the Malzahar, so might be a little bit more in their wheelhouse. Granted, the orb doesn't really give them too much to back it up. Ohgawdkate is nice, but curious to see what everyone else was able to pick up as well. There's an Ari from Basea. I think we had a Viego show up somewhere. There's a Ziggs showing up from Teist. Actually, I have 2 Nikos actually showing up for Kiko Soy Sauce. Something I want to do. Can we watch who had Teist had Ziggs? This is completely off topic. We're gonna watch. Wait, they sold this. No man, I had something ready for it.
Whatever. Correct decision. Props to Tice there.
Oh man, no man. Just keep the Ziggs for 1 round so I can make my one joke that I noticed out of TFT this set, and I can't do. I'm saving it until someone has a Ziggs again. Anyways.
Oh well, now you have me listening. Okay, I'm ready for it next time.
Play it, do it. Play the Ziggs. Play the Ziggs, man. It's a crew angle. Look, you got 2 Malphits,
yes.
You got a Silver, you got the Ziggs.
Just thinking about it.
Do it. Do it, man. Please. Okay. We gotta wait until the end of the round for this. Okay, we're watching the Ziggs. This is the favorite thing that I've noticed. Ziggs is one of those champions. Like you know how they always take the dances from League.
Oh yeah.
Ziggs has been a champion for like 13 years. Look at Ziggs' dance. We're zooming in on this. Kate, zoom in on it. He's doing the 6-7. Like look at this shit.
Oh my goodness.
I'm supposed to swear. Look at it. He's doing the 6-7.
This
came out years ago and he's doing 6-7.
Wait, so Ziggs is the starter of the 6-7 memes, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Exactly. And we get the prismatic stuff. So this is what Living Forge. This is gonna be massive actually coming through. So I want to pop around here and look at all the augments and see all the people who are sort of picking up stuff. That's a soul fighter crown. So immediately you know exactly what PJ Mango Pie is going for. They're going for that chase trait. They're going to try and get that 8 soul fighter online as soon as possible. Worth the wait.
Xayah 3.
Starter kit as well.
Kit. Wow. Wow, that is crazy. Bensol took starter kit. They got dropped the Samira as the forecast and the what was that unit? Callista pair, but they sold it immediately and they're playing a different line here. I think they're trying to play possibly Katarina from this spot based off these. Well, actually, I guess they're pretty open, but I'm surprised that they sold the forecast that they got dropped from their augment. Or
Yeah,
wait, no, am I wait, they also
they
no,
did
my
have
bad, my
Poppy.
bad. They
Yeah, they have
probably
Poppy.
did I see a Samira on someone else's board or am I stupid?
We might pop around. We'll see. We'll see what else there is there. It might have been on whoever had Soul Fighter. They should get. What did they get? They got a
No.
Viego.
It
No,
might
they.
just be my eyes tricking me. I bet on
Oh,
that.
we'll hope that they get one at some point. Buried treasures here though, for Visaya. So gonna have infinite components here, but an early Kaisa angle as well means that they can sort of go for this high roll comp here. Max attack as well going to be really good because of course Kaisa scales up with AD. Now gets some more AD scaling with max attack, so they're going to be a force to be reckoned with here. So gotta keep our eyes on that. Idarp, what were they able to pick up? They were the one with Living Forge, and they got 6-7 zigs online as well, which is always good to see. Dawncore is quite big for that as well, so gonna be looking to roll up here as well. Teist, is that upward mobility? I believe it is.
Yeah, that's
So
definitely gonna be
they're
a fast 9 spot on the side of
yeah,
Thice.
they're going for a fast one. We're gonna see the 6-7 again. We're gonna do it. Yes, yes. Feed into my evil plans. Ready? Here goes. Like, look at it. You can't tell me he's not doing it.
Yeah, you Darp. I mean, we have this crew opener, but I think with this augment and this anvil that we got, this artifact, I think we might. Okay, never mind. I
Oh,
mean, we could commit to it. We're hitting so many of these units, but I feel like this spot might actually be better for Malzahar. But I mean, I could be wrong.
you can play
And then as
Malzahar later. You can put him in later. Whatever.
okay,
We
I
can,
know
we
on
can keep.
this.
Oh,
No, yeah, we can keep on going. I
yeah.
just something to mention on Basea's board. They're playing the Kaisa early game. Normally, Kaisa is not one of those comps that like caps out very high, but the fact that we have buried treasures, being able to slam these items way earlier than the rest of the lobby, could make the difference between this comp being like a bot 4 comp to a top 4 comp.
Yeah, I've noticed as well. PJ Mango Pie already has 5 Soul Fighter available to them with the Nefiri on bench. Just needs the Viego to sort of get into their zone, get into their comfort zone, and sort of start rolling from there. Should be able to see that around 3-2, and then it's just about getting to level 8 as quickly as possible, trying to find your Samira, trying to find your whatever you need from there. Of note, Kaisa getting 2 kills there, which is good. They did take out Supreme Cells, though, and that could have saved them a little bit of room, maybe getting another unit in there, but nonetheless, just interesting things to note for now. Pineko, once again, going for the slow and steady approach of losing stage 2.
Ooh, prismatic ticket. Oh, and the early Malzahar? Right. This is for sure Malzahar game on the side of Pineko. And I'll go for maybe a Tear Rod or Glove on carousels, my assumption.
Rod, yeah. So definitely playing in towards that AP comp of the Malzahar, and Prismatic Ticket, as we both know, it's just going to be really good for them, assuming that they're able to get to level 7 with enough HP. And I
Yeah.
think one of the main things to be wary of is in a Prismatic lobby, you are going to lose more HP if you are going to the loss streaks. I mean, 84 HP already. If they lose the next 2 rounds and it's not close, considering their board is, it's they're doing their best. The homies on board, they're doing their best. If you're
Yeah,
looking at 3 unit losses across here, it's still going to be 70 HP going into neutrals.
yeah, it's one of those tricky situations where, like you're saying, you're gonna be losing more HP on average in these prismatic opener lobbies. But at the same time, because we took prismatic ticket, we want to maximize our econ, which probably means we do want to prio going 5 loss here. So it's one of those situations where normally prismatic ticket is best on like 1 and 2 cost rerolls. It's still good on 3 cost rerolls, but because of how the lobby turns out, you might be like really low HP once we get to level 7. So it could be one of those risky situations.
Yeah, and I mean, especially when you're going up against this comp on the opposite side, where they've got the Poppy, they've just got a huge front line that you've got to sort of find a way through. This could be a 5 unit loss.
Yeah, this is kind of a rough loss here. Yeah.
And that's where things get really difficult to deal with, because Bensel is last game was sort of on the losing end of a lot of things, didn't really get into their wheelhouse, but this game just has very strong direction and can just sort of push forward with that. Of note, 50 gold here at 2-6 off of the starter kit opener. Just full win streaking, doesn't really have a fear in the world.
Yeah, starter kit being one of those more volatile augments that you can pick up. If you get a good forecast in the meta, then it's really good, and then if you miss, and it's kind of bad. But Poppy, I believe, is probably something that we're more happy than not. It's probably just playing Vertical Star Guardian, or maybe even like a Fast 9 type of board. But Bensel should be happy with what they picked up here. Let's see. Have we been able to see Bassie's spot at all? Were they the Zaya player?
Bassi,
Yes.
yeah, looks like frontline Zaya is a choice. Definitely gonna try to keep the lost streak alive against Idarp here. But honestly, 6-7 Ziggs is going to be popping off here anyways, so I have no fear in my mind. Oh, note, I believe that is that just 5 Malphite still? So the crew opener not really doing so well. Actually, frontline Zaya might have been the attack. Zig should clean
I
this
think
up.
the Ziggs, yeah.
Yeah, Ziggs is
Very
gonna
good
clean this
loss
up.
for Bassie here.
Yeah, quite good. Pinecco won. So now
Ooh.
Pinecco lost a lot of tempo off of that.
Who did Pinecco win versus? I assume Theiss. I assume Theiss is also trying to go for 5 loss here because they have an econ opener trying to go for a fast line board for sure. I think they already had like a Rage Blade slam as well.
We can check in on
Possibly.
Theist here as well. Theist. They probably were also looking for that lost streak. Yep, we're going for that lost streak, and yeah, that's where it gets rough because you just have to run your Malzahar, you have to run your Kog'Maw. They do enough damage to be able to cut through this line specifically. Of note as well, I believe PJ Mango Pie took down Bensel, so a couple of 5 streaks getting broken at the last second. But PJ Mango Pie thus far, with this Soul Fighter opener, looking for the angles here, looking quite good. Granted, their econ isn't nearly as good as Bensel's was, so Bensel probably going to be hitting those level spikes at the very least a lot quicker.
Yeah, PJ very strong. A lot of upgrades, a lot of good item slams for early game. But a little bit on the lower side of econ. Right now, their biggest prio is trying to keep the streak. I wonder. I mean, it's kind of risky pushing to level 6 this turn because if you end up pushing to 6, spending a lot of money on that, and then lose the fight, then there goes your streak, there goes your econ generation, and you're gonna be in a really really tough spot. But yeah, Xin Zhao 2 and Deluxe 2 here on this board is very, very strong. They probably, I don't think you're supposed to level here. I think they're probably just strong enough to win this next turn.
Yeah, especially against Theist, who's perfectly fine taking these losses. I mean, upwards mobility means that they will get to those higher level caps way earlier than a lot of people because it takes, depending on how much they're spending on leveling, so much less. So much easier for them. They got all these rerolls as well. Unfortunately, it's a lot of damage that you're taking, so 66 health on the board, but nonetheless, PJ Mango Pie, I believe last game as well, was towards the upper half of the lobby for like the entire game. And I think that's something where they're more confident going through these win streak angles, willing to sacrifice a bit of their econ just to get a little bit more stable. I feel like it takes a certain type of player to be able to accept the loss streak and be like, yes, this is fine. Holy crap, we're getting another one.
Double Prismatic here. PJ, what? Yes, what? Like you were saying, they were the Volibear player from last game and ended up getting, I think, a 3rd place. So Volibear being very adjacent to Soul Fighter comp. I wonder what they end up taking here. Normally, these circlets aren't as good as the crowns for these Prismatics. So Edgelord Circlet here not being that good, but it could be exactly what they want just because they're trying to tempo, they're trying to win streak. Getting the Samira, getting the +1 Edgelord here could be exactly what they want to maintain this win streak.
They don't. They go Coronation.
Coronation here. I think this will be better late game, but it could be sacrifice a little bit of strength here on stage 3. I mean, the fact that they just have the Xin Zhao 2 and Lux 2, I think this is still fine. I feel like they should still be one of the stronger players in the lobby here. Oh, that being said, though, we're fighting against a Nico 2 on the side of Kiko. We haven't seen Kiko spot at all, but they ended up taking Shimmer Scale Essence, which gives you 2 of these econ generating items. Mogul's Mail being the better one, and you start off with that on a 2-star Nico. This is very, very strong frontline for Kiko, although they do go down to the
they're 5
fighter board.
Yeah, but they're 5 Crystal Gambit, so it's like, oh, I lost. Oh no. Anyways, but either way, it's an interesting angle because they take Crystal Gambit, Circlet, I believe that is, as their second priz here, and assuming they keep this tempo up with the the Shimmer Scale Essence, they're just going to get a lot of gold every round. They're going to continue to press that forward. They're going to continue to be able to farm up. They're not worried about these upgrades. They're just going for the seven Crystal Gambit. And at the very least, we can officially say we have our first Crystal Gambit player, because I don't think there's a world where if you're taking the emblem for that, you're ever going down below 7 Crystal Gambit once you're given the opportunity. So just going to be sort of holding cash for the time being, waiting for level 7, waiting for level 8, looking for that Zyra early, and trying to make a play off of that.
Yeah, yeah, especially with the fact that we have no bows right now, we can't fully commit to like Ashe being our solo carry. We definitely need to find the Zyra and possibly a Lee Sin or Braum at some point. Yeah, decent spot. I think Kiko should be happy with their current spot right now.
Yeah, speaking of people who should be happy with their spot as well, we talked a little bit about Bensil having all that money. I still think they're in a pretty good spot. Of course, they've got that Poppy pair due to starter kit, but of note, still just sort of trekking along here, making sure that they've got all this money in the back pocket. Midas Touch Ezreal has been generating a decent amount of money. I think we can hover how much they've made over it, which, of course, helping out. There's 2 this round. At the very least, we'll see if they get more.
8 gold. That is a tremendous amount of gold this early in the game.
Yeah. Realistically, it's your only damage. Poppy's just sitting there, like, tanking shots forever, but overall quite good. But there is a spatula on Carousel now. There is also a Samira.
There's a Volibear, Samira, Spat. A lot of good pickups for many players here. There's a Malzahar for Pinecco. I'm assuming they're just going to not dart right through to it. They're thinking about it.
Gonna pick
maybe not needing the rod for their current item situation. Yeah, this is honestly, from what I've seen for the rest of the lobby, I think every single player has a decent spot. There's not a single player that I feel like can't play for a top 2 or top 3. So yeah, I'm worried but excited at the same time.
Yeah, always one of those things. Of note, Pinecco was able to pick up a Radiant Refractor, so now this Malzahar, despite it being a Malzahar 1, is decently lethal. Main thing, though, is, again, it feels like Malzahar's strength has been grossly overestimated by all the players in this lobby, because they have exactly what they need. They have Noxious Trap, they have this Malzahar, but you're not finding any actual Malzahars. And this is where you start to get worried. Yes, you have all of these rerolls to potentially use. You should be able to hit on average, but now you're going up against Bassi, who has a 3-star Xayah, as we mentioned, had worth the wait too. So starting to hit their spikes here. Double Infinity Edge, has Desperado, which is going to do a boatload of damage. Pinecco is in an interesting spot where, despite them being the highest performer from yesterday, they've had 2 lobbies in a row where they've come out a little bit slow to the gates, and it's still lots of game to be played yet, but it is a little bit worrisome here, especially when one of your favorites going into the day just isn't able to get the luck that potentially you need.
Yeah, the games that they're more familiar with. I think yeah, normally reroll lines like in normal lobbies are pretty good, but if double prismatic, that's when these reroll lines tend to like fall off a little bit earlier than normal. That being said, Pinecco was able to find that prismatic or radiant item on the Malzahar, so could make a difference there in terms of like top 4ing if they do hit the Malzahar 3. Also, kind of similar story on the side of Bassi here. Very early Xayah 3, but these items aren't the best on her. She really wants a Rage Blade and a Kraken at some point, i.e. not being that good. We are 3-streaking here. We have a good amount of HP. We'll see what this how we end up improving our board from this spot, because I don't know. Yeah, we're already pushed to level 7, not rolling on level 6 anymore. Like finding more bastions but not re-rolling. So we'll see how this board improves.
Yeah, of note, Bassi has decided that Xayah 4 is not worth the wait and has just been selling them. So now basically just has, man, they have, it's not Hedge Fund, it was the other one. It was the weaker version of it. Rich Get Richer. They have Rich Get Richer at home, where they just have to do something every round to make that happen. But nonetheless, Bassi in a decent spot as well. Feist is the one who's struggling a decent amount here, but took Tiniest Titan. They are level 8. They are far ahead of the level curve at the very least. And now you see them start to pick up some Soul Fighters, and this is going to be interesting considering we have someone with that Soul Fighter crown. The fact that there is a Samira already taken off the board means that it's just going to get a little bit spicier as we get into it. Gonna have to keep our eyes on Dice, specifically if this third augment also ends up being Prismatic, in which case we get the full Prismatic lobby in the Prismatic Poro Cup in Game 2, which always can be quite fun and interesting here, especially because they have 10 rerolls as well. They're living life on the edge. Another Samira, another Ashe, or an Ashe potentially if they so desire. But
Yeah.
for the time being, going to just pick it up. Maybe they're just going fast 9.
Yeah, for sure. Dice is going fast line here. Very happy with their second pickup because they were, the one thing that they're worried about with their first augment, upward mobility, is that their second early fights, going on this 10 loss, might not have the HP to survive, a 1-2 turn roll down. But with this tiniest Titan, I believe, getting that HP every single turn, healing back up, should be very happy. Fighting against PJ here. PJ 100 streaking, the opposite end here. 100 streak, or like 10 streak loss versus 10 streak win. Probably gonna take another loss here from Tice, but I mean, I expect us to maybe sack another turn or two.
Yeah,
I want to see their. Oh, go ahead.
Golden Edge. Golden Edge is putting in crazy work here from the Gnar. It's a Gnar 1 of note. I like this tech coming through from Tice where they're like, I don't want to do more damage. I just want this Gnar to just keep hitting. Unfortunately, we're just going to get a normal gold augment. Bedge.
Duo Q.
Duo Q's big here, yeah.
Let's see what we hit. They do opt to go to 9 right now. I feel like we should pick that up before we roll, just depending on what we hit. I mean, this is technically correct if they're trying to get the better odds and hurting in terms of getting these 5 costs.
Yeah, I think
we're missing the Twisted Fate, though. We really need that with these items that we made. Zyra 2 is very good, though.
Oh, there's your Twisted Fate.
Let's go.
You don't need to roll for it. Just pull it normally. So honestly, really good stuff coming through from Tice here. Biding their time, 11 losses in a row. They say, that don't matter to me. We're still going to go for broke here. But Zyra 2 as well. That is massive, especially if they want to stabilize. PJ Mango Pie sort of thanking their stars. They did not play Tice this upcoming round, and they played them last round when they were still sort of just a little baby.
Yeah, I think we're still missing a few frontline upgrades here on the side of Thias, but I think they should be very, very happy. This should be super stable for almost the rest of stage 4. I'm kind of curious of how Pineco's doing. Pineco should be level 7 now, finally able to use their first augment, getting Prismatic Ticket and using all those rerolls. Let's see. Yes, they did go level 7. They rolled super, super deep, found 6 Malzahars, and it looks like 6 Dariuses as well. Yeah, they're kind of in the situation where they did need to roll deep just to stabilize their board. They can't bleed any further. Need to at least hit the Malzahar too.
Of note, PJ lost their streak. So unfortunately, no Mr. 100 in this one. Mr. or Mrs. or Mix 100. Yeah, 5 Jaces, 6 Darius, 6 Malzahar for the time being for Pineco. Of note, though, Kiko Soy Sauce, who we were talking about being a little bit unlucky in that last game. They did just get their Crystal Gambit cash out, I believe. So now they're looking for the Zyra, but there's 3 Zyras already taken out of the pool. And this is the interesting thing is they are sort of getting unlucky in the sense that the people around them are just hitting the units that they need without even really wanting them. I don't think Tyson really cared that they got all these Zyras, but they got them. They got a 2-star Zyra, and now all of a sudden you're struggling to find a Zyra if for Kiko Soy Sauce. Down to 0 gold, no Zyras, still only 6 Crystal Gambit. This is going to be a uphill climb if they want to sort of get themselves out of the pits here. They do have 2 emblems, though. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it looks like Kiko was the player who got that spat off the last carousel, so I think they're just missing the Janna in terms of getting 7 Crystal Gambits in. Their Ashe items are good. I know they had a Jarvan too, but I didn't see too many tank items. Oh wait, 2 tank items? Okay, we're kind of fine there.
Honestly, Kiko's just... It's still rough because they don't have the Janna.
Yeah,
and
it's
not something you're looking for right now. You're looking for the Zyra now. It's like you're stuck in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a rough spot. That being said, Tice on the other side of the carousel able to get the Twisted Fate on their side. Now they're Twisted Fate pair. This is definitely looking pretty good for Tice. I'm also kind of curious on Bassie's spot. Remember, they're the player who went first last game. They got was it worth the wait for this Xayah? And for I was interested they're just gonna commit to the Xayah reroll, going for the Xayah 4. But like you were saying, they're selling it every turn for Econ, and I wouldn't be surprised if they made it to level 9, if they actually eventually got off of it. That being said, they were able to find the Rage Blade and the Giant Slayer that they're missing early game. So honestly, the Xayah is about as strong as we would want from this spot. So good spot from Bassie.
Yep. Bassie, nice amount of HP as well. Just going to keep holding the line for the time being. Of course, good game 1 from them. They're still looking quite strong across the board. The main thing that we got to be worried about though is again, Paneko in a little bit of a better spot there. That is 7 Jace, 7 Darius, 7 Malzahar, if I can count.
Mhm.
So they're going to be feeling okay, but this is Xayah 3 with, you know, Radiant IE. It's still going to be a tough
Yeah.
fight here. So Bassi going to keep holding the line for as long as possible. And you really do need these 3 stars to start coming online. If you're Paneko, of note, looking
Oh,
over at that
no.
water slide over there, no econ. They are broke.
Yeah, Paneko might be like they're holding these 5 class units on their board, trying to grief the other players. I think trying to maybe that being the difference to squeezing in a better placement. But they might need to sell those soon just to get those Mouses and the 3-star Mouse and Darius in. Let's
Yeah.
see. Can we take a look at Kiko's board? They just took a really bad loss, down to 6 HP. They weren't able to find the Janna. Not able to go to 7 Crystal. Probably gonna be stuck on 5 for now. I mean, they found their own Twisted Fate. They have good items on Lee Sin here. Double Strike Resistance. We really want Cassante to be our primary tank and not this Jarvan. Fighting against Bassi with a 3-star Xayah. Let's see, this Lee Sin's getting targeted really fast, only getting 1 ult off. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I think we needed more damage. I don't know if this Ashe with the Edge of Night is going to be enough. Too much frontline on the side of Bastion. Oh no, Kiko having another rough game.
Yep, that's all she wrote for Kiko Soy Sauce once again. Unfortunately, going to be a second 8th in a row. And we talk about the feast or famine style that we were sort of expecting out of some of these lobbies. That's a little bit of a rough go of it thus far for Kiko Soy Sauce, where just not able to find the units that they needed at the right times. Not finding a Janna basically the entire game. That's the one that stings the most here. Checking in with Basaya here. Of note, started off with that the Kaisa line, has pivoted away from that a little bit, but
Mhm.
still trying to like just find any way through. Akali though, you're gonna get 50 gold off of this. Basea's gonna have to start looking for a roll down at some point. Of note, I don't think anyone else in the lobby has been going for Rise or Akali, so it should be relatively uncontested to potentially find 2 stars of both, and we could see Basea sort of stabilize just a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, uncontested Akali. We'll see if we... I don't think we have the econ to go 9. I think we're gonna just kind of use all our gold here and hit our upgrades.
That's my thoughts as well.
Hopefully that's gonna be enough. I mean, I think our elements are pretty good. Mage being a good... Mage is a good fruit on Akali, but she really wants Crimson Veil to kind of go infinite and always heal up the damage that she's taking between the moments of untargetability. Okay. Akali pair, Cassante pair. Cassante being really contested this lobby. Not being able to hit it. I mean, we did get the Rise too. Maybe that's gonna be enough. Fighting against PJ here. PJ has a lot of gold on their bench, possibly going 9 from this spot. So maybe having an easier matchup here on the side of Basea. Akali didn't jump a Prow unit the first, jumping on the Lux.
Oh, that's a good
Let's
cast
see if
there.
that's gonna be enough. The front line on PJ staying alive. Akali being able to re-aggro. Akali. Oh, let's go. Saya staying alive. Well done. Good fight for them. I think. I mean, PJ's like not too worried about that. They're going 9. They're definitely not at the strongest point in the game. And Neko on the
PJ
other
as
side.
well, 8 soul fighter, so that's
Mhm.
something big to keep in mind. Paneko able to get the 3 stars of the heavyweights, not able to get the 3-star Malzahar, so should still have enough time to cook. But look at what's coming through on the opposite side: 2-star Seraphine, 2-star Yone. I saw Idarp getting a 3-star Kog'Maw as well. Lots of units coming across.
Oh
Idarp
my
now getting a
gosh.
3-star Janna as well. Everything's starting to roll down. Everyone's starting to roll down rather, and Paneko rolling down early might have bit them in the behind here just a little bit, because 2-star Malzahar is good, but is it good enough here? Especially going up against, I believe this is Basea's Ghost here. This Akali, despite it being a 1-star, still just going to be really difficult to pin down, because I believe they are afflicted with, they do have the Malzahar ability on them, but is it going to be enough before the damage goes through? Seems to be so, just barely. Paneko stays alive to see another day. Basea actually loses here, so she really needs this Akali to come online. I don't know if she's going to find it here. Has to be, yeah, not going to... Oh, there
Okay,
it is.
there we go.
She has to give it to Cassante for it.
Yeah, is there something there? Yeah, we probably have to go this route. I wonder. I mean, we have 4 fruit removers. I know Mage is probably like also like yeah, like I was saying, one of the better fruits. I wonder if it's worth trying to search for this Crimson Veil or not. It's one of those things where Mage is good because it double casts every single time you would normally just cast once, which means you're de-aggroing twice as fast, and you're also, gunning people down twice as fast. Fighting against Bensel here. Bensel with a 2-star Seraphine. Once the Seraphine cast goes off, I wonder how much damage it will do.
Oh, untargetable. Yeah, the Akali stayed untargetable during the cast, which is huge. Might just be enough to stay alive.
Holy smokes.
Barely. Mage was the difference. I will say, I am going to come to Visea's defense here. The difference there was Mage, because they needed to go untargetable for that cast, and they just spent so much more time untargetable from the Seraphine Spirit Bomb there. So barely able to get across the line. Granted, yes, I do agree with you. Crimson Veil, obviously better in the long run, but specifically for that fight, hey, worked out.
No, yeah, it worked out. It might not be. I mean, like, sometimes these fruits don't do what you want them to do, and you might end up low rolling and missing the Crimson Veil, so maybe not worth the risk there to refruit. Peneko staying alive as well. I don't think they were able to find the Malzahar 3, but their Darius 3 is putting in enough work to keep him alive. Oh wait, no, they found the Malzahar 3. Okay, this is really good now. This is the turning point for Peneko. I think they should be strong enough to get a few more placements in before they fight another high roller, possibly.
We'll have to see. Varus too. Bassi got a Seraphine too. There's a lot of high rollers in this lobby. I hate to break it to you right now. There's a lot of money floating around. Bensil, who we thought was going to sort of run away with this game earlier, 26 HP. PJ Mango Pie, who has 8 Soul Fighter. If we can check, how many wins do they have with the 8 Soul Fighter under their belt?
The left side of their
3 wins. So probably not going to get. They're not going to get to it, I don't think, this game. But it's still an incredible buff for them here. Should be able to clean this one up. Of note, just getting Volibear 2 with that Soul Fighter and double Sterix means that you're doing so much damage at the beginning of the fights. 2-star Yone as well. Like, this is incredibly high roll, as Zidar absolutely no chance. But staying alive got Crimson Veil.
Oh, they did swap. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, only need 1 fruit for that. Peneko staying alive. Bensil losing a fight. Tice winning a fight. Yeah, this is, again, what a crazy... This one's a really crazy lab. I still feel like anyone could win this. It's so up in the air.
Tice at level 10. TF2. Zyra 2. Varus 2 if they so desire. More like Leona. Everything is starting to go their way. They are rewarded with too many options at this point. Just holding a bunch of gold on their bench here just because they can. Tice is going to be a big contender here as well, though. Going up against Bassi, who did hit... How many... Can I count the Star Guardians? 1, 2, 6, I think? 4. Okay, I can't count. 4 Star Guardians. Tice going to most likely be able to potentially... Actually, no. This Jinx is starting to go crazy. Big hit in the backline, but Bensil and Visea both go down on a fight off screen, so now we are down to 5 here. 5 people going into stage 6 is pretty interesting, but of note, Idar still going to keep getting more artifacts, which is something you have to keep in mind, because this Kog'Maw kind of going crazy right now.
Yeah, Kog'Maw being one of the best units in the game that scales off of these artifacts, getting 2 really, really good artifacts on this Kog'Maw, good spot identification playing for this board, also getting good other augments for it. I believe that's the Protector Circlet, and then I think that last augment is the one that scales up your 3 stars, so good spot identification for Yadarb, for sure, being happy with a top 5 here. Let's see if we can get better placements. Yeah, Yadarb and Peneko both at 10 HP, playing reroll lines. Let's see, what other improvements can we make? We want this Cassante 2. Rise 2 is decent. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we can't refruit or get off of this Nico primary and move on to this Cassante, because we're still stuck in the Cassante 1. We have Tice on the enemy side here. Yadarb fighting against Tice. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I mean, Tice is really, really strong. I know this Kog'Maw is also really, really good with these artifacts, but it's kind of tough.
I mean, there's just so much money on the board here. We've got Tice going Bill Gates on this one, and it's actually going to be Yadarb going up against Tice Ghost, which might be able to save them a little bit here. This Kog'Maw is doing a lot of damage, though. Like this, once you get Dawn Core, once you get the Shojin, it's every other auto attack that the ability is going off. So will be able to stay alive there. Pineko, though, goes down in 5th place. Believe that's going down to Bassi. So Bassi, once again, taking out the favorite from day one early on here, going to get another top 4 for themselves, as is PJ Mango Pie. As is Idarp here. I think Teist is the only one who's breaking in there this time in place of Basea.
Yeah, Critical Threat, Desperado. Interesting fruits here on the side of Bassi. I'm not super familiar. I know like people like Mage on Seraphine, but it looks like we were searching for that, used all our fruit removers, weren't able to find it. Still very good spot, 6 Bastions, 4 Star Guardian. This is pretty much one of the default lines for this 6 Bastion Star Guardian board. Fighting against PJ here. PJ with the Soul Fighter staying alive as well. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty scary board. It's 2-star Yone with Soul Fighter. You've got your 2-star Gwen, but it really comes down to how much the Seraphine does. And it all comes down to that first cast, of course. You want to get her to cast as quickly as possible. Here it comes. It blows up a decent amount of the board, but it's not enough. And PJ Mango Pie, if we hover the Soul Fighter once again, check in as Bassi actually goes down to 5 HP. 5. Again, it's not going to become relevant this game, but still something that's fun to watch. Idarp as well. Going down.
Might be, yeah.
And Idarp is gone. So Bassi will get a top 3 out of this one. Has 52 gold. I think it's time to start spending it.
Yeah, it's one of those rough spots where like there's already like Teist already has Braum 2 out of the pool, possibly holding more on their bench. PJ might have a Braum as well. I can't remember. So it's one of those things where like if Bassi rolls here on level 9, really the only upgrade we're looking for is this Braum. Is that upgrade going to be enough to make the fight diff? Or would we rather try to greed, go 10, and possibly fit in another synergy? It's kind of one of those things where if we're really playing for one more placement here, we probably should roll for this Braum, but is that worth the trade-off or possibly getting a higher cap and maybe going for first? I mean, it's a tough call. I think, yeah, you're probably right that we just need a roll here. I don't, even if we go to level 10 and hit something for our synergies, it might not be enough to actually go first. Too many other strong players in the lobby.
Yeah, especially when this Braum has quite good items, I want to say. Able to cast pretty quickly. Of note, though, should just be able to beat out the Ghost just barely at the end. So maybe knew that they were going up against the Ghost, and they sort of held it from there. Of note, Tice now moving into first spot here as PJ not really able to sort of convert on anything. And this is what I'm concerned about now. Okay, Spatula is here as well. There's so many 5 costs on Tice's bench, and there's not really much contest going up against it. I've got to double check on PJ Mango Pie's board to see if they have Twisted Fates, because there's 5 on Tice's board right now.
Yeah, it's at the point of the game where I think most of these players have upgraded most of their board. Is kind of all now down to like scouting, positioning, and able to get the edge in the fights. Let's see, yeah, this Twisted Fate just scaling over and over every single turn. Remember this Rogue Captain trait, giving you permanent upgrades for your board.
Yeah, I think the scarier part of it is more so the fact that Tice also has 5 Zyras, and no one else is running those units. It is kind of an arms race here between PJ Mango Pie and Tice. PJ Mango Pie, I believe, is going up against Bassi's Ghost here. So if they're able to beat that one out, they should be able to survive until neutrals once again. But Tice, this should just be a formality. This round could be an email, I think, with how strong Tice's board is if you're actually playing the player.
Yeah, unless the Seraphine on Bassi's board does some crazy stuff. Oh, it does take out the Twisted Fate in one cast. That might actually be enough for Bassi to win this fight, and
just barely able to take it out.
That was the real versus real. Tice losing a fight for the first time in a long, long time. They were streaking before then. I think Tice might now need to take a look at the position and see if they can have that not happen again. Although that being said, like this Twisted Fate looks far away from any of the other units. I think that's just one of these fight RNG type of things. Getting a completed item from this Twisted Fate drop. 6 Zyras now. I mean, we still have a lot of HP to work with, a lot of gold to work with. We'll probably do another deep roll down after neutrals here. Tice versus PJ.
PJ didn't win this last time, and I think it was a weaker board as well. So this is going to be tough because everyone is sort of beating each other. We've got sort of the circle of suck, as I like to call it, where everyone's just sort of losing to each other's real and beating the Ghost. So this is going to be interesting here because actually it's PJ going up against Tice or against Bassi.
I think that, yeah, that's real. This looks like real versus real.
This is real versus real again. Last time around, this didn't go so well for Bassi. Yone able to clip on the
Oh,
back line here, but
mhm.
Seraphine not going to be quite enough. And Bassi will go down in third place here. So Teist versus PJ Mango Pie to close this one out. Both of them still have a loss to give, but it is 6 Zyras now on the board. 5 Twisted Fates, lots of gold coming through, and you're getting gold from neutrals. This is going to come down to the wire. You have 6 extra gold on your items as well. You can just dupe a Swain, I guess, and get a little bit more gold that way. So this is going to be an arms race here. PJ Mango Pie got to 6 out of their 10 wins. That's not going to be enough.
Yeah, it's not gonna be enough in terms of getting to
8
Prismatic Soul
actually.
Fighter.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough. They're going to win
We
the
w
game before they get it.
Yeah, we were able to get to 3-item Gwen. I would like to see a refruit from Samira onto this Gwen, I believe. But other than that, kind of hard to improve this board. I mean, this Yone is also doing a lot of work. It's like kind of if the Yone gets like good ults off and targets the backline early in the fight, this could be the difference. But feels like a bit of an uphill battle on the side of PJ.
They have to hold the Zyra. They didn't hold the Zyra. Uh-oh. There's another Zyra. You
There's
gotta. Oh,
one
there you go. You gotta pick up that Zyra. That's how you do it. They
Reforge.
Reforger. Yep. Triple Sterak's here on the Volibear. So doing what they can.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was gonna say with the fruit remover, just didn't use the fruit remover. That could be. I mean, I could be mistaken on that. Maybe it's actually better on the Samira than it is on the Gwen. That being said, the fight's starting.
Twisted Fate. 6 Twisted Fates of note and 7 Zyras. I won't make the joke again. But this Yone's just on the back line already. I think it does come down to whether Teist can get 3-star TF, but 3-star TF doesn't insta-win you the game either. It takes a little while for it to ramp up. It's not the same as something like a 3-star Yone, which one-shots the entire board. This is what it's going to come down to here. Actually, they're going to start holding Yones as well. It's an arms race.
I think this is all positioning. I would really like to see Tice reposition the Twisted Fate to not get targeted by the enemy Yone. Remember, Yone targets the 2 farthest enemies from the center of the board. So having your units in the corner, this Twisted Fate and the Seraphine, probably both of those units getting targeted by the Yone, which does have a knock-up. I think we should try to reposition. We'll see what happens.
Oh, no, used all the Braum Poros last round as well, so there's no defense here. PJ Mango Pie, if the result is the same, it may be curtains here in this game for Teist, where PJ Mango Pie will walk away with the victory. Going to be difficult. Thrown back already is that front line. Yone going into the back. Not able to actually hit the Twisted Fate this time.
Yone
Twisted
goes
Fate
down.
staying alive for a long time. Yone goes down into the back line. There's so much damage coming through.
It's so close.
Twisted Fate's going to be able to clutch it out here. Live to see another day. 7 Twisted Fates. Tice needs to have a miracle here.
One more fight, I think, unless some crazy miracles happen with these Poros.
Yeah,
also, kind of interesting that PJ won 1. If PJ just wins 1 more, even if Tice doesn't die, PJ will get, I believe, the Prismatic.
Yes.
The Prismatic Soul Fighter online. So this is literally the last. This should be the last fight. This will be the deciding fight. If Tice can't win here, they're gonna lose their next fight after for sure.
Here we go. Tice. Once it all comes down to the positioning here. I think this Yone's in the proper position this time to hit the Twisted Fate.
And jump all the way there.
See. Skirts across the board here.
There we go. There's a
Will get a knock up. Is it going to be enough, though? And now Seraphine drops the Spirit Bomb down. I don't know if it's enough, actually. The Yone goes back, and actually it's a bigger win this time for Teist, as they're able to bring down the grand Demacian Justice there from the skies, taking a first in this one. PJ Mango Pie, once again, finishing in top 4, but Teist, good recovery after that last game they had, taking a first for themselves here. Welcome back, everyone, to the Prismatic Poro Cup finals here for Diamond and above. My name is Rare Adam. Alongside me is Hybrid Mario. Last game, I cap. Lots of fun, lots of 6-7 jokes. They're not going to stop if we see a Ziggs. If we see every time I see a Ziggs, I'm doing that. I don't care. It's funny. I don't care if I'm too old for those. I mean, I'm too old for those jokes. Anyways, what do you think about that last game?
Yeah, crazy game with the double Prismatic, early 3 cost drops. Yeah, I feel like every player kind of picked the right augments. Some of them more committal than others, but yeah, crazy game. I wonder if the players actually like the double Prismatic or not. I do feel like some players, because like Prismatics can be so defining or warping, determining what comps you're playing. For example, like the early Soulfire Crest or the Crystal Gambit Circlet. I wonder if that's like the kind of the playstyle that players prefer or not. Because yeah, as I was saying, these types of games are a little bit more committal early, but maybe they prefer a more standard game where they're able to like play around what they're getting in their shops and pick their augments accordingly and play maybe more of the comps that they're more familiar with. Um,
Yeah, of course, taking a look at the bigger scale of things here, though, just want to give another shout out to Oh God Events, a grassroots charity event and tournament organizer dedicated to uniting different communities through gaming to raise funds for meaningful causes. Currently host tournaments for Valorant, TFT, League of Legends, FGC, and more to come. You may know us from the Sunshine Cup, OGOD Invitationals, and Rise of the Rivals. Since launching, we've raised over $30,000 for various charities. We're just getting started. Our mission is to support communities that need it most by connecting our love of gaming with real life issues and creating real world impact. Thank you once again to Ohgawdevents for running the Prismatic Poro Cup. Pleasure to be here. Casting TFT. Again, I didn't think I was going to be casting TFT today. It's been fun. It's been fun so far, and
no, yeah,
hopefully we don't get another boring. The first game, you know, lowered my expectations. Then we got the second game. If we get more game 2 and less game 1, I'm going to be happy.
yeah, no, it's absolutely been a pleasure for me to cast on this event. It's been my first time co-casting with other players and other casters, and it's been a good time. Everyone's been so welcoming and so encouraging of me, and I really appreciate the opportunity. Loading into game here, starting with a 2-star champion this game. Okay, interesting opener. Everyone's gonna have a 2-star 1 cost that could play easier for win streakers to play around, and kind of like an odd situation if you want to play lost streak with an early upgrade.
Yeah, PJ Mango Pie with the Malphite, Paseo with the Malphite as well. Saw an Ezreal, saw an Aatrox. Typical stuff here. Doesn't mean that you push yourself into a certain comp earlier than in other situations potentially. You could also do the Giga Chad thing and you could sell it. You could put in a 1-star and then you can make 10 gold on 1-3 if you so desire as well. But by the looks of it, PJ Mango Pie, who, as we mentioned, currently in second place on our points, could get to a check position with a top 2. Kaisa early here has the Jhin, has the Vi. There's a lot of different ways that you can go from here, but as always, stage 1, stage 2, usually not going to have too much action as people sort of find their positioning, barring any crazy early 3-stars.
Yeah, kind of like you were mentioning, like with the early upgraded unit, it's one of those situations where yeah, you can sell it to actually make 10 and try to play for that lost streak line if players so desire. We'll have to take a look at see what other upgrades are being made. Here we go, having a Zac 2. This could turn into maybe like a fast line with Juggernauts or possibly Malzahar. But yeah, pretty early to call what identify what players might be playing for.
Oh,
Early
guess
Malzahar.
what? Early Malzahar. I think I've seen this one before. Of note, Malzahar is like 100% not like bought for so far. So maybe Malzahar is fake, especially with the items that you see. Like, I mean, yeah, you have a Nashers, but okay, there's Portable Forge.
Do we ever take a portable forge here and go for a Malzahar artifact?
Okay,
Oh my goodness.
fine, man. Like, oh. Put the Malzahar in the bag. But Midas Touch as well. Like, yeah, just spam your hand, whatever.
This is a crazy opener from Bassi. Definitely looking to get a solid top 4 here with what I would say is the best artifact you can get on Malzahar, Blighting Jewel. Every time this ticks, it reduces the enemy magic resistance closer and closer to 0. And once it does get to 0, then Malzahar is just going to be generating more and more mana. Normally in this heavyweight Malzahar board, you don't really fit in these other Prodigy units that gives you the base region that you would like. So Blighting Jewel kind of fitting that duty as well as just doing more damage and reducing the magic resist. A very strong pickup for Bassi.
Yeah.
Oh, on the other side, PJ picking up, I forget exactly what this augment is, but it's a hero augment for Vi.
Yeah.
And this one, whenever Vi gets like a kill or a takedown, I think, then they get the drop, the loot drop and kind of scale out of control early, IE as well. Winning this first fight, starting to scale.
This is going to be Vi reroll. It's over 9,000 on Vi. Surely you're just going Vi 3 and like just going crazy with it.
Yeah, but normally it's... Oh, go ahead.
It's such a odd comp to go for here, especially for PJ Mango Pie. Can it top 4? Yes, but especially when you're in that check position, do you play more conservatively this time around? Is it something that you're willing to go for? PJ Mango Pie says yes, but again, very very risky, I want to say, especially when you do have a lot of stakes riding on this game.
Yeah, I like the early IE slam, trying to get these early kills where enemies might be weakest and getting these early loot drops to scale our econ and possibly more item drops. Oh, Vi 2 coming on the other side of the Darp, possibly, taking Vi's out of the pool and being contested here, fighting against... It's Tice versus PJ here.
Yeah, and Teist here...
That looks like that's Prize Fighter as their first augment. So this one really wants to win streak as well. Getting this early into Fury 2 with 2 item slams, and the Prize Fighter gives you a completed item, and then every single time, every 3 wins you get another component drop. So this is one of those things where you need to go for a win streak, and if you can maintain your streak, you can actually scale really, really hard in the game.
Yeah. It is 5 wins, so it can take a little while to scale up. But at the end of the day, as long as you get 10 wins, you get an extra full item across the course of the game. 15 wins means you're getting, I think you get to complete all your items at that as well, +1. So nonetheless, should be interesting to see how it goes. Idarp has a 2-star Vi, which is not good news for PJ Mango Pie, who's looking for the Vi reroll. Granted, yes, lots of 2 costs in the pool, just means it's going to be a little bit harder to get across the line there. Nonetheless, this is a banger opener here from Idarp, who did, I think, lose their first combat, but now there's no real way to say that they are definitely going to lose any of these. Of note, though, Gambler's Blade Nara for Basea here means that she's going to be accelerated as anything when it comes to her econ, especially with Golden Edge, where this Nara's just going to keep pumping out damage and keep farming gold.
Yeah, Basea kind of on this lower half of the current scores, looking to play maybe more of a risky style, getting this Golden Edge on this Nars, scaling the econ like you were saying, probably going for a fast 9 board and seeing if you can get a first or second place to kind of come back in the standings. We'll see what players can pick up on this carousel. There is a Malzahar. There's a Darius. There's a Mundo. That could be good for some of these Juggernaut players as well.
Yep, some decent... I mean, there's a Malzahar there. Who got it? No, Bassi got the Malzahar. Okay, cool. Bassi got the Malzahar, who already has the Malzahar with the Blighting Jewel. Okay, man. Who needs to scout at all this game? No one is scouting, and we're just letting him get away with it. Nonetheless, all jokes aside, this is an excellent angle coming through from Bassi already, where we might actually see Malzahar get to the later stages of the game, where I feel like once you get that massive frontline, the 6 heavyweight or whatever you so desire, it gets so much stronger, and you have to be cognizant of the Malzahar at all times. On this side here, this is a comp of all time.
Yeah, interesting spot from Bensel. Over 9,000 on this Kale. We already have 5 copies of this Kale. This is like honestly a very a large amount of Kales for this early in the game. Probably can commit to this Kale reroll. This is one of those volatile comps where like if you don't hit your Kale 3 on tempo, you're just gonna like not be strong enough coming into late stage 3, stage 4, and you might not be able to get to your level 9 board where your Kale is fully capped out in strength. That being said, Cloning Facility kind of helps out your early game. Being one of the better augments in the early game doesn't kind of falls off a little bit, but yeah, going on the Zac too should be more frontline to help this Kale scale into the fight. Looks like we're gonna lose this fight maybe. Oh, it's getting close. Oh, nice win. 3 win.
Yeah, able to clutch it out there for Bensel. Dice still pushing pretty heavily on their win streak as well. Basea believe they're on a 4-loss streak, but it's a lot cleaner of a 4-loss streak than I think we've seen in other lobbies. I think that just goes to show the difference between trying to loss streak in a prismatic opener versus a gold opener.
Yeah, let's see if we can take a look at some of these other players that I haven't quite seen yet. Kiko getting slamming. Sojin, IE, Bo on this Xayah. Possibly playing for... I mean, we also have this Smolder on our board. Might eventually move our item to Smolder. Maybe playing around Jinx later on in the game. Or possibly Samira, I could guess. Fighting against Tice here. Tice really wants to win this fight. Going for this 5 win early and getting an early component would be massive for this prize fighter.
Yeah, I think especially when you're just sort of slamming whatever you can onto this Nefiri. I mean, that's sort of the main goal of everything. you're able to sort of have your way with things. Yes, you get the extra component. It means that you can accelerate a little bit quicker. I think Tice has done a very good job of sort of playing to their win cons as much as possible. Two Smolders already, though, coming through from Kiko Soy Sauce. And again, I think Kiko Soy Sauce is someone that we need to see a little bit more out of this time around because, two back-to-back eights is one thing, but as soon as you get another bot 4 in there, then it's just like, man, you're just sort of filling a slot in the lobby. You've sort of lost your confidence at that point. Kiko Soy Sauce needs to get a top 4 here if they want to stay competitive and if they want to keep that mental up as well. I think that's something that is important, especially in TFT tournaments where there's no other factors really. It is really up to you to sort of make your name for yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely I feel like this spot is already pretty good for Kiko. I think if they can get this early smaller 2 and move these items over, with slamming being one of the more generic but also very, very good augments you can pick up on stage 2.
Yep.
They're holding someone onto some of these bastions. Yeah, I feel like Kiko can definitely pull out a top 4 from this spot. Yeah, rough game 1. Game 2, I feel like they kind of played with what they were supposed to do and then just didn't really hit the shops that they wanted to not get that bot 4 finish. Let's take a look. Let's see, what is Peneko up to? Have you seen their spot yet? Ooh. This is Treasure Hunt, I believe. So this is a augment that's much, much better for reroll, and they already have this Zaya with an IE and Giant Slayer. Normally, IE and Giant Slayer, I mean, they're acceptable items, but we really want like a bow item, like a Rage Blade or a Kraken. We'll see if we commit to this reroll line. I think we are, depending, just looking at the Bastions that we're holding onto our bench, going to commit to the Zaya Bastion reroll. Yeah, if we can hit these unit upgrade thresholds pretty early into stage 3, this should be pretty good. Peneko kind of in the middle of the standings. We don't need to play for a first, but any top 4 from this spot should be good for Peneko.
Yeah, and interesting options here. Blazing Soul seems like the decent choice. Power Friendship can be good if you go for sort of more Star Guardians as it goes on, but it just doesn't. I don't think that's the angle that you want to go for here. I feel like it's always Blazing Soul, given this option, but you know, it really depends on how invested Peneko wants to go into this Bastion Star Guardian comp, especially if you're going 6 Bastion. Like you only run 4 Star Guardian at that point, so
Yeah,
it comes down to it. Yep, Blazing Soul seems like the
yeah,
better choice there.
rough choices of augments for Peneko. Kind of unfortunate. I think there was a similar situation game 1 for Peneko where their spot was really good, but the augments they were offered were all kind of like middle of the pack, nothing too happy about. Here with Blazing Soul, it gives you the extra attack speed, which Zaya really, really wants, but it also gives you AP, which Zaya doesn't care too much about. Fighting against Darp here. Let's see, Darp. Oh, holy crap, we took Patient Studies into Gold Destiny, which got us Epoch Plus. This is insane amount of econ early for Yadarp. Might be turning this game into a fast 8, fast 9 board.
Yeah, this is, and
See,
especially with the
they did slam
Smolder. Yeah, the Smolder is going to be a good sort of segue into there. Of course, main mechanic of this set was the fact that Smolder doesn't need experience anymore, which is good, I guess, because people never played it if they didn't get it on stage 2. But now, you can just sort of play Smolder. You can play Kog'Maw from a lot of different positions, and we'll see how that turns out for them. I do want to check back in on Osea here because she was the one who sort of went for this early econ start with the Golden Edge, with the Gamblers. It has done decent for her at the very least. She sort of stopped the bleeding a little bit, but PJ Mango Pie, as we mentioned, with this Vi reroll comp, is below her in the standings, and that's not really something you want to see out of Knuckle Dusters when you're trying to accelerate the game, especially when you only have one Vi. This is starting to look a little bit rough here for PJ Mango Pie, who, as we mentioned, could have found themselves a check position here.
Yeah, PJ Mango with 13 points, currently in the standings, needing a top 2 to get into check this next game. But yeah, like you were saying, no, not even a Vi pair. I'm a little surprised that they didn't roll deeper, but maybe just trying to hedge their bets here, saying, okay, we're going to wait to econ up and then maybe do a bigger roll down later. As we saw earlier, someone else having a Vi 2, hurting our odds a little bit. I think we did get a good augment pickup on the second one. This extra sword, it gives us a little bit of mana as well on our team. Yeah, I'm happy with the augments, but the units do need a little bit more upgrading on the side of PJ. Rough spot with this augment.
Yeah, nothing too game-changing available here. maybe the Ash if you're really committing towards that Crystal Gambit lost streak, just to get a little bit more value out of it. But instead picks up the Yumi, and it's such a tough call here. I think again we called it out from the beginning that going for something like a Vi reroll is going to be extremely tough, but you gotta hedge your bets here a little bit as well.
Yeah, I'm a little. I mean, maybe I didn't see the items correctly. I'm a little surprised that PJ Mango didn't go for maybe like a Hodge there instead of what looks like maybe a blue buff is kind of what they're hoping for. Oh, they're just going for the Visage. I see.
Yeah, I think they got yeah. Basaya took the glove away, so it's
I
like
see. I see.
a little bit of mind gaming here coming through from Basaya still. As we mentioned, as we get later on into this, we have to see who will start to sort of deny the check positions from people in the checkmates by holding units, by starting griefing their opponents here. Of note here, Feist with a crazy start to this one. Level 7, full win streak thus far, 4 Soul Fighter, 3 mech. This is an incredibly strong comp that Bassi's Malzahar, despite the early Malzahar hype behind this, once again, what do you do against this? There's like a million units on your board, and this Malzahar can cast maybe 4 times.
Yeah, this Nefiri unit is probably the strongest upgrade of 1 cost you can find in the game, and it's kind of been true all set. I'm surprised that it hasn't been a little targeted in the patches as of recently, but yeah, good spot identification from Tice, knowing that this Nefiri unit is not normal, able to
Not
maintain
normally.
their streak.
Check PC on Nefiri. I don't think Nefiri can like use a PC. Have you ever seen a dog use a computer?
I feel like I've seen some memes out there.
Like, what the dog doing is right. Like, the dog, it still seems so like hacks at the same time. Like the unit is very strong, and it's just everyone sees it and it's like, nah, I don't want this. I want Garen. I want to get my Garen to have 8 million HP. And Nefiri was just like, I have puppies that do a little bit of damage. There's nothing that pops out, but all of a sudden you nerf everything around her, and Nefiri's suddenly quite good. Pinecco, as we mentioned, still holding off on this treasure hunt. I think they got one of the chests open.
Yeah.
I think they just got an item out of it.
Yeah, it looks like they got their first cash out from their treasure hunt. But unfortunately, yeah, they looks like they rolled their gold, rolled down to 30, and weren't able to find this Xayah too, which is really what they're looking for to stabilize their board this stage. Oh, but they actually are still strong enough to take down Tice and ruin their win streak. Very, very important for Pinecco to deny Tice possibly a better placement this game. Positioning themselves
also
as well.
delaying that component out 2 rounds because you get your neutrals and everything. Granted, yes, everyone's getting components here, but now all of a sudden you're forced to hold your components an extra round. You're not able to just slam your items because you don't have that guaranteed item on board. Of note here, interesting position here from Bensel.
Yeah, Bensel finally able to get the Kale 3, I believe, this turn. Very, very strong pickup. I really like the second augment that they got as well. Not only are we getting Mogul's Mail for our frontline, that gives us an extra frontline item, but it also generates our econ, which is going to give us a easier step to getting to level 9, which is what we really need for this board. I'm curious to see if they decide to keep on rolling for Zach, or if they just keep on pushing here. It's kind of a rough decision because we're 9 off. Okay, we do end up pushing to level 6. It's also kind of rough because, okay, so we leveled to 6, and if you guys don't already know, Kale gets a buff on level 6 and level 9. They get an additional, like, ability onto their autos. So that's one thing to level 4. But then now we're kind of in the spot where it's like, okay, do we keep on pushing, or do we roll for this Zac that could also be a big pickup on our board? All that being said, though, I think Bensel should actually be pretty happy with their spot. If they can make it to 9, they can definitely top 2, maybe even go first. We'll have to see, though.
It also depends on how quickly they're able to find Cassante 2, whether they find Varus with decent items. Like, this Kale is strong as well, but Kale can't always take over the game. Sometimes you are sort of limited by what you can do. Bensel, though, with the level 6 Kale, that's more than enough to take down Pinecco. So, sort of the circle of suck once again. Tice loses to Pinecco, then Pinecco loses to Bensel. Then what happens from there? I do want to tap in once again, though, to Kiko Soy Sauce, and I feel bad. I feel bad for sort of like beating the shoe over their head too much. But once again, they're found in last position here, and like these augments are just like they're nothing burgers. It feels like for them most of the time, and it's just such a struggle for them. Here, gonna go for a roll down at level 8. They were able to econ up quite a bit. There is a
Okay.
Varus though on board, so this roll down looks a lot better than a lot of the ones they've had. This is massive for them. This is a caster blessing at the best of times. I start shit talking Inkiko soy sauce's luck, and
Oh my
immediately they're able
goodness.
to get basically everything that they need. Okay, I
Yeah, we're
should do that more
Varus.
often.
Varus pair, Poppy pair. We were really hoping for at least one Jinx there. I think the Jinx might be even preferred over the Varus, but still not nonetheless a good pickup here. They're also, because they're at the bottom of the standings, going into this next carousel, if there is a Varus on carousel on Kiko's side, that could be their ticket to a very solid top 4.
Demolition is
However,
picked up as well. This is so funny on Varus because here comes Demolitionist. The entire board is just stunned. Like, do not move, do not pass go, do not collect $200. A lot of damage being dealt. Benzel though, this Zac is large and in charge. Cassante, I'm not sure with only one item can handle all of that. And yes, Kiko Soy Sauce is taking more losses, but at the very least, this Varus is a takeaway from Benzel. So Benzel looks across the board and is like, oh, they found the units I wanted. This is not good.
yeah. Yeah, they're kind of contesting each other there. Good pickup on Benzel though. Good on their third augment. They took this heroic grab bag. Normally, heroic grab bag loses a little bit of value if they're using it on the one cost, which they did use it on the Zac. Use one of the Zoops on the Zac on the one cost Zac. But I believe that's actually one of the better things they could have done for it because not only does that give us the guaranteed Zac 3, which makes us really strong this stage, it also gives us 13 extra gold getting this heroic grab bag on stage 4 here, which is exactly what they need to speed up the process to level 9. Fighting against PJ here. PJ finally getting this Vi too. Looks like they have 5 Vis on their bench. They're level 6. I
PJ Mango
like.
Pie is not having a good time right now.
Yeah,
Like,
I like.
so assuredly so they are not having a good time with this.
Yeah, I like their augments, but they're just a bit behind on their unit pickups. And again, this hero augment really needs to be strong early to scale this late in the game. And I think just due to the fact that we weren't able to win streak any of our stages, even if we do find the Vi 3 and possibly the Muna 3 and other upgrades, it just might be too little too late. A little
Yeah,
bit of
it's sort of the
fortunate.
same story for Kiko Soy Sauce. Like, neither of them have been able to put anything together in this game specifically. Pineko as well with this Malzahar, or not the Malzahar angle. Who Bassi has the Malzahar angle. Sorry,
Yeah.
Pineko with the Zaya angle this game and the Treasure Hunter, still level 6. And I think this is one where the rich are getting richer. Tice, Basea, Bassi, Bensil, they're all able to go for their levels because they got what they needed. The bottom 4 here, it feels like they're stuck. Basea's level 9 right now, finds the Twisted Fate, now has all of this time to just roll down as much as they want. Able to pick up a Braum for themselves as well. Like, this is looking really rough for the bottom 4 because there's no real way to get in to that top 4 here. Pineko is able to pick up Xinjiao 3 at the very least, but it's still nothing to write home about right now. And Basea now not able to find the fruit that potentially she wanted there, but still has the option to move that over to the Twisted Fate at some point. Maybe Twisted Fate 2 is going to be the angle for that, but this is 6 Juggernaut board right now. Basea is feeling very good about their position, especially after a subpar performance by her standards, I think, in that last one.
Yeah, Basea here looking to top 2 for sure this game. Incredible spot, so healthy. Normally going to fast 9, like going level 9 on 4-5 is normally you're like, 30, 20 HP, possibly even less, but 71 HP from Basea is absolutely insane. Definitely a
Yeah,
commanding spot.
I believe Kiko Soy Sauce was able to take down PJ Mango Pie. PJ Mango Pie, like, what do you do? What do you
Yeah,
do?
it's one of those games where if you don't hit that Vi 2 on one of your initial rolldowns, it might just be doomed from that spot,
This is
unfortunately.
escape slash FF alt F4. That's what you're doing at this, because like, what can you do from this position? You're trying to find a good fruit for your smolder. I believe they were able to pick up efficient at the very least, but you're potentially going up against Basea here. And if you go up against Basea, there's 3 extra units on the board you got to deal with. They are going up against Basea. I believe this should be curtains for PJ Mango Pie in this one. Unfortunately, and not really going to be able to shield themselves against this. I don't even think this is close.
Yeah, I
There's a
mean,
Braum on this board.
Yeah, we've seen their performance in the previous games, but PJ, definitely a strong player here. Just I think just like low rolling a little bit on the Vise is just
A little
yeah.
bit, a lot bit. I want to say like let's trim the fat here. That was a giga low roll there from PJ Mango Pie, unfortunately. So, first player who will not be getting to that check position here out of the ones that could. Realistically, at this point, it is down to Bassi whether they're able to sort of push it across the line here or Idarp. But Idarp is also in one of those positions where you're on the bubble right now. You don't really have a way in.
Yeah, Paneko here was able to find this Xin Zhao 3, which should stabilize their front line a little bit, but still searching for the Xayah 3. We only have 5 copies. Again, another incident of I guess you would say extreme low roll. Kind of what you were talking about earlier, where like some of these players who should be strong early were not able to find the pickups that they wanted, and it allows these players that are playing a little bit more greedy, more fast line styles to actually have such a HP lead over the rest of the lobby, getting to level 9 with way more gold and HP than they should otherwise have. And yeah, very interesting dynamic going on in this lobby.
Yeah, there's your sixth one there. You're gonna try and roll 7.
Okay.
This could okay. Now you
Wave?
just
Wave?
yeah. No. You
Use
just
the
get your dupes
dupes?
there. Use the dupes, get your Xayah 3. That's what Paneko really needed. And granted, now you still have to open up this chest.
Mm-hmm.
You need 16 gold for that. You're still behind the curve, and Paneko has 1 HP at this point. Like this is they don't have enough units to just be able to stand up to the 2-star Lee Sin, the 2-star set that Pasea just picked up. And if we take a look at Teist's board as well, Teist is no slouch either. They're feeling pretty good about themselves. 7 Soul Fighter right now. I believe they're just looking for Gwen, where they've got enough gold. They're just sort of chilling. They have the Epoch rolls. They have Prize Fighter. They've been ahead of the curve this entire game. 2-star Samir is massive.
Yeah, very, very strong at this point in the game for Thais. Definitely looking to go level 9 and further cap out their board. Fighting against the Malzahar player. The Malzahar player, only 3 Malzahars is what that looks like? What's up with all the rerollers is
Yeah,
having terrible luck
Paneko's
this
out too.
game?
And so is Kiko Soy Sauce. So
Oh no.
Bassi, who, if I'm looking at our leaderboard correctly here, Bassi needed a top 3.
Top 3, yeah.
Currently not in that position. Idarp, who needed a top 2, currently not in that position. PJ Mango Pie, PJ Mango Pie needed a top 2. Idarp needed the win, not in that position either. We might be waiting for another game before someone gets into check here, despite the early boosts that went towards some of those players. A lot of the lower ranked players on the scoreboard here are starting to show up in kind here, and I think Basea is the biggest example of that. She had a decent game 1, really rough game 2, but now this time around she's in her wheelhouse here. Ping be damned, she's just able to continue to push forward here. Twisted Fate coming through extremely early means that she's going to just continue to accrue those buffs over time. And Idarp, that's like a 10-0 loss. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it feels really, really bad for your Darp. Your Darp having a Braum 2, normally at like 5-2, still pretty early on in the game for these level 9 boards, you would feel happy about this Braum 2, but in this dynamic of a lobby with other players also hitting their 5-class upgrades, oh, also with the Zyra too, yeah, unfortunate. We have the upgrades we need, but we're also fighting against other players who also have the upgrades they want.
Oh.
Going down to 1 life here, can you Darp stay alive and get a better placement?
They're going up against Bassi or Teist here, and I think they really want to see Bassi, because if we flip over to Bassi's board here, believe they're still okay. They've got 6 Malzahar.
They have it if they use all their dupes here.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do that, but now they're missing out on their Darius. So
yeah,
is this enough to beat the clone board at the very least? Possibly. We'll have to see how that turns out. But
yeah,
again, it's so rough. Like, look at this. The Braum with the Trickster's glasses just tossing people around, and there's nothing you can do about this.
Oh gosh. It doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. This Lee Sin unit putting out so much damage and also supporting the front line. Wait a minute.
Oh, just enough there.
Okay, this Blighting Jewel Malzahar stuff is, yeah, I guess I should not have underestimated that.
Not normally, is what they say. There is a Twisted
Yeah.
Fate here, so Idarp should be able to get that Twisted Fate too. That's big. Bassi as well can pick up a Braum for themselves to potentially deny more away, but going to opt for a better item for themselves. The Titan's going to be picked up. Bensil, once again, has had a little bit of a quieter game, but level 9 as well. Basea level 9. Everyone is starting to hit their strides here. I just don't know if Idarp and Bassi have enough in the tank to get them to the positions that they need to be. Specifically, Bassi needs to rise at least 1 position to put themselves in check. But again, this board, it's strong now, but you have no money. you're stuck at level 8 for the rest of the game, it feels like, and moving those items around at the very least is going to be something. You've got the Seraphine at the very least, but it's still really slim pickings here. And especially when Bassie's going up against Idarp or a Teist, one of those two, uh, specifically Teist here, definitely not a slouch either. Like this is a very strong board here. I believe Teist, yep, that's went down to 6 Soul Fighter for the time being, just sort of waiting in the Gwen waiting room for now and sitting on a lot of gold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ben's still on the other side with kind of moving their board to 6 Wraith. Very, very strong. They did make it to level 9, capping out this this Kaelin with the over 9,000. See, we're getting AP, attack speed. That's actually kind of the stats we exactly want from this over 9,000. A lot of AP and a lot of attack speed on this Kael. Very, very good.
Not a lot of low rolls of note. Only 1 AD drop, 2 MR drops, and I think that's 3 health drops. So definitely overall quite good. Idarp is out, so no check for Idarp this time around. Goes out in 5th place. Bassi starting to hold it a little bit, but I don't know if they have enough gas in the tank because Bensil is very strong right now. I think Bensil is probably the strongest player in the lobby, considering that Kael, considering the Varus 2, considering 6 Wraith. It's going to be tough to cut through. And especially considering they still have gold, that's the important part. They could look for a level 10 push if they so desire. And despite the Cassante only being a 1-star, there's not really a lot of contest on Cassante this time around, which I think is very important. And positioning this Malzahar on the opposite side of the Kael, kind of the only thing that you can do. But look at this. It's just the front line's getting shredded so quickly.
Yeah, we'll see if this is enough. I mean, the HP gap between Bassi and the rest of the lobby is so high that even if we win this fight, might not be enough to get a better placement. And no, looks like we're gonna die here and go out in 4th. 1 away from being in check. So unfortunate, but I mean, good news for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, and at least for us, we are guaranteed at least 2 more games. There's going to be, I believe, a lot more people with the potential to hop into check here. If I'm calculating this out properly, Baseo will be guaranteed to be in position to grab check. So will Teist and Bensil, if they get a first, or well, if they, honestly, all of them are going to be ready for approaching check, which is good. So we're going to have 6 players potentially looking to lynch that for themselves. But again, it just comes down to these last couple of rounds. Stage 6 has been the final stage for game 2 was stage 7, but this is potentially a Volibear 3 angle here coming through from Teist, and Teist is sort of going for it. I think they know that they're on the back foot here. They just have to go for it at this point. Lots of Samiras. That's 7 Volibear now.
Yeah, good way to identify how what their win condition is. Normally, Soul Fighter is not being the comp to go first in most lobbies, but hey, if we get a Volibear 3 or a Samira 3, that could be the difference. Fighting against Basea also, like we were saying, very, very strong board. This Lee Sin gonna do massive amounts of damage. Oh, gets like a bad ult, only hitting one target there, and the Lee Sin might actually getting another ult. Is that enough? Lee Sin goes down, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough on the side of Tyson. Chisafate and Zyra staying alive. Ty's gonna lose that fight. Basea staying alive. Bensil still win streaking.
And TF2 comes on board here. Basea is disgustingly rich right now. The economy is popping here, and if we are going to go into a potential super late game situation again, Basea will have that upper hand because Bensil still has to run these like low cost Wraith units. Granted, did hit level 10, but burned the entire farm to do so. So I think this fight between Bensil and Basea is going to be interesting, but we should check in on Thais here because this is potentially their last life. They went for broke, and unfortunately doesn't look like they were able to find it here. And going up against Bensil's Ghost, this Kael is no slouch. Already, frontline starting to get evaporated here. The Gwen has to do a lot of heavy lifting here, but Kael still left untouched on the backline. Not going to be taking any damage for a majority of this, but Volibear starting to jump all over it. Here it comes. Is Zach going to be able to stay alive? But no, it's not enough. Teist is taken out in 3rd place. Basea actually goes down to Bensil as well. And yep, we are locking in for another potential super, super late game showdown.
Yeah, unfortunate for Teist not able to find the 3-star forecast to win that last fight and possibly win the lobby. Going out in 3rd, I think that puts them very, very close to being in check in the next game, though. Should be happy about that finish playing that comp. Bensil versus Basea here, 1v1. Basea I think they lost to Bensel's
They
Ghost,
did.
possibly?
They lost to Bensel's person because Tice was playing Bensel's Ghost.
Okay. So real versus real, okay. So a little bit better. That means that Basea, possibly with a few more just to fake cash outs, could get stronger. Um, Still gonna be close. I think the biggest thing for Basea to be focusing on right now is this Lee Sin positioning. I do think that default middle is probably the best because you're gonna guarantee a good ult hitting multiple targets on with the Lee Sin ult.
Yeah, this is actually a little bit better coming through, but unfortunately, it just seems as if this Cassante revive. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous that there's a unit that just basically GAs for free. But tangent aside, it's still going to be such a challenge to continue to have to contest with this Cassante for the rest of the game. But say I'm going to opt to pick up. Oh, they're sort of balking here. The Braum going to be good at the very least to potentially get a Braum 2. Or they already have a Braum 2 on board. 5 Brahms. Okay, so obviously, maybe Basea is investing in the future a little bit here and saying, hey, listen, my win condition this game is a 3-star 5 cost, which unfortunately we weren't able to see last game, but still on the cards potentially.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we fix our positioning around this Lee Sin. With the artifact that we have, we don't want any other units touching it, or otherwise we're gonna lose out on a bit of HP here. Not gonna fix it for this fight. Maybe they just think that it's worth sacking the HP on the artifact to get these Broms in a better position. Let's see if this main Brom can. It is going on the Zac early, taking that out of the fight.
That's good. That's the
See if that's gonna be
wanted to get
enough.
rid of.
This is looking better.
Oh, this is looking a lot better here. The Twisted Fate still untouched in the back. The Kale doesn't have enough health, but oh, it doesn't matter. Cassante, dude, Cassante ruins everyone's life in League, in TFT. This unit's chungus, man.
Yeah, Cassante 2 with 0 items. No items on the Cassante, but still strong enough to survive and tank for the kill to output the damage here. I mean, Basea's still going to be getting these Twisted Fate cash outs every once in a while. Bensel on the other side, they were able to pick up that Protector spot on the last carousel. Actually, meaningful improvement on the board, giving Protector for this Cassante and the rest of the team comp.
Yeah, it is also denying a Braum away from Basea if she opts to go for the Braum 3. So I think it's going to come down to what happens after the 6-7 neutral to see what ends up happening with the 3-star 5 cost arrangements. At a certain point, though, does Basea just go all in and say, hey, I'm going for a 3-star 5 cost, sell board?
Yeah, I think... Yeah, Basea now positioning their Lee Sin in the back 2 rows, trying to figure out a way if they can choose the positioning. Really need to target this Kale early. Kale's still alive, Zac's still alive, Cassante's still alive. This is looking tough. They're both level 10. Basea has 30 gold to work with. Bensel, sub 10. Like you were saying, we're going to have to wait for this neutrals and see what other upgrades, what we can do with this gold to improve our board. We only have 1 remover, I see. Yeah, I would... Noxus Trap, we have us 1 remover, 3 fruit removers. How can we improve this?
I think it really comes down to the important parts of the comp. I don't really know how you improve it. First of all, you make sure you make 50 here, right? Oh, no.
I think we need to... I think we need to drop the Seraphine. It's a Seraphine 2, but we don't have... Okay.
6. Another Seraphine. Another Lee Sin. We got to start picking... We got to start picking our poison here. We got too many cooks in the kitchen.
I actually would like to...
Oh, 7? There we go. Twisted Fate. It has to be Twisted Fate.
No.
We're not going to find it. No.
We get rid of the Seraphine. Keep rolling.
Slash FF.
No, gonna keep the Seraphine on the board.
It might be enough. It might be. Seraphine 2 does a lot of damage. It really depends on the positioning. Granted, this Lee Sin starting off with on the edge at the very least. It just means that they aren't as beefy. It's getting a lot more damage this time around.
It's on the Kale. The Kale goes down early in the fight. It's all up to Severus to output the damage. Twisted Fate still full HP.
Ooh, it's enough. At least for 1 round. Wasn't the order.
Yeah.
No, wrong one.
Oh my gosh. Can we hit... Does Bensel have any Twisted Fates at all?
Oh, we're selling board! We're selling board.
They do
We gotta go
not.
back to Bisea. We're selling board. We're selling board.
Oh my goodness.
Giga Chad.
This is
We're
a
selling board.
crazy. Oh my
Go,
gosh.
roll, 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 roll.
Going for the
Go it.
tuber. Can we hit it?
Oh, there's 8.
Oh, 1
It's
second
the
left
ping.
in the.
It's the ping. It's the ping.
It's
No,
the pig. It's the pig.
It's cooked. Bisea, nice try. She did what she could for that one. No matter what, 7 points out of this game will end up getting her, I believe, 14? Can I do that? 14 points? Yes,
Yeah,
14 points. She will have a chance to clinch check as well. Bensil going from 5 points up to 13 points means that he will also be on have the opportunity to get into check. Welcome back, everyone, to the Prismatic Poro Cup. Game 4 coming up here. Myself and Hybrid Mario got you on the call here. Of course, that last game, Bisea just went for broke, and I'd like to see that. We got the game 2 spirit. Now we got the game 3 spirit. We're ramping up here. Surely this next one is like Crab Rave, and then we can like really go off on it.
Yeah, props to Bisea there, going for the YOLO play, trying to hit the tuber 3-star just a favor. Remember, they're not only playing for the Checkmate format, not playing for the tournament win, but also playing for charity. Remember, this event proudly supports the ABS-CBN Foundation International, a nonprofit dedicated to helping Filipino communities in need. They empower families through education, disaster response, child protection, and environmental initiatives that create lasting positive changes for the Philippines. Every donation brings hope and support where it's needed the most. I believe I don't know if you guys were here on the first day of the tournament, but we blew through our first goal, over 200 for our first goal, and now we're at 291 out of $500 for our second goal here. Let's keep pushing. Yeah, shout out to the charity.
Yeah, awesome stuff happening here at Ohgawdevents as always. But as we get prepped for game number 4 here, I want to sort of take a look back as I don't think we're spectating the right. Sorry, I'm giving the producer a little bit of shit as usual. But you know, all in good fun. Shout out to yes. Shout out to Kate for putting everything together for this as always. I do want to sort of reflect on that last game though a little bit because we saw the players who were in that position to potentially go for check play extremely aggressively, which I think is a little bit odd considering the positions they were in. They didn't need to do anything too crazy, but instead they opted to go for these sort of off the wall comps. Knuckle Duster's Vi reroll is definitely a choice of all time, and then not hitting the units that you need definitely put PJ Megapie in a really tough position.
Yeah, really volatile comps coming out for some of these players. Honestly, I feel like they played what they should have. It just didn't happen the way they wanted. Weren't hitting the upgrades, and that's what ended up causing such a dynamic like I guess distribution in terms of the placements last game. A lot of the fast line players getting away with more HP and more econ than they otherwise would have. And yeah, like the first time in a long time that I've seen Kale 3 top going first. So yeah, crazy game that we had.
Yeah, honestly, really good stuff coming through from Bensil, playing towards their win conditions. And I think that's what's important is, yes, the win condition was there. You get Vi 3, you get a whole boatload of items early game. It can really work out in your favor. Once you see that your Vi is a Vi 1 and it's like 3-3, you're like, maybe I should just econ. Maybe I should econ and I should just play this dead augment and try and get top 4 somehow, some way. And I think that's the important thing about these games is sometimes it does mean sacrificing a lot more than you'd be used to. Of course, when you're considering solo queue games and all that sort of stuff, yes, if you hold on to your Vi's forever, eventually you'll hit and then you can start to high roll from there. But I feel like especially in these tournaments where you start to learn about these players' tendencies over time and you're playing against the same players over and over again, you start to see the difference. I think we've seen that Tice is willing to always play towards those late game win conditions. We've seen that Bisea as well, always going towards those late game win conditions as well. And I think that's what's super important about the whole thing is you learn how your team, how the rest of the players play over time.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of players now being very, very close to check. One of them at least guaranteed check after this. This is kind of the last game where before the pressure starts ramping up and the tournament can end at any moment. We'll have to see what these players pull out for this game. What is earlier snacks? Okay, this is This is kind of an interesting portal to play around. I believe this is a little bit better for rerolls because now you can kind of fruit 2 units on stage 2 instead of waiting all the way till the end of stage 3 to fruit that secondary either tank or carry that you have. And I think we saw someone already starting out with a Katarina too. Crazy opener.
Yeah, gold opener once again. At the very least, will be interesting. Story of Seven is one of my favorite ones, but no, no, we're boring. We're boring. We're going for jugs here from Bensil. Granted, yeah, it's like whatever. Cool. You're building
Yeah,
jugs. You have to be fair, you get the Kog'Maw, so I mean it makes a little bit of sense to go for like a little bit of a beefier frontline augment. As we check around the rest of the lobby here, I do want to see oh, it's gonna be Pandora's items coming through from PJ Mango Pie. I like to see that as well, especially when you have earlier fruits. You can just sort of slam whatever items you want. Specifically, if you're able to fruit this Gnar and you're able to get Golden Edge or something, you could be playing towards. Oh, never mind. We are fruiting the Nefiri, and we're
yeah,
just gonna go for broke. Okay.
and a Fury pair here, hoping to get this Nefiri 2 some point in this stage. Slamming the Hodge and the Starax, probably playing for either either Volibear or possibly a Lee Sin if we can get to that point. Fighting against, not sure who that player was, Teist. Crown's Will on the other side there with an Archangels and Jewel Gauntlet. What will this... I wonder if this is just going to turn into Malzahar, which, to be honest, even though it won many of the games in the previous days of the tournament, hasn't been doing too well today. We'll see if they end up sticking with, or like trying to play Malzahar, or going with another line here. Worth the wait on the side of Bassi here.
It's
Going for this
Rel.
Rel.
Oh
Uh,
boy.
Rel Shojin Slam on this Zaya. Probably just gonna go vertical Star Guardian, play around a Jinx later on in the game. Honestly, this is looking okay. Bassi, remember, they're 19 points. Their objective here isn't really to go for first. Their objective is to deny whoever they think is their biggest competition. So just getting any place that they want and then just denying someone else is kind of what they want to do here on the side of Bassi. Fighting against PJ Mango. Remember, we were talking about them getting the Pandora's bench or Pandora's items for their
Yeah.
augment. Let's see.
They're just building whatever they so desire at this point for PJ Mango Pie. Yeah, Bassi. There's a certain word that I would use to describe them that is not safe for broadcast, so I will not use it. But
Okay.
yes, either way, their goal is straight up to deny everyone else from their objectives this game because their positioning doesn't matter. Realistically,
Mhm.
they want to just sort of take the people who are on the lower end of the check ladder and say, hey, no, you don't get it this game. You got to wait another game while I'm able to step up and do it from there. So Bassi's positioning, once again, doesn't really matter, but the positioning of everyone else around them in the lobby is quite important. If we take a look at Pinecco here, this is the first game that Pinecco's actually gone on a little bit of a win streak. They were the one who got that early Katarina 2. Pretty
Ooh.
straightforward gamelay from here. You say, hey, listen, just, you know, put the Katarina in the bag. They got the Rabadon's augment as well, so they're just going to be stacking up that AP over time as well. The more kills that they get, I believe that's what it is. This is a good look for Pinecco because they were one of the favorites going in here. They are one of 2 players who can't clinch check off of this game, so they really do care about getting that first place. It is very important for them. As on the opposite side, Bensil with what I called the very boring augment is potentially still going to take it down because Kog'Maw... Oh, actually, no. Kog'Maw's dead. Peace.
Yeah, close fight. Pinecco with the early Katarina 2. I really like this augment from them. The Katarina reroll, it doesn't go first that often. It top 4s a lot, but it doesn't go first that often. But I feel like with this augment, with the scaling death cap on this early Katarina, can be the difference between going, top 4 or going first, which Pinecco not really being in range of check right now is definitely playing for the best places that they can, and this is a really good spot for them. Hopefully, we'll see them top 2 this game. Lots of spats and pans on this early carousel. Another kind of possibly game warping lobby.
Yeah, something to note, Basea is the only one who has changed their little legend. They switched from... I think they switched back to, like, the default sprite, which is interesting, but maybe they're just trying to... They're trying to, like... I don't
Go under
know.
the radar, maybe.
Yeah, they're going under the radar. They're just being like, yeah, I'm just a random player. You don't know me.
Don't worry about me.
Don't look at me. And I mean, to be fair, they went
Holy.
Poro farming, so they will have a Yone with excellent items come stage 4. Surely that means you build towards mech here, and this gangplank that's just staring me right in the eyes on that bench there. I feel like you got to pick that one up.
Yeah, playing around either mech or edgelords here with the pan. I can't remember exactly what emblems they could make, but if they get a reforger at some point, they maybe could go for edgelord +1 and really capping around this
I think they
Yone.
have Edgelord +1 right now with the pan and the sword.
Oh, excellent then. Then yeah, this is honestly another possibly really good game for Bisea.
But as we've noticed, she's perfectly fine, sort of chilling early, taking her time with everything, and making sure that the comp is to her liking. I mean, Yone 2 is ridiculous. I don't think any of us have any qualms or complaints about that. It's more so how you get there and making sure that you get there with
Mhm.
enough health, because effectively until then you are playing down a full augment. Senna is available here too, so immediately there you go. There's your mech, and now you can start to save a little bit more health. I think that's the important part, is you are able to save so much more in these situations when you just get the mech online, because it's another unit. It's another thing that can just block damage, eat damage, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get one of these mech pellets as one of our fruits with the earlier fruits this portal. Missing right now, but you know, we'll be getting more chances as the game goes on. Fighting against PJ. Who else have we not seen? Have you
I
seen
think we've seen
Kiko, your
Darp.
Darp?
Darp here.
Okay, possibly a Malzahar game. Good items. Looks like we're gonna commit to this. Noctis Trap and Rock Grab. Do we have Rock? Yes, we have it on the Darius. Wait, this is actually a crazy opener. We're only 2-streaking, possibly 3-streaking into the next stage. But if we can win the next several fights, this is looking like a great spot for Yadarp. I will say, I think with this augment, you get an item or an item anvil every time you level up, but it caps out at level 8, and we're not going to be able to go to 8 if we're rerolling on 7. So we're going to lose a little bit of value on this augment, but still really good spot for your DARP.
Yeah, I think Darp's in a decent spot. Granted, Malzahar has been the fakest unit this entire day so far. 3 lobbies. Malzahar has, I think
True.
Bassi did the best with a 4th place last game.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this Malzahar unit maybe a little overproud, maybe trolling some players here. Let's see how it goes. Possibly a Giant Slayer Archangel Slam if they really want to go that route. Or it could be, I mean, Giant Slayer is pretty flexible. We can put that on the Darius as well. We'll see if we can win this next fight and keep our streak alive.
Yeah, a little baby streak right now for Idarp. At the very least, has good econ, and of note, has 2 Malzahars, which is, I guess, good for stage 3.
Yeah, interesting to see that no one's actually there. I think Kiko and Bisea or maybe 5 lost, but no one's actually win streaking into stage 3. This is the first time we've seen that. I think today. Paneko with the Katarina 2 not able to 5 streak. Kiko here also getting the scaling death cap augment. Sojourn on this Janna. We have hat trick and tentacle smash as our power ups, but with this augment and this early Janna pickup, I expect them to go for veteran Janna reroll possibly. This is one of those augments where you really want to put this on an upgraded unit so you can get the death cap scaling as soon and early as possible.
Yeah, I think this game is, it feels like it's off to a slow start. I don't know if it's just me, but there hasn't really been anything too exciting to note. Of note, it's hat trick Jenna, which is always pretty interesting, but Basea, I believe, is the only one on like the full loss streak at this point, which is decent. Oh, we get another gold augment here. Take magic roll. No, boring. Let's see what other people took along the scoreboard here. Basea went for explosive. Bensel went for explosive growth. I like this pickup here. I think it's very good considering the position that Bensel's in.
Yeah, it kind of does more as as our game plan is. We're gonna probably go for like fast 9, 6 Juggernauts frontline, playing around Etches of Fate later. We have this early Rage Blade, another bow, and the explosive growth giving us a lot of level and econ on the rest of the lobby. Should be a decent spot to go fast 9.
Yeah, Idarp has ring the bell. Oh,
Ring the
cool.
bell, pretty good here for the
Yeah.
heavyweights. Solid augment pickup as well.
Wait.
We did end up making the Giant Slayer, and then we made a
Shiny
Jewel
Ramus.
Gauntlet. Ooh, haven't seen that in a minute.
That's like 1% chance. Okay, so It's the shiny Rammus. It's the shiny Rammus. There's like I think it's 1 in 100 chance that for those of you who don't know, I think it's a 1 in 100 chance for the monster trainer guy to not be the normal colors and be blue and yellow instead. So cool. We get a little Easter egg showing up here. Only
Yeah,
took
it's a
us 4
little.
games actually.
Yeah, I haven't seen a shiny monster trainer in a minute. They also, yeah, it's very low odds, and I believe what I was told. I don't know if they nerfed this or not, but I believe the shiny unit actually has slightly better stats than the non-shiny version of it. So we'll see if we keep this Rammus though. I have seen versions of Malzahar reroll with Rammus 3 on the board, but the fact that we took this Ring the Bell augment means we really want to focus on the heavyweights, and so we might have to drop the Rammus at some point to fit an extra heavyweight. But we'll
Adarp was
see.
definitely like, "Yo, is this normal? What's going on?" Wait, let's right click on Rammus and let's see if they actually have better stats. If you hover the ability, no, it's
I
the
don't
same
think it's something
stats.
that you see. I think it's like kind of hidden behind the UI.
We'll say they have better stats just for the bit.
Yeah.
Um,
Assume
I
I'm right and not wrong.
yeah. Either way, there's let's see Bassi as well. What they've got going for them. Believe Bassi. Oh,
Oh.
they had the worth the wait rel. They're well, I don't know if they just got that or not, but they might also just have like even worse rich get richer at home, where they just get 1 gold per turn. But at the very least, it is good frontline. Raid boss going to be excellent for them as well. By the amount of rels they should have, yeah, I think they're just selling their extra rels from now on as opposed to going for broke. But Bassi's, again, someone who could have gone for broke in that situation and said, hey, listen, I will take this rel 4 if I can get to that point because I'm already guaranteed check.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier, yeah, they're guaranteed check. They can kind of do what they want. I think selling the rels is important here just to get guaranteed like a. It's just more econ that you can use to possibly deny other players.
Yeah,
See.
I like going for broke. Listen, as you can tell, I'm the type of person who goes first 8th, and there's no in between. Thus far, it seems to have been the similar situation for Kiko Soy Sauce. Granted, it's been a lot more 8ths than firsts, but either way, again, there hasn't really been much development here in terms of anything that's sort of jumping off the board quite yet. I think what's going to change that is going to be 4-3 when Basea gets access to that Yone 2. That's when things are going to start to pick up, because as of right now, it's still sort of a slow crawl forward. Of note, the hats did fall off of the hat trick Janna here, so she's not going to be as strong going forward. But I feel like that's just sort of a filler augment for the time being. This Janna not really going to be sort of the end goal nonetheless. Also, as you can see, this Rammus isn't shiny, so El Bozo.
El Bozo. Yeah, unfortunately we're 2 loss here. Looks like we have been slow rolling above at 6 above 50 here, searching for extra Jannas. I think we are committed to this Janna reroll now that we've made this Executioner spat. And we also have a Kobuku on board. We're holding the Uter as well, trying to fit Mentors and Veteran when we can. We did use all our fruit removers though, and unable to hit the Veteran. Fortunate. Fighting against the Darp here. Now they have a Darius too. It's gonna be another rough fight for Kiko.
Yeah, Kiko's just it just feels so unlucky for Kiko as we continue to go on here, where it just seems like they're never able to find positions. This game around though, Paneko in a better position. Adarp still rolling through with this win streak here, looking for a couple more Malzahars. Unfortunately, Shiny Rammus is now on the bench. I'm going to be cheering against them should they not choose to continue with that Rammus, because the Rammus deserves its time in the sun.
Oh.
Oh, we sold it.
Oh no.
I'm upset. What the man?
It's okay, Yadarp. I believe in you. I believe in you.
Man, you get to cast this next round. I'm on strike.
Let's see. How are the other players doing? Paneko here. Yeah, we had the early Katarina. We have the Edge of Night, Deathcap, and Spark here. We have double tier looking to turn one of these tiers into a Hodge. We've also been slow rolling above 50, but it looks like we haven't been able to see any other extra copies of this Katarina after early stage 2. Kind of missing out on some copies. Also only on the Recon 1. Not what we were hoping for, but maybe still enough to win this fight and streak into neutrals would be very, very nice for Paneko. here fighting against, I think that's Teist. Yeah, Archangel's got Morello here. What does Teist want to play this game? They're level 750, pretty rich. Oh, Teist is actually holding Katarinas.
Yeah, Teist is getting a little bit spicy with it. If we hop over to Teist there, I think they're also going for some sort of Battle Academia in some
Oh,
capacity here. Yeah, as you can see, just kind of scouting it out. If we actually switch over to Teist here, we can see for sure. Yeah, I mean, they've got 3 Battle Academia. They're sort
wow.
of just figuring it out on the fly. But then again, they've also just been sort of getting what they get, and they aren't even opting to pick up the 2-star Katarina. I think they might start playing the denial game here, especially because Pineko is one of those players who isn't on sort of on the verge of check here. But nonetheless, Basea is someone that we have to check in on as well, because in a couple of turns, that is when the Yone is going to come online. And thus far, I feel like you're in a pretty good position if you are Basea, because 50 gold, right about to hit level 8, you're going to be able to slot in this Yone right away, and then we can
Yes.
start to get to work here. You can start to roll down, look for your karma, look for anything else along those lines. You also have Mech Pilot already picked up on someone, so this could be one of those big boy Gallios if you can get to 7 Mech Pilot that can sort of take over the game.
Yeah, having Mech Pilot on the Aatrox here. For those of you who don't know, if you already have 1 out of 2 Mech Pilot, the next fruit is actually guaranteed Mech Pilot. So probably going to be refruiting this GP, moving over that other Mech Pilot to either, I think, Lucian or Senna. And going to be, yeah, like you're saying, getting this really beefy 7 Mech online. Probably just be looking for a Karma, but we have the Econ to go for it. Losing this fight to Bensil. Bensil, level 850, huge, a good amount of HP and a massive amount of Econ. Very solid spot to go fast 9, looking for that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a decent loss still for Basea. I think we do need to check in on what augment she opts. Oh my goodness!
Ooh.
So now we get the
My
big
gosh.
yeah. Bensil here has the option for going Golden Egg. Could also go Radiant Relics. I mean, Radiant Relics is just going to give you sort of a good position. There's a lot of people who are starting to get levels here, which could mean various things. Didn't want to
Giant
go for
and
the Golden
Mighty.
Egg.
Wait, might actually take Giant and Mighty here.
And
Oh
the
my!
Twisted Fate
How
right
do we
away.
get the Twisted Fate in the first level H? What is going on? Noxus Trap as well.
Okay, man. Bensil's aura farming right now. Unlike Basset is actually aura farming, but this is an aura farm coming through as well. Of note, that's Radiant Relics coming through for Basset and 6 Mech Pilots. So next turn is able to just sub someone out here, probably the Garen for this Yone, and that's going to put you online. That's a Radiant Gwynsu's coming through as well. You're in great shape right now if you are Basea. You don't care about this round. This round, take the L, whatever you so desire, and then from there you can start to get to work here.
Oh, interesting spot from Kiko. I thought they were going to reroll Janna, but they actually ended up pushing levels. Now they're level 8, and probably going to play around, I would assume, a Akali. Slowly pivot out from this Mentor to a Akali board, which is going to be a soft grief from Basea, both playing around some mech units here, both looking for Jarvan. Basea now down at 21 HP. Really need to find... Oh, well, yeah, we're going to cash out this Yone here.
Yep, and here comes Yone with those optimized items as well. This is a big round as Yone hops off. You get an item
Big
for it,
mech.
right? Oh, holy moly. There you go.
I believe the item you get is... Yeah. It comes... You get it immediately, but then you get the unit later, I think.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So there we go. This is a 2-star Yone. This is big.
Interesting. I don't know if they actually wanted to... Okay,
Ooh.
okay. So they're opting to not go for double Mech Pilot, and they just want to fruit the Yone, make the Yone as strong as possible, going for Blood Brothers, which I believe is one of the better fruits for the Yone. Great items.
You can put in Yasuo as well instead of this Rise, or you can go more Mentor. There's lots of options from there, yes.
Yeah, a lot of options here. Fighting against Bassi on the other side. Bassi, remember, can do whatever they want. Still playing around this Xayah too. Opting to not roll at all on level 8, just going level 9 here.
Yeah, I mean, this Yone is just going to run you over at this point. Like, Basea's now in the comfort zone. Yone 2 on stage 4 is pretty ridiculous, especially when you have Radiant Gwynsu's 3 items. You'll just run over anyone here, and that's the ticket there. But Basea still has Carousel Prio, and Karma is available, so potentially going for that. And we'll take it.
Yeah, Braum and Twisted Fate on this carousel. Kind of crazy pickups for some players here. Tice figuring it out. I think, yeah, Tice was playing Prodigies, which is why they're holding on to some of Paneco's units. They're both trying to fit Yuumi and Leona on their board at some point. See, Tice only needs to play for a top 3? Or no, a top 6. Right. Yeah, I think Prodigies is fine for that. A lot of players definitely going to be able to go into check next game. Let's see if we can see Kiko's spot, maybe.
This is
Kiko still stuck on this Janna 2 as our primary point of damage. No Akali's yet. We're sitting at 24 golds. I might be misunderstanding Kiko's game plan, but this is a little worrying.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Especially since Kiko is one of those players who isn't in position to grab check this game. They need to try and go for a top 4 here. And I think in some ways, this conservative style of gameplay isn't really working out in their favor. I feel like last game, of course, they sort of low rolled again. This time around, they haven't low rolled as hard. They're still in a decent position given it is now stage 4. But it still doesn't really have an identity that I think we were all sort of looking for. And I think that's the important thing is you need to start having an identity with your comps here. Because Basea had the identity built off of 2-1. Said, hey, listen, I'm going to have this Yone. I'm just going to put that in right away and we're going to go for broke. It has worked out thus far because since getting that Yone, she's going to be on a win streak for now. Paneko actually is in first at this point. Someone else we got to check in on, though, is PJ Mango Pie here because, as we've mentioned, had a really rough game last time around. But 8 Soul Fighter in as close of a lobby as this one is a very high roll because you are able to potentially get that prismatic trait at that point. And if we actually look over at how many fights they've had, if we hover over Soul Fighter, just got it. So they're looking for a couple of wins. They're not going to get one here because that is a big Yone coming right at them.
Yeah, we're down to 10 gold. We have Volibear pair, but no pair on set, no pair on Samira. Still a few upgrades away from really capping out this Soul Fighter board, which would normally be good with this extra spat.
Yone was at like 20% health for the entire fight, but hey, whatever works.
Yeah, also a little bit of a rough spot for PJ. We'll see if they can find their upgrades before next stage. Tice losing a fight. Paneco's still on top. See.
Yeah, slowly but surely, everything's starting to sift out a little bit here.
Set pair is nice. We'll probably wait till after neutrals to roll. Let's see. How's your DARP doing on the reroll? Darius 3 now online?
Seems like it's going pretty well. I mean, there's also 5 poppies on the bench. I think your DARP is investing too. So this is interesting. This is 5 poppies at level 7. Keep in mind. That's a little bit of a high roll.
Yeah, if Bassie's not paying attention, because I believe Bassie's the other player that could be playing around Star Guardians, your DARP might be able to find a 3-star Poppy here.
So the shiny Ramus again? Like, you get a free J Scout, whatever. Man, this isn't fair, man. Give Ramus some rights.
All right, have a lot of gold to roll. I wonder if we're just going to stick above 70 or roll deeper to find this Malzahar. I mean, we are 2 lost, but we're still pretty healthy relative to the rest of the lobby. I don't think we need to go too crazy, but we are rolling. Okay, now we're 1 off. I'm down to roll deeper here.
6 poppies as well. There you go. So you get the Malzahar. The investment pays off. Immediately levels as well to get the Prodigy in as well. This is an excellent position for IDARP at this point. Granted, again, this is going up against PJ Mango Pie, I believe.
I think that might be Kiko.
It's Kiko. Kiko Soy Sauce. Yes, Kiko Soy Sauce. Again, Kiko still doesn't really have an identity in this game, and that's what worries me, is that it feels like Kiko hasn't really had an identity across any of these 4 games, but at the same time, they've had good ideas. It just seems as if everyone else is sort of getting their high rolls.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Kiko losing there. And also Basea taking a bad loss against Bensil, who had a really good fast line spot, able to find a really early Twisted Fate and the Lee Sin with good augments. Okay, Basea finding the Jarvan 2, pretty decent. And we made an Edward spat as well. What else can we do to improve this board? I mean, I honestly, I wonder if we were ever supposed to keep the mech pilot and go for the double mech pilot to make our mech our primary carry and not have the fruit on Yone. But I definitely don't blame the decision to put the fruit on the early Yone too with the aura farming. Let's see, it's kind of between Bisea and Kiko here for these lower placements. See if they can. Oh no, they're fighting each other. How tragic.
But is gonna have to try and figure this one out. Actually, a couple of pretty big upgrades there. That's a body change Jarvan coming through. The Kabuko is able to benefit from that one. This is actually getting really close, but is Yone, will it get enough damage? Gets another cast off here. It's gonna just be enough here. Kiko Soy Sauce, unfortunately, goes 8th for the 3rd time in 4 lobbies. Unfortunately, not going to be getting much more progress done on that front. But at the very least, I believe that guarantees that Tyson needs one more position here in order to guarantee themselves check. Idarp in a position to guarantee themselves check as well. PJ Mango Pie kind of recovering a little bit here, now in 4th place, which is good. And they're potentially able to clinch that for themselves too. Basea is the one that we got to be a little bit worried about here in terms of the placement, because I believe she needs to get top 3 to get there.
Yeah, it's a tough spot from Basea's side. It's like you have 2 good routes to go for. One being the mech pilot, and 2 just making your Yone as strong as possible. Also with this giant mech, positioning being really important here. Going against the Malzahar 3, let's see if this Yone can get back on the Malzahar and kill it before the Malzahar starts taking on the rest of the board.
It's the mech staying alive a lot longer.
Down. Malzahar barely staying alive. Oh, it's so close. Aw.
Not quite enough there for Basea, so we'll finish in 7th place in this lobby. Bassi still keeping it alive as well, and Teist, I believe, right now is guaranteed to get check as well, regardless of position. But of course, we'll have to see how it works out from there. Unfortunately, another Edgelord spot showing up on that carousel. That would have been massive for Basea to potentially go 4 Edgelord play towards that Yone win condition we were talking about. But alas, it was not meant to be. I want to take a look back at Pineko here, because Pineko cannot get to check this game, but currently in 1st here. 7 Battle Academia. I would suppose that they finally sort of got the roles that they were looking for, and now level 8. They've got that Katarina 3. They've got a Rakan 3 in the back as well. This Yuumi, they're looking for the Yuumi upgrades, but they're not sitting on a whole lot of gold. And I think that's what I'm a little bit concerned about here, because Idarp is massive at this point. If we check it on Bensil as well, Bensil not doing too bad for themselves. Even their position matters a lot. They want to finish top 2 to guarantee themselves to get into check. But right now, everyone's sort of positioned exactly where they would want to have everyone go into check at the same time.
Yeah, I think I have a feeling the race for top 2 in 1st place this game is going to be between Pineko, Bensil, and Idarp. Idarp being the Malzahar player, Bensil being the fast line player, and then Pineko here as we're watching their POV. Playing around this Katarina, which is with the scaling death cap. Katarina getting onto the Malzahar early, getting to the backline. It's all up to this Darius to stay alive on the side of Idarp. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Katarina did proc the Edge of Night, dancing a few more times. Oh. Well done. Pineko staying alive. Idarp losing a close fight. Bensil also lost a fight, going down to 13 HP. I thought Bensil was in a really good spot to go for 1st, because they hit this early Twist of Fate and the Lee Sin, but they haven't hit the 2 stars yet.
Yeah,
and actually lost a Teist there.
Dies too. So then it's going to be a 6th place for PJ Mango Pie. They will not get themselves into check. They will finish this game with 16 points, I believe. If I'm doing my numbers correctly.
Yeah, now with a guaranteed top 5 for Idarp, I believe that means that Idarp is also guaranteed check after this game. So it's kind of between, I think, Bensil and Pineko to play for the most amount of points here, and then Bassi, Teist, and Idarp just kind of griefing each other, possibly denying.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if Bensil wins this game, they are on check as well. They have 13 points. They will have check at that point. So Pineko, though, looking to just sort of end the Bassi train, make sure they can't ruin anyone else. But Bassi going to hold on for the time being. So at the very least, Bassi still playing spoiler Teist. I believe, is that enough? I gotta double check. Teist should.
Yeah, Teist is in check. Points. Yeah.
Yeah, so Teist will get into check. Bensil also goes down. Bensil will not be in check. at this point. So really, it is Paneko versus the world here to just get as many points as possible, considering Vasi gonna just fly into check no matter what. Adarp as well, gonna be in check as well. So we're gonna have, I believe, 3 players, only 3 players in check after this game. So still a lot to play for here.
Yeah, yeah. Paneko losing to Bassi last fight. Bassi with the early roll 3 and their augment and being able to push 9. I can't give credit enough to Bassi. I saw some really creative gameplay in game 1, and again here, using their early upgrade and econ advantage to go for another level 9 board, which is a little unusual for worth the wait rel, but it's working out really well for them. And Bassi possibly going first this game.
Yeah, there's a potential there. I mean, 7 HP, you know, a swift breeze will knock them over at this point, which is tough to contend with. You know, any positioning mistakes means that Bassi ends up going out in third, but they don't care. Again, they were playing spoiler this entire game. Adarp, on the other hand, with 3-star Jace, 3-star, the potential of still a 3-star Poppy, as they are reinvesting in themselves. That could sort of be the game breaker. Whether they have enough time to go for it or not is another thing. But somehow Darius is in the back line. That's not really where you want that. Just going to start dunking on everyone, but this rel is actually proving to be quite a nuisance here, taking forever to go down. No resets available, but immediately the rocket grab back in. Bassi will bow out in third. They have guaranteed check. They are perfectly fine with that. It is all down to whether Adarp can take some points away from Paneko.
Yeah, Bassi going out in third. They're kind of interesting because they beat Paneko earlier, but now losing to Adarp, kind of maybe a rock paper scissors going on here. Now we're down to the 1v1s. Paneko, I wonder if they're noticing this 6 poppies on the other side and maybe trying to deny here. Not a lot of gold to work with though on Paneko's side. I wonder, can we hover over the death cap on Katarina and see how much extra AP has been scaled up? 42. That is a damn good amount. Almost double the AP as it normally would give.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Again, though, gonna have to contend with Adarp and the scariest Malzahar we've seen. We had heard rumors of Malzahar throughout the last 3 games. Finally, it seems as if the Malzahar of Legend has arrived. Granted, it's Malzahar versus literally the entire comp here in Paneko. They're in a fantastic position at this point. They basically hit everything that they need. And Yumi 2 specifically going to start to push them over the edge here. It really comes down to what Adarp can do with the investment rerolls, because Adarp now level 9, looking for poppies here, using some of that, but nothing quite yet. Rolling all the way down, in fact. Twisted Fate has been found. There's Twisted Fate 2, so that's a big pickup there. And still 6 poppies to speak of. Paneko looking on in horror as they see what has transpired on the other board.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I didn't realize that fight was going to be so one-sided. I wonder if it was just like positioning RNG with the Katarina getting onto some key units early, or if Paneko just has the lead no matter what. Let's see if this Twisted Fate upgrade is going to be enough to give Adarp the edge in this next fight. Let's keep an eye on this.
Where the Katarina jumps.
Yeah. Oh, getting onto the Twisted Fate early.
It's away from the Malzahar, though, which I guess is the main thing.
Yeah, the Poppy staying alive, Darius staying alive. Let's see if this Katarina does not jump onto the Malzahar that instance, but still not enough. All or nothing here for Adarp.
I think the Katarina is just... It matches up too well into this, because you have this Syndra, which is, I guess, meant to be the bait unit, but it doesn't do anything. It just dies right away, and then Katarina goes right back into the middle of the team again, so... it really just comes down to, like, Paneko doesn't have to do anything. I think that going to level 9 was definitely a choice from Adarp. Getting that Twisted Fate 2 is great and all, but there's really no... It's hard to see the upside of it in a lot of ways, because maybe you could have gone for Poppy 3. Maybe there could have been an angle where you just use all your rolls at the same time, but instead here, not really much that you can find. Seraphine actually picked up as a slight upgrade, but basically been sitting on 11 dead gold on your bench for so long. Kind of feels bad if you're Adarp, because the Poppy didn't end up panning out.
Yeah, I almost wonder if it sounds silly, but I wonder if it's ever worth it to drop this Twisted Fate 2 for another Prodigy unit, just to buff this Malzahar, because I feel like this show is just the Malzahar and Darius show. Let's see what happens here.
Katarina already deleting the Twisted Fate here.
Yeah.
At the very least, Jace has good items. The Edge of Night gonna at least keep him alive for a little bit longer, but I fear it is not enough here, as it will be Paneko, the favorite from day one of Diamond Plus, ending up with the victory in this lobby. Doesn't put them on check quite yet, but it has started to shift out the order of where people are. 3 people on to check here as we finish game 4. And honestly, that was a lot more exciting than I think we were expecting off the rip. Welcome back, everyone, to the Prismatic Poro Cup. Game 5. My name is Rare Adam, joined by Blonde Kiyun here. I didn't actually know that Kiyun was into this tournament, but hey, Kiyun, how are you doing?
Pretty good. Yeah, I'm bringing in the expert Kiyun here now that we're in full rat mode. 3 players in check. Those players are Bassi, Yadarp, and Thais. As soon as one of those players goes first, this tournament could be over. Looking on the outside, we have Bensil, Paneko, PJ, and Bisea all possibly getting into check this next game, and then Kiko kind of at the bottom of the standings. Might be a little bit of tournament nerves. I know last time I played into some of these bigger tournaments, like the difference between playing in a tournament and playing into solo queue is yeah, nerves can get to you, kind of get in your head a bit much, change your game plan, and it could be not the best, but hopefully they have a good game here and can bring it back. Yeah, we'll see how things go, but I'm excited to be here. Right.
Kiyun, is that why Dish Soap won instead of you last time around?
Whoa,
Like
whoa, whoa! Why
what's
you gotta
going on
bring
with
that
that?
up? Yo, hey, hey, neither of us made it to Worlds, okay?
Yeah, either way. All jokes aside here, yes, it is checkmate potentially for 3 of our players, as mentioned. As we mentioned off the top of the broadcast, once you get to 20 points or above, if you win the next lobby, you have won the tournament here, get all the fame and glory. Of course, we were saying it could take 6 or 7 games for us to get to actually determine a winner here. We do have a 37.5% chance to have one of them come out ahead. But of course, really depends on what Mortdog gives to these players in this lobby as we're waiting for that to get all sorted out. I'm intrigued to see how hard some of the people who aren't in checkmate positions yet are going to grief them. Because that's
Yes.
what's always fun. It's very interesting to see what happens when someone's like, hey, I'm going Malzahar, and then all of a sudden you see someone who has 8 Malzahars on bench and they're just not playing that.
Yeah, we can like the difference between this game and possibly next game is like right now the majority of the lobby is not still in check. So we have the majority of the lobby possibly griefing 3 players, but next game when we have a majority of the players in check, possibly going back to just playing for yourself, only denying maybe 1 or 2 other players. Yeah, I'm hoping for a crazy game. This is going to be the last one, but otherwise I'm also hoping for, comfort and hopefully some of these players are able to play what they want to do.
Yeah, we could be in a position where there's someone who is about to get into checkmate on a loss streak, and then all of a sudden we're seeing an open fort show up. There's all of these sorts of things that you can sort of evolve into. As it turns out here with the portal that we have been offered, it's a nothing burger. It's the beach ball.
The
So it's just
beach
a
ball.
normal game of TFT.
Yeah, I think what I heard was that, yeah, if you hit the beach ball 20 times, it'll like explode into maybe 100 other beach balls. Or I think it's the other way around. If you hit it 100 times, you get 20 other beach balls. Other than that, I do think I was told that there's kind of like this fake rule where you actually guaranteed 1 prismatic augment if it's a beach episode. I'm not 100% sure about that, but we'll see if that pops out at some point. If the players do know about that, I'll see if the changes their game plan, especially if you don't get prismatic on the first or second augment. That means you're guaranteed it on the third, and we'll see if players try to play around that. Already early Malzahar on the side of Bisea and a
Ooh.
tier.
Hand to Azrael. So I mean, immediately you know exactly what they're going for. Malzahar had a good performance last time around in the hands of Idarp, but didn't end up coming across the line. It was the Katarina reroll that ended up on top. Of course, now that Malzahar has finally had a good showing, now I want to talk about the other missing link to this meta puzzle, which is Mech. Mech hasn't had. Oh my goodness, that's just got Jace pair.
Well,
It is a gold opener actually.
yeah,
No,
gold
it's
opener here. Only
gold
one
opener here.
yeah.
Only one component. Yeah, I believe so.
We could get a component next this round. But yeah, already, like, I think most players could make 10 if they wanted to. We'll see if anyone decides to do that. If they're really, I mean, honestly, yeah. If we can take a look at this Bassi's, Yadar's, and Dice's spot, like, I wonder if those players will actually try to make 10 here or play for an early board. Making 10 early would be a easier ticket to go fast 9 if they're trying to play for first and win the tournament right here, right now.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things that we didn't see as much of last time around. We will see. It is a second component, so it is just the extra gold start here. We'll have to poke around to see if anyone did opt to go for that full econ start. Raid boss
Wow.
getting picked up instead of the artifact is very interesting because it seems as if
Fashion.
in this current position, Bassi knows exactly what they want to go to. They want to go towards some sort of Malzahar comp, even though they don't have a Malzahar yet.
Yeah, I think yeah, with this Bastion augment, I think they might actually try to turn into 6 Bastion and a level 9 board playing around Seraphine and Tristafate if possible, making this adaptive. Yeah, they didn't sell for early 10, opting to play around, early board strength, keeping their HP up, their streak up, possibly playing for 5 wins here. We'll have to take a look at some other augments that are being picked.
Yeah, tournament favorites
Ooh.
is always interesting because you are guaranteed a Gwen as well as I believe it's a Samira. So definitely just going to go directly for the Soul Fighter strat here. Of note, PJ Mango Pie said, you know what? I've been unlucky the last couple games. Let's just lost streak.
Yeah, yeah, getting early Crystal Gambit right now. 3 Crystal Gambit here, starting that loss streak. We'll see how much they keep pushing if they go for full 10 loss and then some crazy cash out into a full win. I like the pickup from Kiko to get tournament favorites here. I think yeah, like you were talking, kind of missing their identity in the first few games, swapping back and forth in terms of what they wanted to play, but now committing to this comp as soon as 2-1 should help them play the way they want to play.
Yeah, I think it makes the game a lot easier for Kiko. I think in some ways, as you mentioned, nerves can get to people in these tournament situations, especially when it's the final day lobby. If you're given tournament favorites, you're like, hey, listen, I go Soul Fighter. Me Soul Fighter, you type it in all chat and you're like, okay, cool. I'm going Soul Fighter. You're basically guaranteed to get 8 Soul Fighter. And it really just depends on how quickly you do so. Of course, on the flip side here, when we look at some of the other players who are looking to go on check here, if we look over at Idarp, went to level 5 extremely early. So looking for some sort of win streak strat here.
Ooh.
And I believe with
Gold Destiny
yeah,
into Story of the Seven, I think.
they got
Yeah.
Story of the 7. I
Wow,
like
this
that.
is a crazy game plan. They already started with a win. They're winning this next round as well. I mean, if they can keep the streak up and get 2 cash outs, I believe at the 2 cash out point of Story of the Seven is when the augment really starts to get online and carry on into a good placement. Yeah, yeah, crazy. This is a volatile augment, but if it works out, this is a good spot to go first.
Yeah, I think the main thing about Story of the Seven is that it doesn't give you any innate strengths. It gives you
Mhm.
like a 2-star 1 cost. Great. I've got a little bit more frontline. But when you look at what else was picked up, it's a Darius pair. You go to level 5, you have that higher chance of finding that, or you find the Collie, or you find something along those lines. And all of a sudden, you're starting to roll. Against Bassi here, yes, you've got Raid Boss, but even still, there's so much damage coming back on the opposite side here. The 2 Wraith, the 2 Heavyweight, going to still contribute a lot to that. And you still have sort of this really strong Malphite that you can depend on. You're going to be in really good shape if you are Idarp here, especially if you're, as you mentioned, as soon as you get your second cash out, this gold augment suddenly becomes effectively a prismatic augment because you get 2 cash outs out of it. And that's what's really
Yeah.
important.
Yeah, I think I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard that the third cash out, you might get like a 3-star 5 cost. Am I wrong about that? I'm not really sure. But anyways, if you get to the third cash out, something crazy happens for sure. Going into carousel here, there is a Darius on the carousel. We'll see if I believe Edarp could pick that up for a 2-star Darius. Also a Spat. See if maybe some of the Crystal Gambit players might go for that and go for 5 or 7 Crystal Gambit.
No one's touching it so far. Of
Oh.
note, Baseo was basically like, hey, I'm scouting this game. Maybe they heard that we were like, hey, the scouting's difficult when you're on high ping. No, scouted, took the Darius away. Like, nope, you're not getting that. That's for me to take. Of note, we do have to check in on PJ Mango Pie because I believe they were the one who was going Crystal Gambit.
Yeah.
As of right now, believe they're going to double down here. It was interesting to note that they did not take the
Spat.
spatula though,
Yeah.
and that I think that would have been something that you can potentially rest your hat on a little bit. Thinking about it, will double down at the end of it, and at the very least, for the time being, 83 HP, not the best there. You just want to try and get a couple of units off the board, but for the time being, still just going to be sort of treading water for now.
Mm-hmm. Let's keep on taking a look around. How is Paneko doing? Thought their board was kind of interesting. Oh yes, the all that shimmers into this gold generating item on this Nard. Normally you're trying to go for, shoot, what was it? The one that like gives you
Golden
gold
Edge.
every time you auto. Yeah, Golden Edge. but now going for Shadow Clone, which actually has really good synergy with this artifact. Both of these artifacts can actually proc the gold here, so you're possibly getting double gold from this Gambler's Blade.
Yep. For this round, at the very least, 5 picked up. Like this is exactly what you want if you're Paneko, where
Mhm.
you aren't in a position to win the tournament right now, but you are in a position to potentially do a lot of damage to everyone else. Granted, two of the people who are uh, on check right now, and Idarp and Teist are at the top of the leaderboard right now. Bassi in 4th position. But of course, let's check in on Bensel right now as well, because Bensel, right at the cusp there, just needs a top
Ooh.
6 to do so. Calculated loss is also pretty safe in this position, and of note, not going to pick up this Callista upgrade. Oh, they are. Never mind. My bad.
Yeah, calculated loss normally especially in previous sets, you would normally take this and go for, fast 8, fast 9, roll, like go for 10 loss and then roll all your gold to try to spike and win out from there. But I've actually seen it in some other high elo lobbies as well, taking this augment for reroll. It's kind of interesting take, but I've seen it work. We already have the Katarina 2 over 9,000. Half decent components, half of Hodge, half of Nashers, half of Spark. Gonna try to get an Edge of Night at some point. And yeah, possibly a good game from Bensel.
Yeah. Honestly, it's a decent start at the very least. Adarp, of note, did take a loss here despite Story of the Seven, so
Mm.
only gonna have 4 orbs going into the next one. And I feel like going to level 6 right away, but you don't have your Darius upgrade, that might have been what bit them a little bit there. Just a little bit of greed. Granted, the Econ's still in great shape, so I think they're perfectly fine with this. That Gold Destiny leading into Story of the Seven is definitely a lot better than just taking it raw.
Yeah, hopefully they can, even though we lost last fight and weren't able to maintain the streak into neutrals, hopefully they can still win their next fights and start their streak back up again. Otherwise, this could be like kind of the turning point where what was feeling really good and streaking most of stage 2 could end up with multiple losses, now kind of playing an augment down. So yeah, we'll see if we can try to get this next this 7 win and cash out into some board strength. Malzahar 2 already on the side of Visaya with the blue buff. These are
And
insanely good items.
yeah, level 650 gold. Believe, what do they have? They had delayed start.
Yeah,
Time skip.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
time
So
skip,
time
getting a
skip,
lot of
they're just rich.
Yeah, a lot of early XP, gonna be able to get to level 7 faster than normal, start to reroll, even though we honestly don't even need it that much right now that we already have this 2-star Malzahar with a great item. Very good spot from Visaya, fighting against Teist here on the other side. Teist taking Cluttered Mind. We haven't seen this augment picked up just yet today, but another good econ augment. Trying to push for possibly level 8, fast level 8, level 9. We made these AP items, Nashers and Jewel Gauntlets. If we're trying to play Fast 9, these items are a little rougher on Anticipate, but we'll see what we end up playing. We could, I mean, this is pretty flexible. We could play into a lot of different lines from the spot on the side of Teist.
Yeah, I think for both of them, they're like right now. Paneko is sort of the gatekeeper of this win for both Idarp and Teist. Idarp took another loss here, so unfortunately, Story of the Seven sort of getting a little bit risky out here.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what augments are picked up here, because it's another gold one, which means, as you mentioned, if it is guaranteed to give you a prismatic, your prismatic augment is going to be the 3rd one. In which case, you can go for the Giga Gamba, like I like to call it, or you get a um, call the Chaos. You can go for your Golden Egg, and I think that's what a lot of people are going to be more inclined to do in this game specifically, because there's the potential of people winning.
Yeah, I like this second augment pickup from Paneko going for Epoch here. Normally, you double econ is kind of a little risky, but now with the current meta going for Fast 9, I like this a lot. Also, sometimes the best way to deny your enemy going first is if you go first. So poised to be that player. How much can we check over the Gamers Blade and see how much gold we've already generated?
4 on
4
that
on
one.
1.
Check the other one on the Shadow Clone.
2. Okay, so 6.
Did we see all of the gold generated?
Yeah,
in
you're
that
saying
one round.
Yeah. That's some crazy
Okay, now
RNG.
so every time we watch, it's just pumping out gold like this.
This item is funny. But yeah, good spot, level 6, 50 gold, number 1 in HP. Maybe losing this fight to Bassi here. Bassi also taking Explosive Growth as her second augment, trying to push for fast levels. Rageblade and Adaptive slammed on this early Syndra with Solar Breath. Really good early game board strength on the side of Vasi, and hoping to transition this into the 6 Bastion Fast 9 board like we were talking about earlier. Let's keep on looking around, see what else was picked up as a second augment.
Yeah, if we look at Idarp, actually, that's what's interesting because they were able to get their 5th win on the Story of 7.
Mm-hmm.
Idarp, I believe, should have something that is likely combat oriented to help them out a little bit because, as we mentioned, they are sort of playing down an augment at this point. Vasi, for the time being, though, has this Solar Breath. We'll
I
see
mean,
who they go up against here, and currently in first place. So I mean, first and second are both occupied by people who can't just win off this
yeah.
game.
Yeah, this board is like, it's kind of insane that we're early, like in the first half of stage 3 and we already have an entire frontline upgrade. Every single Bastion on our board is 2-starred with this Bastion augment. Yeah, kind of a crazy setup from the side of Vasi. Let's see. Looking at Tice, Tice did take Thorn Plated as our second augment. Pretty solid overall as well.
Yeah, just not going to get him over the line here specifically. So Bassi going to continue to hold serve. Idarp did win another one here with their Story of 7. So they currently have 6 out of 7 of their Story of 7 here. So that's a good line for them at the very least. But of course, trying to transition that into that first cash out where they can start to get the value out of that gold augment and potentially scale up towards something better, especially with the Prismatic coming later. I would almost say that they are inclined to take a more immediate power third augment here, just so that they can make sure that they get to that second augment. And basically, then they're playing with 2 Prismatics.
Yeah, rough that we didn't full streak to this point, but the fact that we won our last fight and they're staying healthy is still some redeeming points on the side of your Darp. Let's see, Bensil. What was the Katarina player? Yes, we did make that Spark. We have Hodge if you want to make that. Care Package. This augment used to be really, really good. Now I think it's like pretty standard, like above average. Feeling good about that. Rowing here. This is actually rowing a little bit below 50, I think, just for that Recon too. Probably going to stay above 40 now. To keep on taking a look around. I wonder how the Crystal Gamma player is doing. Is that PJ?
PJ cashed out at some. They might have gotten griefed.
Yeah, they won a round. Now they're not on a full 8 loss. They're only 2 loss right now. So they got half. Like you lost half of your potential cash out here, which is a little unfortunate on the side of PJ. Let's see if we can still get a good placement. We did take Spirit Link, which is probably one of the better augments you can take if you're playing this loss streak line. Spirit Link scaling with how much HP you lost. And getting close to level 7 here. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's so unfortunate that we lost our streak. Gonna cash out here, not double down. I think that's fair. I think PJ, looking on the outside in, can't win the tournament this game. Let's see, I think they only need to get a top 6 overall. So I think I can understand not going for a deeper cash out and just playing for any placements that we can get.
Yeah, and looking at, I think we do need to check in on Idarp here as well because I don't think we saw their second augment. It was all that shimmers. So now they're definitely trying to get this 7th orb, I believe, for themselves. They're still waiting on it. Yeah, and I don't know if you get it here because this is Kiko, who, as we mentioned, actually was able to pick up a Soul Fighter spot as well. So they're going to be able to get to 8 Soul Fighter incredibly early this game. They're at 6 right now. Tournament favorites right now should be at like one of the earlier cash outs, I want to say still, but they have the set and they're still waiting on getting those final ones on board. Specifically, that Gwen is the one that really makes a difference. And Idarp, once again, stuck on that 6th door, but a 7.
Yeah, really unfortunate fight for Idarp. Not able to cash it out on stage 3 here, which is what you would really like. And now kind of playing this augment down is just going to be more and more punishing. Hopefully we can get a win soon and get some value out of that augment. And yeah, on the side of Kiko here, early set, early Soul Fighter spat. Hopefully we can cash out that Gwen soon and fully power up our board. I mean, our health is a little bit low relative to the rest of the lobby, but I'm feeling okay about our econ and our current board strength right now.
Yeah, I think it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Oh, that's a lot of money that Kiko was able to pick up as well. So tournament favorites still looking quite strong here. I think this is probably the best position that we've seen Kiko in, though, at this
Yeah.
point in the game. And I think that's what's important. Of note, Pineko, though, in
Oh
an
my
even better
gosh.
position. They got the Shimmer scale, all that Shimmers, and they got Epoch as well. So they've just been accelerated. That's a lot of REs.
Yeah, they use their free rerolls on Epoch this stage on level 8, just trying to see if they can get a few more upgrades. Yeah, 4 Aries, what the heck is that shop? Early loose in with the Luchador spat. I believe Luchador spat is one of the most flexible spats in the game. It's just almost always like a better placement. Bensil just hit the Katarina 3. Fighting against Kiko here. The Edge Knight, Nashers. Okay, good items. Over 9,000. Tankzilla on the Recon with the Spark. Fighting against Kiko here. Can Kiko win? I mean, no. There's no shot against this Katarina 3.
Yeah, like you're still sort of scaling up if you're Kiko at this point. Bensil has sort of hasn't really gone for broke, I want to say, but it is quite important to note. I mean, this is still like
Wait a minute.
pretty close fight here.
Way closer
One
than
spear,
I thought.
one spear. Oh!
Oh my goodness.
Never mind.
Misspoke. Kiko with the win. Well done to them. Bensil kind of a little sad losing the fight that we just hit the Katarina 3.
No Prismatic. We got baited.
Someone lied to me. Someone lied to me. I'm not going to say who, but someone lied to me.
Apparently Pineko is the one to blame for this one, so we're going to blame Pineko. Either way, as we look at it right now, we haven't really checked in with Basea for a little while here, and I kind of want to see what she's been cooking up there, because she changed her little legend again. It is now Moldiver.
Ooh.
And looking at that, yeah, I mean, okay, the Malzahar is starting to show up in spades, rolling down here just a little bit to sort of even things out. That's 5 Darius, 5 Malzahar, and I'm not going to go for Chase 3, actually, which is an interesting angle here, because I think especially at this point, Basea knows that they're in a strong position. They just need to continue to hold serve here. Idarp as well, I'm not sure if they got a cash out yet here. They are still waiting for that, so they should be looking for one this round. If they're able to find it, which I don't think they're going to find in this one, that would be sort of a difference maker. But Sunfire Board definitely going to help them a little bit in the damage department. But this Jinx starting to do some deeps a little bit here.
Yeah, 3 items on this Jinx. Idarp's frontline is decent with a 2-star Nico, 1 Poppy, 1 Cassandre. Unfortunately, we're fighting against Basea here, which is probably the strongest person in the lobby currently. But I mean, hopefully Idarp gets at least 1 win. So it gets. Oh wait, is that a? Oh, that's 2-star Jinx on the bench of Idarp. Okay, surely we get some wins here now. Even a 4th one on shop.
Yeah, there it is. So now Idarp should be picking up their cash out. We will be watching this 7th win out of 7 with great patience. Of note as well, though, Bensil down to 26, PJ Mango Pie at 20 health. So unfortunately, this Crystal Gambit angle not really paying dividends.
Yeah, unfortunately they got their cash out grieved earlier. Okay, let's start bouncing this ball maybe. Okay, never mind. I'm glad that the Idarp was able to sell the Darius here, not really providing too much board strength onto their current board, moving that fruit over to this Nico 2. Getting body change. Fighting against Teist. Teist did take duo Q. They're level 8, above 50 gold, early Seraphine. Come on. Okay, Idarp is going to get their first cash out. Kind of expected result here.
Very curious to see what it ends up being.
Yeah. The C after Carousel, probably. There is a Varus? Wait, Idarp didn't... Did Idarp have Varus pair? I know they had 1 Varus. Oh. Bensil taking it, doesn't matter. Another spat on Carousel as well.
Yeah, and no one cares for it. Pineko will care for it. Pineko's like, whatever. This game don't really matter to me. I just want to get as many points as possible. And they're like, okay, bet.
Glad to see that Kiko's on a streak now. You know, some rough games earlier, but back online with the Soul Fighter.
Okay, let's see it.
Okay, no, they didn't have the... Just a little bit of gold.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
okay.
That's okay. Gonna make some good items here on this Jinx too. For level 8, 27, I think it's kind of a rough spot. We have no pairs, but we're also in a situation where if we don't, we're still like probably not that strong relative to the rest of the lobby. I feel like if we don't upgrade our front line soon, this Jinx 2 is not going to be enough. Uh, yeah, kind of a rough spot. Let's see. Benzel on the other side. We have the Katarina 3, but we're on a 4 loss. Kind of crazy situation here. Maybe we are getting punished taking this calculated loss augment in situations where it's not really used to the full optimization that it would otherwise be. Fighting against Tice. Tice getting another good ult with the Seraphine. Will that be enough to win the fight? Katarina staying alive. I think they're going to be able to clean this up. Good win on the side of Benzel.
Too much mana. PJ Mango Pie, though. This Crystal Gambit has been an unfortunate story, and I feel bad for PJ Mango Pie because it feels like the last 3 games they've been put in positions that are just so difficult. They had such a good start in the first 2 lobbies, and now games 3, 4, 5 have just been so challenging to try and navigate. I want to say, and that's where it gets difficult because now Pachea has Darius 3 on board. If we look over at Bachea's board, I believe Malzahar 3 might have already been picked up. They could still be working on it. Okay, just 5 Malzahars for the time being. But this is incredibly strong. Like, I mean, you've got Rocket Grab once again, so this Darius is just going to keep resetting over everyone.
Yeah, fighting against Tice here on the side of PJ, probably one of the better players to fight since they're still sitting on a lot of gold. Tice not really as strong relative to the rest of the lobby. Hopefully PJ can take this win. I'm glad that they were able to take Reinforcement as their 3rd augment, getting this Ashe 2 immediately with 3 good items. And yes, it looks like it will be strong enough to keep them alive and in the game. That's a bold choice. Benzel, on the other hand, dropping down to 5 HP. This Katarina's not enough. I'm actually a little surprised. I thought this Katarina came online like at a decent pace, but it's not working out. How's Kiko doing?
Yeah, Kiko, if we hover the Soul Fighter, I believe they got... Did they even get the final cash out? No, they didn't. They don't have the Gwen yet. So
yeah,
there's still room for Kiko to grow in this game, and I think that's good because we mentioned they didn't really have an identity for themselves for so long, but now they get to that 8 Soul Fighter. They're now in the driver's seat, I want to say, in this game, at the very least from the middle positions here. Bache, of course, very far ahead, but this is still a very good look. 72 gold. You have a lot of room to still go 9. You can still play that Gwen in there. You can find some items and go from there.
Yeah, I like not rolling here and trying to fish for 9. They're already in a really tough spot for the tournament. I think playing for first is how you want to play this. Finding the Samira 2, finding already 1 Gwen. They're only 1 more Gwen and a cash out away from hitting a 2-star Gwen. Let's see if they can maybe find a Braum in the next few rounds as well. Fully capping out this Soul Fighter board with the stats.
Because you can just drop the... you can drop the Callista, you can drop the Nefiri, you can, or not really the Nefiri. Nefiri's gonna be your trait bot. You can drop one of the above, and you can Viego even. It's a 1-star Viego, and then just continue to build up your board from there. But this is a large and in charge Samira right now, going into the entire team. This is really nice against Peneko here, who Peneko, as we mentioned, was sort of like gatekeeping the top positions here, despite not being in a check position. But Kiko Soy Sauce saying, hey, listen, I can take that role over too. PJ Mango Pie, though, unfortunately, will not be gaining any ground here, as it is another 8th place picked up. The Crystal Gambit cash out was not on the cards.
Yeah, Basea able to maintain the streak, 13 streak now, finally getting the Malzahar 3 online. Looking like a really good spot to maybe win the lobby, just for the fact that they were able to maintain so much HP they can eventually go 9 and further cap out their board. Hopefully this is enough for Basea. Yeah, interesting spot for Peneko as well. They had double Luchador spats and a Zyra 3, or not a Zyra 3, a Zyra 2 on the board, but no items. We'll see how that turns out. Artifact on this Lee Sin. Peneko, if they hit the 2-star Twisted Fate and this 2-star Lee Sin, they will get a lot stronger and possibly play for first. But without those upgrades, kind of just praying to see if they can get some good wins here.
Yeah, continuing to throw it all out. And yeah, Peneko is in a decent position. Of note, Adarp, who could potentially clinch the game off of this, not going to be in that position as of yet. I mean, we've only gotten 1 cash out of the story of the 7. Of note, Benzel going out as well. I believe Benzel, though, will still get onto check from that one. They get the 2 points necessary.
Yes.
Kaneko has also guaranteed that they will be on check. PJ Mango Pie will not be on check. They will be at 19 points. Bachea in the current position will also guarantee that they're on check. Kiko Soy Sauce far out of the running for that one, but will at least get to within striking distance of that. So it really comes down to how Bassi and Tice do, but both of them are in the bottom half right now, and Adarp sort of falling off after a really strong early game.
Yeah, Tice here finally able to go 9. Roll all their gold, hit the Seraphine 2 with Mage. As long as this Mage casts on prio units, it could just 2-tap the board, essentially. Fighting against Bassi, the other player that's also in check here. We'll see how this fight goes. Braum 2 as well on side of Tice. Oh, this is actually going to be a really close fight. Both players have good augments, good upgrades, but I think this Seraphine might just be too much. I don't know if Bassi's going to be able to outplace Tice this game. Just looking at their HP and gold totals.
Yeah, I mean, either way, both of them are on check. It doesn't matter as long as they win. They just have to win the match here. But Baseo, note, did go take a loss as well. So Kiko Soy Sauce is now starting to become sort of that strongest member of the lobby. Adarp took another loss as well. So all 3 of the players who are potentially looking for that checkmate, 4, 5, and 6 right now, they might just cannibalize themselves down. And it means that we are likely going to a 6th game.
Yeah, Peneko possibly eyeing this Lee Sin. They needed at least an upgrade, and this Spat's not even that bad for them because they can keep re-rolling it with their Pandora's items. Able to get that for Peneko, good for them. I wonder, Kiko was streaking earlier, but then they lost a streak, and then they won again. Kiko's kind of in that spot where, like, if they can get a few more upgrades, they might actually get the Prismatic Soul Fighter online and win the lobby from that. Peneko was able to 2-star the Lee Sin. Good job there. Seraphine 2 on the side of Bassi. I was saying that Bassi might not be able to outplay Dice, but maybe this will turn it around. Also with Mage and Noxus Trap. Good fruits, good augments, good frontline. Now just searching for that 2-star Twisted Fate and Braum here. Who are they going to be fighting against? Down to 9 HP.
Yeah, it's Adarp or Peneko. And as we saw, Peneko's in an okay position with those double Luchador spots. In fact, I believe... Well, Kiko Soy Sauce is actually the big one here. Spectral Cutlass Lee Sin 2, though, is a little bit scary. Granted, it was good positioning coming through. Lee Sin's about to snap back here for a little bit. The Gwen is gone. Peneko might actually take down Kiko Soy Sauce here, which is an interesting development. Of course, in that other fight over with Bassi... Actually, no. Never mind. Kiko Soy Sauce is too lit with it. Adarp taking another loss here. Tice able to clutch it out against Basea. So everything is starting to sort of crumble down. This game has felt a little bit slower as well. Not as big, not as hype of these cash outs and everything, but everyone's slowly starting to scale up there.
Yeah, no crazy portal, no crazy augments. Adarp kind of fumbling down a little bit. Unfortunately, they lost their streak early with the story of 7. Although I think like outside of the fact that they lost their streak, I think they kind of played the game as best as they could have. We'll see if they can stay alive here or if they're going to go out on this 3 loss currently. Body change super mega. I mean, we have this Cassandre 2 pretty tanky, but no Poppy 2. Fighting against Basea here. Basea is still sitting on a lot of gold, not going 9 yet. I mean, it's just the fact that we're fighting against a Malzahar 3 and the Darius 3. I'm not sure if Adarp will have enough in this fight.
Yeah, the Poppy was contested, so both of them just with the Poppy won, but this Darius looks like they're going to get enough space to reset all over this. Adarp will not clinch here. Unfortunately, the story of the 7 ends with sadness and not going to be able to finish that one out. Tice also taking a loss here, and Bassi...
Maybe
this
what is this?
This is... Oh, wow. Able to close it out, okay.
Unfortunate loss on the side of Kiko. They're losing to losing with their dummy. But Bassi staying alive. Bassi and Tice, now the only 2 remaining players in the lobby to win it this game. Tice losing their last fight. Bassi on a 2 streak. We'll see what they can do, and we'll see if the other 3 players can deny them and play for a first themselves. Let's see. Can we take a look at Kiko's board? I wonder if they have a 2-star Gwen yet or not.
They do.
They do?
Yeah. They were able to pick up that 2-star
nice.
Gwen. It's still just the Volibear, I think, that's sort of leaving them behind. The Braum as well is going to be what sort of takes them over the edge. But I still think that Kiko and Basea are in good position.
Yeah, how about can we hover over the Soul Fighter and see how close they are? Maybe 5, 6.
Or more.
I mean, their boards. If they can hit the Braum too, and some other upgrades here, possibly move Fruit over, that could be enough to get to the Prismatic Soul Fighter. Tice. Last time we checked on Tice board, they only had the upgrade of Samira, but now they have the Braum 2 and the Twisted Fate 2 with the Noxus Trap, although we're doubling up on the anti-heal with the red buff. Um, Decent spot, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Let's see, we could possibly be fighting against Bassi or Kiko. Fighting against Bassi here, one of these players is guaranteed to die.
Yeah, this is one of the players that, or both of these players could have won the game off of this, but they're forced to cannibalize themselves, as we were mentioning. These are the only two that are left in it, so all of a sudden it is all on the hands of Heist, by the looks of it, to potentially close out the tournament with this game. Kiko Soy Sauce takes a loss as well to Bachea. Paneko on 3 HP as well, so all of a sudden it's coming down to the wire here. Paneko with this Volibear Lee Sin weird luchador comp is unfortunately still not able to sort of get it over the line, but Kiko Soy Sauce, that's sort of the big one that we got to keep in mind here. That's sort of the ticket to the finale here. Kiko Soy Sauce needs to try and deny away Tice at some point, or Paneko here as well. Basea going to be going up against Tice, though, so I think that's the fight we should watch here, because should Tice stay alive, they will continue to keep their hopes and dreams alive. Otherwise, we will guarantee that we are going to a Game 6.
Yeah, Tice, the only player here that could end the tournament right now. Players trying to deny them, but Tice already pretty much upgraded their entire board, only really having the Bolivar as 1-star, fighting against Basea. Let's see if Basea can take Tice out, or if we'll see more.
It's going to be close. This Braum is actually doing a lot of work, though, but the Poppy's still alive. Actually,
okay.
The Darius going to be able to hold it down. So we have confirmed that we are going to a Game 6. Kiko Soy Sauce going to be finishing top 2 here after a really, really rough start to things. So I believe Kiko Soy Sauce will be, at the very least, guaranteeing themselves to get onto a check position. So everyone will be either, or not, about to get into check. Paneko has guaranteed themselves into check. Bensil is going to be on check. Basea has now guaranteed that she will be on check. So there will be 6 players in the next lobby who are going to be on check, and it will come down to the wire here who will end. Game 6 should be our last game. The odds are ever in their favor.
Yeah, unless PJ or Kiko pulls out a win in the next game, one of the other players will get the win and end the tournament. We'll see how this fight goes. I feel like Basea, I mean, it's actually kind of close. It all depends on the targeting. If the Darius and the Malzahar can stay alive and burn through the rest of the enemy units on the side of Kiko. Let's see, Gwen almost going down, staying alive. Nope, goes down. So does Darius. Oh, that's not enough.
Yeah, so it's going to be Basea just taking the win here. Still a very good victory, or a very good performance, I want to say, from Kiko, sort of recovering after a really, really rough start to the tournament. Granted, we'll have to pull out a miracle if they want to continue to keep their chances alive in this one, but nonetheless, it's going to come down to a game number 6 here. And as it turns out, due to a couple of things, we might just go right into game 6 as soon as we can here. And I just want to really quickly talk about what this game had to offer in a lot of ways, because there wasn't as much excitement. You know, we just got the beach ball. We didn't really have any augments that sort of came off the board. I think the main thing was that the safety of the players who were on check felt as if it was never really secure. They were always sort of on edge. They were sort of holding back a little bit, which was a little bit odd.
Yeah, interesting dynamic of the lobby. Unfortunate for Yadarb to lose that streak early, going for the 1st or 8th place style or volatile augment with Story of the 7. I mean, honestly, they didn't even pick Story of the 7. They got Gold Destiny into Story of the 7. So they're kind of forced into the line. I think they played it the best they could, but just a little bit unfortunate losing that streak and not able to get full advantage of that augment. And then the other 2 players, Teist and Bassi, kind of playing that fast 9 style, both contesting each other's units and both not able to upgrade soon enough to win out. Yeah, not going first there. Well done to Basea going first with the Malzahar reroll comp. I think it was last game was also first for Malzahar, right? Or am I wrong about? I forgot.
It was a second for Malzahar last
I
game.
got you,
It was
gotcha.
Paneka who was able to get across the line there. So nonetheless, now as it stands with the standings, yes. Um, it is 6 players on check. Bassi, Teist, Idar, Basea, Paneko, and uh Bensil.
Hmm.
PJ Mango Pie has 18 points. Kiko Soy Sauce has 13. Both of them can get themselves into check positions with I mean, PJ Mango Pie needs a 6th place. Kiko Soy Sauce would need a top 2 position, which could lead to us having a true final lobby of Game 7. But the jokes write themselves at that point. Granted, it would still really come down to a massive performance coming through from PJ Mango Pie and Kiko Soy Sauce, which we've seen out of them in 1 out of the 5 games thus far. And I think that's what's interesting is that this would have to be another one for one of those players. They would have to have a little bit of a pop off performance. And then from there, it really doesn't matter about your points from here on out. You know, if Bensil wins this lobby, doesn't matter that they have less points than Bassi, they'll still take the
Yeah,
win, and that's what
right.
matters.
It's anybody's games at this point. Again, shout out to PJ and Kiko for doing as best as they could last game, especially Kiko had a few rough games earlier today. They did do well yesterday to get into final lobby today. Finally getting a good placement today with the vertical Soul Fighter board. Hopefully they're feeling more themselves, getting some of that tournament nerves off, and we'll see if they can get another good game as we start to load in.
Yep, and we will have go for gold, 3 gold
3
augments.
good gold augments. Another kind of standard game. Nothing crazy happening here. No
Boring.
prismatic. True. I was really hoping for more trainer golems, as we saw earlier in the tournament, or more prismatics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Now that there's so many players in the check, I wonder. Now it's kind of crazy that, like, okay, if now that more players are in a check, it's either more of them are going to try to play for fast 9 and go to win that route, but then if you know that other players are more likely to go fast 9 and contest each other and possibly miss and then bot 4 or not go first, then maybe you don't play fast 9, play a more standard reroll line out of the Katarina or Malzahar, or maybe something else with Monster Hunter or what have you, and maybe try to squeeze in a win from not an S tier comp.
yeah, I think realistically, again, 75% chance that it is going to be the final game for us here. I think the main thing that we have to keep in mind is how much they ought to play the styles that they'll have, or if they opt to switch it up. I think at this point, most people have a generally pretty good idea of what the other players are going to go for in terms of their lines. I think we've seen that PJ Mango Pie has often gone for some of these super, super high volatility lines. I mean, they have a Janet in their shop. They're actually not going to go for the Crystal Gambit again. But like someone like Paneko will always opt for these reroll comps around level 7. We've seen this like the heavyweight line, regardless of the back line, regardless of whether it's Malzahar or someone else, being quite prominent in this one. Again, we haven't seen Mech. And I think that's really interesting because Mech is one of those higher capping comps that you can go for. The one Mech game that we saw out of Basea didn't really go so well, and that was more so just because they didn't opt to go fully into the Mech side of things. But as an option here, Bensil, couple of
Maybe,
good options here. This is all pretty good.
yeah, maybe thinking about Spoils of War because this could be the last game, and it caps out a bit higher. I can't remember if we upgraded a Nefiri or another unit on our board. They ended up rerolling it, going for a Caretaker's Favor, giving you these item anvils. Let's see, Bassi, Cluttered Mind, Critical Threat. Let's see, all that Shimmers. Ooh, I like this on the side of your DARP. Story of 7, let's go.
Yeah, I mean that's the feast or famine style of PJ Mango Pie. I think that's what we've learned for the most part. On the opposite side, we saw time skip. Is that two
Oh
time
my.
skips that we see? That's the style that they've been playing. That's the thing, right? Like Tice is perfectly fine, sort of parking the bus and just doing whatever. I believe from Kiko Soy Sauce, this is 2 trick. So this is a little bit more of what we've seen out of them, where they just want a little bit of direction, and they've gotten their direction here with this Lux 2 already. So it could be another Soul Fighter angle. If we pop around the lobby a little bit more, Baseha here has Cluttered Mind.
Yeah, I
No,
think
has Time skip. Yeah, sorry. Bensil, I believe, picked up Caretaker's Favor, as we mentioned. Paneko has Stars Are
Stars are
Born.
born.
So again, that's more of a reroll line as well. So they've just sort of picked up what they can, and they're looking for a little bit more econ. But Cluttered Mine has for Bassi here. So you can see the different styles and how they play based on these first augments.
Yeah, yeah. As I was kind of talking about before, I was curious to see if players are more likely to play Fast 9 or maybe just play more standard reroll early board strength going into what potentially could be the last game, I believe. If I have that mentally figured out, I think like 5 of these players have like early or like econ augments. So 5 of these players could be playing for a fast line board. And then that leaves, I believe, PJ with Story of the Seven, Paneko with the Stars Are Born, and I think one other player, I forget who, with these more early game centered augments, maybe trying to sneak in a win, deny the fast line players full streak, and take the game that way.
Yeah, granted, of course, we do have to consider that there's also two players who went time skip. So they're both going to be able to cap out a little bit earlier, and maybe they go for something a little bit riskier as well. They could potentially go for that Malzahar line that we've seen, where once you're level 6, you have those higher odds for 3 costs. You can potentially look from there.
Right.
It is very. I feel like at this point, when you're on this sort of tournament deciding game, it's very ad nauseum as to how you opt to play the game, and you just sort of have to play whatever the game gives to you. And I think getting time skip on 2 members makes it less effective because you don't have that sort of surprise factor against someone else. You know that these two are going to go for some sort of 3 loss streak into potentially a win streak. But what happens if Masaya just opts to 5 loss streak, keeps that loss streak, keeps all that econ that they've built up for themselves, and then they start to go crazy on stage 3?
Yeah, looking at the other player with the time skip here, we have a singular Katarina with a glove and a belt on our bench, possibly making some Katarina reroll items. We're going to be leveled to 6 next turn due to this time skip, and we already have Max Arcana as our fruit. We'll see if Tice commits to this Katarina reroll spot. Let's see, they are first pick, along with Baseo. Let's see if Tice goes for maybe a tear or a bow here to complete an item. They end up going for a rod instead. I wonder if that's... Yeah, I mean, Rod can be played in the Katarina line. I mean, there was another Katarina on Carousel as well. Yeah, I wonder if Tice is going to commit to Katarina reroll or just going to pivot out at some point.
Yeah, I think for now, like Tice is going to be level 6 right away. So going for reroll Katarina is a very valid option. You have the tools to be able to do that. Yeah, immediately level 6. You got your 20 gold. Now it really depends on whether you're gonna, go for this line or how you want to sort of go for it. And I think that should be sort of evidence in itself by just opting for this recon pickup. You can sell some of the units on your bench here as well, and make 20. The items that you have though aren't that good right now. You have a lot of the bits and pieces that you could like, but again, you're still several components off from actually being able to commit to that. But say on the other hand, going Battle Academy as well. So both of them opting
early
for very
Cassante.
similar strategies. But yeah, early Cassante is going to be the difference maker there.
Yeah, I wonder... So now I have a feeling that the reason why Tice took the Rod off of Carousel is because it was on the Swain, possibly trying to tech in Crystal Gambit at some point, going for a full loss instead of the Katarina reroll, and then maybe capping out that way. On the side of Basea, yeah, early Cassante with this early level 6, really, really good pickup. Still losing this fight, which is kind of nice, because we could still go for this 5 loss, but yeah, the Cassante will definitely come in handy next stage when we try to stabilize more, or maybe possibly just continue to go for a loss streak, but we'll see.
And that could very well be what Basea wants to go for, just sort of holding back a little bit here, letting that loss streak sort of run its course. On the opposite side, though, Paneko is on that 4 win streak right now, so if we check in with him right now, it's shiny. Another
Oh
shiny.
my gosh, what are the
This is the second
chances?
shiny.
Wow. Wait,
Paneko's gonna be a real one and keep it, right? Right?
I don't... we'll see. Let's see, it looks like they already used both of the Stars Are Born bonuses, getting the Nefiri 2 and the Vi 2, opting just for early board strength and not... Like, normally you would take this augment for reroll. I've seen it a lot with Crew, although I know Crew's not really the best comp in the meta. I was kind of thinking that they would lean towards Katarina with this augment, but instead just opting to just use it as soon as possible, getting the guaranteed buy and the Fury 2, and they do they are able to maintain their 5 streak going into next stage. So very, very nice for Mineko.
Yeah, I think Paneco's going to be in good shape. Bensel and Teist actually. I don't know if Teist actually won that their middle round, but believe they might have held on to it. Basaya did win, so I think that's a little bit of a worry now because you sort of didn't really play towards the win condition, but they might have gone up against Bensel or Teist. So if we check on those bottom 2 players there, believe both of them were full streaking. Yep, that's a full streak there. Teist as well should have a full streak, I believe, of 5 losses. And both of them are going to be in decent economic shape at the very least. Yep, 35 gold over here, level 6. Bensel 40 gold at level 5.
Yeah, a little unfortunate that Basaya wasn't able to maintain their 5 loss is what it seems like, but hopefully they can, with the early Cassante, maybe they can still win the next few fights and maybe start their win streak a little bit earlier. So, still decent spot. Tice was able to find that 3rd Crystal Gambit unit playing at this stage. Probably going to go for another 5 loss this stage, going 10 loss total. PJ Mango hitting a 2-star Smolder.
Yep.
Playing
2-star
around
Smolder
that.
picked up. That's big. Granted, no items really picked up. Also, I love this nice little bug where they're picking a fruit and it has
Oh my goodness.
negative 100 seconds on the timer.
Yeah, this is a really annoying spectator bug. This could last for several rounds before it disappears. Oh, okay. Thankfully,
there we
it disappeared.
go.
Okay.
They pulled up the anvil. We're so back. Either way, PJ Mango Pie has 4 out of the 7 necessary. Again, with that Smolder 2, though, that's going to be paramount in them getting these cash outs. Last time we saw Story of the 7, it didn't work out so well, but this time around, this is a far better angle for it, I feel.
Yeah, Smolder kind of being an underrated unit in the current patch. I believe a lot of people were kind of slowly picking it up on the most recent NA regionals. It really is so strong early game in stage 2 and stage 3. I wonder if at any point we decide to sell the Syndra, maybe move items to like bench and turn the Smolder into a Kog'Maw perhaps and put the Death Cap on there. Oh, I like Thorn Plated here. Probably the best augment in terms of keeping our early board strength. Oh, Portable Forge is also really good. We'll see what they decide to do.
For a second, I thought they were going to go for forward thinking there, but
yeah,
not really enough in the gas tank for that one. I think this is the right play, though.
Yeah, I really like Portable Forge here because if we get a good artifact for Kog'Maw, we can bench this Smolder, turn it into a Kog'Maw, and put these other 2 items on it, and that would be really good for our board strength this stage, especially since we have Story of the 7. We really want to keep our win streak here. Need at least 2 more wins before we get this first cash out, but we ended up going for Hole Crusher, just a generic frontline that we can be happy with. Time skip into Raining Gold on the side of Teist. For sure, going fast 9. Holy, as long as they can maintain their loss streak and stabilize, middle of stage 4, this could be one of those better spots to go for a first in this lobby.
Yeah, decent angle as of right now, but Tice perfectly fine to continue this loss streak, I think, for the time being. I mean, they're running double Syndra in the backline. They're just trying to get whatever units they can. And actually, interestingly enough, against Bensel, who has also been loss streaking here, Bensel actually going to ruin this. I don't think they have enough in the tank. Yeah, they don't have enough in the tank. It's going to be a good loss, though.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. I wonder if Tice was scouting or not. Bensel going for yellow and actually taking a forward thinking. They're also another player looking for a fast 8, fast 9 board. Yeah, unfortunate for Tice not getting their full loss streak.
Bensel has no money.
Yeah, it's the forward thinking.
Oh, they went forward thinking. Oh, okay. I got it. Yeah. That's crazy. They're gonna get so much gold.
They're gonna get so much gold. Yeah, don't be mistaken about their low HP going into the next few rounds. They're gonna spike early on stage 4. Hopefully, we'll have to see. How's Yadarp doing? He's streaking right now. They weren't able to 5 streak, but 6 streak. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, early Jinx is pretty good here. Gambler's Blade, Death Blade on the Saya too. Decent frontline with 6 Bastions. Oh, a lot of players taking this, what is this, Behemoth augment? We've seen this
Raid boss,
Raid boss, right. Time and time again this tournament.
It just works really well with the strength of Bastions right now, I think. Of note, PJ Mango Pie, though, trying to lock down the final victory that they need for their cash out. Not going to be able to do so here. Going to be stuck on 6 out of 7 as it stands. So they're just going to have to keep treading water for now. Bensel, though, 47 HP despite their
Ooh.
giga late game plans. Still looking a little rough around the edges.
Yeah, I forget who that was exactly, but we did see a Blighting Jewel on a Malzahar right before we got into neutrals here. The other thing I wanted to note is that, again, I forgot who the player was, but they swapped over their items from the Syndra, the Deathcap, and the Giant Slayer to the Smolder, but they didn't. They kept it on the Smolder and not swapped it over to a Kog'Maw. So I wonder if that was intentional or not.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Adarp is doing as well, because they were the one who took Story of the Seven last time around. Did not cash out on that in kind, but that's definitely. Oh, that's okay. We were just watching it. Never mind.
Yeah.
Kiko
Oh, it was Kiko.
is the
Let's
one with the
go.
Blighting Jewel. So
Kiko with
as
the
well,
Blighting Jewel.
on the outside looking in right now as it stands, but Cassante picked up. That's a great priority unit to have on the table as well. Still looking for Malzahars though, and I think that's what's going to be the challenge here. You have 3 Prodigy, but will opt for the Rammus line this time around. So
yeah,
opting to just keep it simple.
Yeah, I wonder what this is going to turn into. Normally, if you see Malzahar reroll, it's normally with the shoot, what was it? The heavyweight front line. But with this early Cassante pickup, I wonder if this is going to turn into more standard Yuumi prodigies and just having this Malzahar, maybe just keeping it as a Malzahar 2 ticking in the back. Few options here that we have for Kiko, but regardless, good pickup on the Blighting Jewel for this Malzahar. Gonna lose to Pineko though.
Yeah, Pineko with the shiny. I mean, it's not fair, man. You get the shiny Kog'Maw, and you're flexing on him at that point, kicking those legs up in the air, going crazy style with it. Nonetheless, I believe PJ Mango Pie was able to get their cash out, and it's a bunch of items. They do have 4 Smolder though, so at the very least, they're starting to get into their wheelhouse here. It is an interesting build with the Rabadons there, but at the very least, we'll see.
Yeah, the Rabadons and the Last Whisperer, I think they're just slamming really aggressively to be as strong as possible, getting the most amount of value from their Story of 7, but it's going to be a... Oh, wait a minute. They have Even Shroud and Last Whisperer. I wonder how... I wonder if they maybe made a bit of a mistake there, getting double anti-armor shred there. Still, they do have a Reforger on the bench, so they can fix one of these items at some point later on in the game. Fighting against Kiko.
Kiko, who is... I just realized their board is all 1 stars. So they've got a good skeleton for it, but they just don't have the firepower. They don't have the guap to back it up right now. They're just sort of treading water right now. At the very least, this Cassante is going to do Cassante things for a little while, but it's a couple of units. At the very least for PJ Mango Pie, they're able to get a couple more orbs around them going in. So they've got 8 out of 10 possible orbs. Their cash outs are looking like they're going to be in a decent order if they can get to that second one, but of course still holding fire for now.
Oh, Yadarp. Okay, opting for the... I didn't quite identify it earlier, but yeah, I think Yadarp is actually just playing for the Xayah reroll line. We already have 6 on our board. Missing a few other frontline copies, but if we can hit this, like with our HP lead, if we can hit the Xayah 3 and a 3-star Shen or a Xin Zhao pretty soon, just because the rest of the lobby is going to be most of the rest of the lobby is going to be contesting this fast line board, this could be a way to squeak in a first. Hopefully it works out for them. They're getting dropped a Rage Blade, also pretty good. Might move one of these items off of the Xayah, or maybe just keep the Gamblers for now and move it off later.
Yeah, you can see they're staying above 50, and they're just going to keep rolling for it. But the Jinx now being available, you can just...
There we go.
There you go. Like you have so much damage now coming through here, and especially with just with 4 Bastion as it stands right now, they're still like fine. They're going to be fine. I do want to check back in on Bensel though.
Yeah, Bensel and Tice. Bensel's gonna cash out this forward thinking. I think next turn.
Yeah, this is gonna go crazy.
Yeah,
but we have to watch this because this is where it goes absolutely wild. In terms of how the rest of the game will go. Bensel not expected to win this one. PJ Mango Pie going to say thank you very much for another stack, another ball. And from there, it just depends on what they opt to do with this. And I think this is where we just sit on them and we just let their gameplay do the work. Actually, some decent damage coming through as well, though. Like, 4-unit loss isn't excellent, but 16 HP in a dream here. Tice actually was able to win, so their loss streak is... their loss streak was cooked already when they faced Bensel, but we'll see how it goes from here.
Yeah, I think Tice already rolled down a little bit, but we'll see what this Kesha turns into on for Bensel's side. Duo
I
Q?
sh- Oh,
Wow, we re-rolled Duo Q. Going from Pandora's Bench, this is a little
here we
risky.
go.
Do we... Okay, we're gonna roll on 8, I think.
I like this.
Okay.
We just gotta let him cook. Let him cook and let's see what they do.
Let's see what this turns into. It looks like they're turning into this like Mecha Kali board. Not sure if we're gonna go which side of that are we gonna lean into more. Already picking up
Oh,
this
they
rise
rolled over
too.
another rise.
Holly
Kali too.
Yone? Do we go for the mech version? No, we skip over the Yone. Okay, we're just gonna go for like the Akali carry type of board, which we've seen earlier in the I think in the lower elo lobbies on game or days 1 and 2 of the tournament. The Akali was actually doing a lot of work and surprising a lot of winning a lot of lobbies actually and doing quite well. Fighting against Bassi here. Akali's in a good spot to jump on the Ashe. It does target the Ashe first, and I think just because of that, I think Bensel's going to stay alive. Good start to breaking the streak and starting to see if they can win out from this position.
Yeah, honestly, really well played. Couple of times where you see that extra 4 cost and you're like, you could potentially go for something super high roll, but instead playing it as safe as possible, just playing towards their win conditions. No extra Akali's, no extra rises at the end of the day. There you go. It is going to be Bensel starting to right the ship a little bit here. Of course, looking at the 2 players who are not on check, Kiko Soy Sauce and PJ Mango Pie are 2nd and 3rd respectively. PJ Mango Pie, I believe, has 3 out of their 7 balls for the 2nd cash out. Their board looks pretty nuts right now. Let's keep it a stack. Also, they reforgered their Hull Crusher, and they end up getting the Collector, which is absolutely fantastic considering their game plan.
Yeah, I like this. We don't have Malzahar items, but we're gonna end up carrying the Smolder as our backline unit, pairing up with the 6 heavyweight frontline. Really good items on the Darius. Yeah, Bessus Boy, which is pretty decent and unflinching. We still have 2 for removers. I wonder if we do want to move to Rocket Grab on the Darius at some point, but the fact that we're 4 streaking right now, should feel comfortable in our spot. Nothing. We don't need to like reroll just this moment and risk missing a fruit.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type thing. Just keep it stock standard for the time being. It's working for PJ Mango Pie. Kiko Soy Sauce, though, we got to check in on them as well because it's a little bit of a different angle here at this point because you really do need to sort of look inwards and say, Kiko Soy Sauce, this is sort of your chance that you have to get that top 2. Realistically, there's no chance that it's going to be a win from PJ Mango Pie, not a first place from Kiko Soy Sauce, and then we go another game. There's still like the crazy potential that Kiko Soy Sauce can sort of just ruin things down the line. But we'll have to see how it all sort of erupts here. And Akali picked up from PJ Mango Pie as well, so there's still different ways that we can look.
Yeah, can we take a look at Tice's board, actually? I think they rolled down a little bit on level 8. Yeah, they ended up using all their gold on level 8 here, taking Malicious Monetization, which is something that, like, if you can spike on 8, it can still give you enough econ to eventually go 9s at a decent pace. We have we have this 2-star volley, but with kind of interesting tank items instead of your more typical damage items here. But somehow we were able to also find this Zyra too. Let's see if this is gonna be enough. Oh, like our board looks decent, but the fact that we have triple econ and we're not level 9 with this amount of HP, I'm getting quite scared for Tice here. Though maybe fighting against one of... Oh no, we're fighting against
PJ Mango Pie, and as we've mentioned, this is an incredibly strong comp. This Darius has been cooking, and Tice, are you gonna live this? No, Tice is out.
Perfect 0. Oh, so sad.
So
I think they had
that is one of the 6 potential winners eliminated from competition here. Bensel trying to stay alive with everything that they can. It's not going to be enough. Bensel will live to see another day, though. Paneko playing spoiler there, but now you look at this lobby, and it's Idar versus the next 2 people are both not people who are on check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunate for Tice. I think they have the right game plan. I think triple econ is okay if you're trying to go for a full win and maybe go 9. But the issue is that they got their streak griefed early. Maybe not scouting as much as they should have, and yeah, unfortunately gonna go 8th here in this game. Hoping now Tice is hoping that PJ or Kiko go first so they can get another chance at the title. Let's see if Bensil can stay alive. Everything's upgraded. We have Crimson Veil, Body Change. I like everything that I see, but okay, we did position our Akali correctly. Let's see if we win the 50-50 and jump on the Karma. We do. Gonna be able to take this Karma down early, and I think we're gonna win this fight against Basaya.
Yeah, it's Benzel is quite strong right now. Like, despite them having 6 HP, they're still probably one of the strongest members in this lobby just by virtue of them having all of the upgrades that they need. Still looking for that extra Cassante and everything. Of note, Bassi going up against Kiko Soy Sauce. Kiko Soy Sauce going to win that one, and now Bassi as well on 1 HP. So there's 2 people
Oh my
who are on
gosh.
check with 1 HP left. But it's a big cash out
Big
coming
cash
through.
out.
Here's what it is.
Oh,
Tacticians.
we got a Tacticians. Yes, Tacticians Crown. This is pretty good, but I mean, I don't even know if we wanted to go level. I don't know what can save us here. This looks decent, but I don't know if this is decent enough, I guess is what I'm saying. We have 5 Crystal, but we really need this Cassante 2, Jarvan 2 to come online. Very happy that we at least have this Leona 2 to support our front line. We have Kraken plus Rageblade and IE on Ashe here. Bullet Hell, Tankzilla. I mean, I like our fruits. I'm happy with our items. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. I feel like we need maybe a little bit more frontline upgrades to get to where we want to be.
Yeah.
Let's see what other...
Bassie's cash out was, like, I almost would have preferred to see something else.
Yeah, like almost like items or...
And now they're kind of lost in the sauce. You can see them just sort of like switching things around. They know this is desperation. They know this is potentially their last round. And they're just not really able to...
TG, red buff. We have Armor Shred, we have Anti-Heal, we have the items that we want. Fighting against Basaya here. Basaya, we saw them with Karma 1 last fight. Now getting that Karma 2, getting a little bit stronger. They're still on this Gwen 1. Oh, this is close. No,
Oh! Is it going to be enough Cassante?
Cassante?
Cassante
oh my gosh! What? Wait, no, it was the Lux! The Lux stays alive and wins it for Basaya. Bassi going out in 7th here is so unfortunate. Yeah, Tankzilla on the Leona, not able to proc and stun the enemy board. Might have been the difference there in terms of winning or losing that fight. So unfortunate for Bassi. Another player hoping for PJ or Kiko to win this game. Bassi playing so well all tournament long. Still very, very impressed from their first game. Definitely piloted it differently than how I would have, but pulled out a first there.
Yeah.
Let's see if they get another chance.
Check in on PJ Mango Pie as well, who's about to get their 2nd cash out of the game. 3-star small. Man, this is set up to potentially extend through another game.
Yeah. If PJ can get 1 more win here and get that other cash out, that could be just enough to push him over the edge and go first. Let's see, fighting against Basaya. I mean, the Darius is staying alive. I think they got it. They're going to get this other cash out.
Yeah, we got to see what this cash out is because it's going to be pretty massive. Basaya's going to stay alive. Benzel, are they going to be able to survive this one? The Akali still doing a lot, but that's a big... someone was in the front line. I think it was Zinzhao. Was able to cut them down. What is the cash out this time around? The 2nd cash out comes through. A golden orb awaits, and what is it? Masterwork upgrade.
A radiant item. That is so good. Radiant. That is so good. Going for the radiant blue buff on the smolder, amplifying how strong your 3-star is. I mean, I'm not sure what the cash out table is, but I think I'm pretty happy about this. We're still level 7. We're still 2 away from Darius, but pretty decent spot where we're so healthy. We might be able to push through.
I might be able to get a 3rd cash out. Who knows?
That would absolutely be crazy.
And Idarp here, despite them having an incredibly strong comp as well, like, doesn't match up to what is cooking right now because this smolder is massive. You have absolutely everything that you want. Yes, you have Best This Boy. You could potentially now go into efficient. You could look at some other options along the line. But is the front line actually going to hold up? No, it isn't actually. And Idarp going to hold the line. Benzel. Actually, Basaya is going to go down as well. Benzel staying alive as well, takes out Kiko Soy Sauce, so it is now down to, once again, another 75% chance. PJ Mango Pie is the only spoiler that is left here who can potentially stop this from being the final game of the tournament.
Basaya going out in 6th, Kiko out in 5th. We'll see what PJ can do. PJ versus the world here. Yeah, they got a radiant item on the smolder, but now they're still sitting on the gold collector, which tends to fall off a little bit later. I know we have an IE on our Darius. I'm not sure exactly how many removers PJ has, but I would like to see PJ remover the IE off of Darius and put it on the smolder and take off this gold
As well.
collector. Oh, we only have one. Okay, so we can't quite do it
Has to
now. We might
wait.
have to wait. Yeah, have to
Wait a
wait.
couple rounds. There's
Let's
still enough
see.
time for PJ though, because it's
Yeah,
you know, they
62
have
HP.
62 HP. They've got more than enough space here. Paneko, on the other hand, has picked up that Twisted Fate, but is still saving up a decent amount. They do have 2 lives left, so there's still a little bit of an opportunity. It really just comes down to watching Pencil now, because they've sort of gone for the super, super risky play, and it's paid off for them, I want to say.
Yeah, yeah. Went down to very, very low HP, pulling up this, maybe not so meta Kali line, but staying alive so far, top 4. We'll see how this fight turns out, though. Paneko versus Yadarp, believe. Paneko, can their frontline stay alive versus this Xayah 3 tiny team Bastion board? I think the, that Bastion Augment is just putting in so much work, making these, that Xin Zhao 3 so tanky in these fights. Pencil staying alive still?
Yeah, Bensel is defying the odds, and PJ Mango Pie of note just hit Poppy too, but Paneko, what did they? Oh, they got the 3 silver cash out and they just sold it. They're like, oh, I don't need this.
Yeah.
Always one of those ones that's a little bit funny. It is technically 8 gold at the end of the day, but hey, you take those.
Let's see. Hopefully Yadarp's cast, or like hopefully they're scouting each other here. If this Akali jumps on a prio unit early in the fight, okay, Akali's not gonna get on the Xayah. At least in the first few procs.
Oh. This positioning might work out. Nope, still in the front line here. Got to keep an eye on it. Going back across. Now on the Xayah, but not going to get the mark. It will go back on the Jinx, though. And that's what we have to keep our eye on. This Akali starting to do it. He's starting to get scaled up here. But it's still going to finally get back on the Xayah here. I don't know if this is enough time. Do you have enough time to cook?
Oh,
nope,
no.
Not enough. Bensel's out. But PJ Magopie has also lost, so it could come down to Paneko versus Yadarp. Big cash out, though, for Paneko there. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, gold is what we need here. We need enough gold to hit these upgraded units. We need this Lee Sin 2, Twisted Fate 2, maybe a Zyra 2, although we don't have items quite yet on that. But we're happy with the gold cash out. Yadarp with the Xayah 3. Again, like kind of what we were saying, if enough people are going for these risky fast line plays, then one of the rerolls might actually have the edge with the early game board strength.
Yeah, it really just comes down to what they pull from this as well. I think Paneko's sort of the person to watch at this point, because they've stabilized decently well. They've got this very strong Lee Sin in the front line. 2-star Zyra now available.
I don't even know if we make that, because we don't even have Zyra items. We do, but now we have less gold to hit our other upgrades. And we're not going to be able to find the Twisted Fate or Lee Sin 2. Maybe I mean, at this point, the Zyra 2, I mean, it is an improvement.
Yes.
See if that's enough to fight versus Yadarp. Getting a Sojourn there is pretty good. Gonna get an earlier cast off, which is gonna that early attack speed buff for the rest of the board, which is very, very good for Twisted Fate. Oh, and it's actually, what is it? It's Yadarp versus PJ as the real versus real. Paneko's fighting a ghost.
Yeah, Yadarp. I mean, this is sort of the determining factor. I mean, Darius 3 has come online, as has Jace 3. So now PJ has all of a sudden gotten a big boost in terms of their power. Don't think we're ever going to see that cash out, but Yadarp is now on the outside looking in.
Oh.
Granted, Paneko's losing to the ghost. It's the plant.
I mean, 16 HP, stage 6. It's just a 1 unit loss. I think they're still alive.
Oh, barely.
A few more shops here to maybe see some improvement from. I don't know what Paneko could do.
We can hover Road Captain here and see what happened with it.
On the left side.
Trait, yeah.
Let's see. Just a little damage amp.
That's not what you're looking for. You need something more than that, Paneko.
Yeah, now they're probably gonna fight against a real player. I'm actually surprised that PJ were able to win versus that versus Yadarp's board. Getting through the upgraded Bastions. PJ might be coming in the clutch and saving the rest of the lobby, going to do another game. to
Yeah,
see.
granted, this is Idarp calling direct game, I want to say, onto Peneko. There's really nothing you can do going back up against a human. This Xin Zhao is absolutely massive. The Xayah this time around staying alive for so much longer. And that's going to be Peneko bowing out in third place in this lobby. PJ ends up winning again. So now it all comes down to this 1v1. PJ trying to play for a second chance for the rest of the lobby. Idarp trying to end it right here, right now.
Yeah, Darp sitting on 30 gold, maybe thinking about econing up and possibly pushing towards level 10. They do have the HP to make it, even if they lose the next few fights, they should be able to make it to 10 if they want. That being said, there's value in terms of rolling now and denying a possible Poppy 3 out for PJ. Getting a Gwen 2 is pretty good. Again, I think this is gonna come down to a little bit of positioning. If the Darius and Smolder on the side of PJ can focus down these Bastions before they scale up with the Augment, it could be enough. I think this is good positioning on the side of PJ. Will it be enough, though?
The main thing is that the Darius needs to get stuck on the Xin Zhao. That's, I think, the important part. But this time around, actually
it's getting
stuck
focused
on
down.
Rel. Yeah, focus down. Starting to lose out here, but the next is the Poppy. But the Xin Zhao, so big with the raid boss. This is what all these players have been looking towards. But Jace down. Now it is down to Xin Zhao against the Smolder. Oh my goodness, it's going to be enough to get them across the line. PJ Mango Pie still has 2 lives. I want to say that's 2 lives because of how close these fights have been.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at this carousel. Nothing too crazy. Again, kind of what I said earlier is I wish we had a better item instead of this gold collector on the Smolder on the side of PJ, but nothing here to really swap out for that. Not sure if PJ's really going to be able to get stronger from that carousel. Malzahar too, but
it's just the roll down right now.
Yeah, they're rolling deep. I think they had 2 lives, like you were saying, but they're opting to roll deep right now, looking for that Poppy 3 win out. We found 1. We need 2 more. Not seeing it here. All right,
we check on the Idarp board as well. Idarp didn't even hold any, but there's 6 Jinxes. And this is where it gets scary, is this Gambler's Blade is not an item anymore. It can potentially give you something, but it's giving you 1% attack speed. It is down to the Jinx at this point.
Yeah.
Is Darius going to be able to focus properly this time around? There is an Edge of Night, so at the very least, the Gwen is able to stall it a little bit more time.
Darius is staying alive longer than last time, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Ooh, it might be enough. There's no front line.
Jay's staying alive. PJ finds a win, even though they used all their gold and didn't find an upgrade. Wow, it's a lot of
gold too, though.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's like you kind of like PJ is holding the Jinx. So Darp might not be able to find. I think there's exactly 9. There's 10 total. Oh no, Darp. They sold. Okay.
Yeah, so now it's down to Braum. I think Darp is just like, hey, listen, I don't care about this round. This round is whatever.
Everybody in chat right now rooting for PJ to stay alive and keep the tourney going. Can PJ do it? We sold the Malzahar D. Oh my goodness. 1 off.
Yeah, and immediately Idarp goes over and is like, yo, I gotta find that.
All right, this time the Darius is going to get on the Xin Zhao a little bit faster than the previous fights. I don't really know if that's going to be better or worse, but we'll see how it turns out.
Though. You can see the kites at the back, so it might be enough, but...
Oh!
Is it the Xin Zhao's almost down, but...
Xin Zhao's down!
Ooh, Xin Zhao's down. Yeah, the Darius is just going to go crazy on it. Here it goes. Dunk, dunk, dunk. Here it goes.
And another win.
And another win. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. This is crazy. I'm getting so scared for this Poppy 3 to come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I wonder has been achieved.
Okay, can you hover over this raid boss augment again? I wonder if there's some positioning tech to strongest bastion gains 20% HP. When other bastions die, they oh, okay, so they actually want other bastions to die before the Xin Zhao gets targeted. So we'll see if Darp tries to position for that, and if PJ tries to position around that. Oh, but it's really down to the wire here. I mean,
we have to watch PJ here, because what if they hit that Poppy 3? They're going for it. They have to. Are they gonna find it? No, not there. Not there. Ah,
Ah,
they're not gonna find it quite yet. They will put in the Akali instead of the Kaisa just to do a
the
little bit extra here.
mhm. Yeah, now that we're down to stage 7, I think if PJ loses a fight, this is now there's no longer 2 lives. I think this is 1 life.
Yep, definitely. So PJ has to win out from here. It's down to the wire.
Can this Braum get a good ult? It's on the Poppy, spinning that around. Braum goes down. Xin Zhao's getting focused here. So is the...
Ooh,
Oh,
it's down again.
Poppy's
But
still alive,
there's
though,
still more
but
units. Darius is down.
Uh,
This could be it. Oh my goodness, that's it.
oh my
The
gosh, and
Dark is going to win
congratulations.
it out of nowhere.
Well done, and congratulations to Yadarp winning the tournament and winning the Prismatic Poro Cup hosted by Ohgawdkate. Well done.